Next heat. If you want to para out, it's okay, but stay away of this heat, please. Por favor, competidores del siguiente heat, pueden ingresar, pero por favor, alejados de esta serie. Por favor, alejados.
Y aquí tenemos a Hayden Blair, el competidor de
All
Australia.
right, good morning, surf fans. We are live from Popoyo here in Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote, and I'm joined by the reigning ISA World Champion in the Kahuna Division, Mr. Mike Electronic. Mike, looking at the waves out here in Popoyo, looks super fun, absolutely rippable rights and lefts. We've got 27 teams from around the world here to compete. Day one, we're off and running.
Also, one head judge.
Offshore conditions here in Nicaragua. This place is renowned for consistent surf, offshore conditions. We're watching the first heat. We've already seen a couple of good rides from
3 minutes, 10 seconds.
USA and
Este más chico que la tierra, así que se me ha muerto.
Angelo Lozano from Mexico and Scott Main from Scotland.
Yeah, so 27 countries here competing the ISA World Surfing Games. This is our first heat of the day, the first heat of this entire event. And like you said, right now getting out to that early lead, Hayden Blair, surfer from Australia. He's got a 717 and a 417. Right behind him, Ben Bourgeois. So we're going to see a lot of surfing this week, Mike. This basically is a double elimination. We have a repa charge for guys who lose out early. So, you know, a lot of these guys, they traveled from as far as Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Scotland. So they do have multiple chances to advance through these heats. And that's great for all the fans watching around the world. You do have a couple of chances to watch your countrymen or women out here compete in multiple heats. And the Surfline forecast has waves getting better and better throughout the week. So we got a lot of good action to come.
Yeah, and you know what? The
Okay, boys, attention, 2 minutes, and I'm still waiting for the last score. Right, the last was a 5.5, and we have one more wave of Angelo Lozano from Mexico. And the last score of red, attention, Hayden Blair, 6.33. Okay, with the last score of black, the situation changed for white and yellow. Now they need more score.
This is Scotty Main, surfer from Scotland.
Once again, Scott Main. Scotland, ahí está, Scott Main de Escocia. Decía que con la última ola de color negro de Ben Bourgeois de Estados Unidos, ahora la situación cambió para blanco y amarillo, que necesitan de una mayor cantidad de puntaje para ir al segundo. Vamos a ver las notas. Attention please, next heat you have to be away of this heat. Tienen que estar alejados, niños, de esta serie. Por favor, están muy cerca,
from Central and South America as well with El Salvador. We've got the Caribbean represented here, British Virgin Islands. So definitely have a list of teams that some of you might not expect. And those guys are going to be making the push here. And basically, the ISA, we've been doing this for a long time, 51 years, since 1964. So happy anniversary to the ISA, 51 years. And there you see the peak right here, up and riding. This is your leader, Hayden Blair from Australia. Just one turn, but he's got a pretty sizable lead, and that's kind of all riding on that 717.
Okay, once again, please, the next heat, you have to be away of this heat, okay, please. Por favor, tienen que estar alejados de esta serie, para la próxima serie, por favor. 10 seconds. Okay, boys, attention, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, first heat in. Looks like unofficially Hayden Blair and Ben Bourgeois will get the first and second spot, with Scott Main from Scotland in third, and right now Angelo Lozano from Mexico will be in fourth. So we're going to be running straight through today, Mike. We're going to be rolling as through these heats, 20-minute heats, and we're going to be all 4-man heats today.
Por favor, siguiente serie, tenemos que
So
esperar
Popoyo,
por las últimas
right
horas.
and left. So you're looking priority, basically it's a peak priority situation.
Well,
Heat number 2.
Last
Another
score of
international
Black Bourgeois from
superheat, starting with
USA,
Carlos
0.87.
Goncalves from Ecuador, Oriki Hirakoshi from Japan, Augusto Chamarrillo from Nicaragua, and Jorge Rivas from El Salvador.
I've got a pretty cool story for you. I was here 23 years ago with the late great Mark Food. And we rocked up to this beach. It was about 6 to 8 feet offshore land, just like today. Quite a bit bigger. And when I first got to this beach the other day,
Attention, next hit, please don't surf. We're waiting for the last scores. Please hold. Por favor, próxima serie, no surfear. Estamos esperando por las últimas olas. Las últimas notas, en este caso, perdón, de la última serie.
we're still waiting on that last score from Angelo Lozano in that last inning. So those results.
Okay, please hold, competitors. The scores
So we're going to remain on
The
a
last heat
brief
are
hold
coming now.
as we wait for that
The
last
judges are
score.
typing the score, so please
So going into
hold.
the ISA just a little bit,
For the
this
last
is a much
scores.
more than just a surf contest. Basically, what the ISA is doing is we're trying to develop and promote surfing worldwide, be a positive
Wow.
influence, you know, basically spreading the word about surfing, and doing that through just positive competition, getting these teams together. There you see the team of Mexico right there celebrating as Angelo Lozano gets that score he needed. 4.03, jumping into second place, knocking
Okay,
America's
attention, I
Ben
have the
Bourgeois
se me caigo.
down into third. There you see your winner, Hayden Blair.
I
Australian
have
team,
the
I think,
scores.
always.
Last 2.73.
The Aussie surf machine, these people really just get keen on riding waves and it really shows performances and the results. I mean, you can never count Australia out
chica?
even if you're in like 7th
Puesto
place
ninguna, yo por lo menos no.
last day. Such rugged.
Okay, attention, we're ready to start.
When you talk about some of the stars competing in
Counting
this
down.
event, you know, of
5,
course, we saw
4,
Ben
3,
Bourgeois,
2,
household
1.
name at this point, and a lot of super sport coming
Sorry,
up, and
last
some
heat, I have
future
the
stars
scores
as
and
well,
the
up
last
and riding
score
right
of
now
red
in
of the
red.
last
Carlos
heat,
Goncalves
2.73
from Ecuador.
Last of black 0.87. Lots of yellow, Scott May from Scotland 1.6. And attention, surfer in white, Angelo Lozano. Your last two scores, 5.73 and a 4.403. So advance to the next round. White, unofficial result. First red, Mr. Hayden Blair from Australia. In second, Angelo Lozano from Mexico. In third,
So in this heat right now,
Ben
basically
Bourgeois
when
from
all
USA,
their points
and in
get
fourth,
tallied up,
Scott
and the
May
team
from
system is
Scotland.
really, you're surfing,
the last
of
two
course, for
waves
yourself,
of
but you're
white,
surfing
Angelo
more for your
Lozano.
team, for your country, towards
Pushing
that
him
end
to the
result. All right now from Japan,
second
a regular footer, or a
position.
goofy footer, Ricky
Bien, las últimas dos
Hirakoshi,
olas
up and
entonces
down.
de Lozano, del blanco, 5, 7, 3 y 4. Lo llevan a la segunda posición. Primero entonces Hayden Blair de Australia. Segundo Angelo Lozano de México. Tercero Ben Bourgeois, Estados Unidos. Cuarto Scott May de Escocia. Bien, segunda serie entonces en el agua. Ok, second.
Flags flying on the beach. It's great to see
Heat
the
in the water.
camaraderie between the teams. You know, a lot of time at these events,
Attention, we
guys
have
come
in
down
red
as
Carlos
lone
Goncalves
wolves, but
from
there
Ecuador,
are no lone
Team
wolves
White, Ricky
today.
Horikoshi from Japan.
Teams supporting each other. They're going to
Yellow.
start today on day one, and
Augusto Chamorro from
guarantee they'll
Nicaragua.
be here till the
Black
very
Jorge
end,
Rivas from El
supporting
Salvador.
your
Next hit
surfer
will be
in
hit
yellow,
number 3,
Augusto
please.
Chamarrillo.
Israel Barona from Ecuador. Daiki Tanaka from Japan. Leon Glatzer from Germany. And Samuel Arenibar from El Salvador. Competitors, please pick up the jerseys with the beach marshal. And don't forget, 5 minutes to paddle out and stay away of this heat, okay? Thank
He
you.
likes it. So surfing from Nicaragua, we had a massive parade of nations yesterday, and the Nicaraguan team, of course, getting huge huge applause from the big crowd.
Viene en el agua entonces, serie número 2. Está con rojo, atención, Carlos Goncalves del Ecuador, con blanco, Ricky Horikoshi de Japón.
A lot of pride, of course, for their own team, but just a lot of excitement for all the teams. You know, basically thousands of people walking the streets, waving the flags of their countries, and you know, really just reveling in the experience that is the ISA World Surfing Games.
There's a lot of aloha in the streets. I think within minutes of walking down the street, the marchers received
Nos vemos en el agua.
got Nicaraguan flags, so like the whole experience in Nicaragua as well as the home countries. And yeah, a lot of smiling faces. So Nicaragua very welcoming here to the international contingent that has come here for the ISA World Games.
You know, Mike is basically surfing for love of country. There's no money. If you win this event, there's no money. So it's obvious why these men and women have come here. They're surfing for the glory. They're surfing for the gold medals that will be rewarded to our winning team. You know, basically, this kind of washes away that the selfishness that sometimes we see in surfing competition. This is really kind of brings that team atmosphere that you don't get to see often in professional or amateur surfing for that matter. So that's kind of the end result. You know, you're surfing not for a paycheck. You're surfing for glory and for the pride of your country, and you know, doing your best to represent, because of course when this thing is one and done,
in the first,
you know, the glory is going to go home with whoever wins. It could stay here. The Nicaraguan team is looking really solid. You know, usually in the past we've seen, you know, pretty dominating performances. Hawaii, United States of America, and of course Australia. So it'll be exciting to see, you know, some of the nations coming up right now. Portugal has a really strong team. Look at the Costa Rican team led by Carlos Munoz, incredible talent there. And you look at a team from Argentina that has a lot of stars, last year's champs. So I feel like this could be a big year, a big shakeup in the rankings as far as, you know, growing surf nations coming here, doing damage in this field.
Well, I've seen it before, you know, Team Peru, you know, there's just so much talent here in Latin America. The majority of these teams are probably from Central and Latin America. You know, you can talk about performances. Yes, there is a growing number of really, really good surfers coming out of these countries. But I always like to point to the gathering.
Okay, and I have the official result of the last heat. In first, Hayden Blair from Australia. In second, Angelo Lozano from Mexico. In third, Ben Bourgeois from USA. In fourth, Scott Bain from Scotland. This is the official result of the last heat. Vamos a ver, atención, ahí tenemos al competidor de El Salvador, es Jorge Rivas. He's Jorge Rivas from El Salvador.
From El Salvador. Powerful, goofy footer. Nice, stylish cutback. And the El Salvador team, they were really animated, and you know, you talked about the Aloha and the Stoke, and the El Salvador team definitely brought it yesterday, and then you see they get business today. Looks like he's riding kind of a wider shortboard, kind of a fish shape, and I think it might be a good choice in these conditions right here. You know, it's kind of a quick takeoff, definitely rippable, but you know, it's pretty waist high, maybe chest high on the set. So, you know, a lot of these guys, you think about it, you know, from places like or Nicaragua, you know, they don't have access to the equipment that people, you know, surfers from California, from Florida, from Hawaii, Australia, you know, they have a lot easier access. Quivers, you know, you see guys bringing board bags. There's, I'm sure, competitors in this event today that basically own one surfboard. And, you know, through the ISA Scholarship, a lot of surfers that, you know, couldn't get the backing to get here on their own, the ISA actually helps them out. We have two surfers from Nicaragua, our host country, that received the ISA scholarships to allow them to compete here today. And, you know, it's not just equipment or travel, it's also, you know, a place to stay, it's food, it's basically everything that goes into being a competitor here at the ISA World Surfing Games. The Japanese team, man, this is a young, threatening team, you know, especially in waves like this. The Japanese contingent, they've made some leaps and bounds on the QS. Their young surfing potential is really a standout in any competition around the world at this point. Well, one thing we've been told and we've witnessed now about Nicaragua, it's always offshore. This is one place in the world that you can pretty much guarantee yourself offshore wins on any given day, and that's why this has become such an incredible surf destination, and still, still growing. There's a lot of break coast where you'll have, a dozen guys out in the water at any given day, but there's a lot of spots where you'll have no one out. That's why we love coming to places like this, not only to spotlight local talent, but also the local potential of waves. Tourism is a huge part of the economy down here in Nicaragua now. The tourism minister yesterday thanking the surfers for coming and thanking travelers for coming down here, and it's pretty cool to see surfers making that kind of change in the basically the social economics of a country, which it's plain as day to see what's happening down here in that aspect. Well, here's Red. This is Carlos Goncalves from Ecuador.
Yeah, Goncalves has been a name here in these ISA games for several years now, and no slouch. So he finishes that wave with a nice little re-entry turn there, right on the shallow reef. You could see him sort of nursing his board there to try not to lose his fins, but another great country with a lot of unexplored waves. Carlos hails from Ecuador.
Well, Mike, you mentioned Peru as a heavy hitter. Well, in fact, in the ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games, which actually took place in Punta Rocas, Peru, Peru took the gold. So they're coming in hot as the current world champs. Australia in second, Argentina in third, Costa Rica got the copper medal. So Leandro Osuna from Argentina is the current gold medalist, the current world champion, along with Anali Gomez. So having the home turf advantage played in nicely for Peru. So we'll see if the Nicaraguan team can kind of use that home turf and that just kind of hometown pride to get them through some heats. You basically, all your team members, you're going to want them to keep getting. The more heats they get through, the more points your team gets. Of course, the winner of the event doesn't always dictate the winning team. It's about how many of your team members can get the furthest into this event.
Yeah, it's a very unique situation for each athlete that's competing. You've not only got your own personal goal on the line, but you're carrying the weight of your team. So a real unique dynamic. It can be a lot of pressure, but that's what should bring out the best in competition. And you were mentioning earlier about Nicaragua and the tourism and surfing, and being here 23 years ago, there was absolutely nothing on these cliffs. There was very, very few surfers, if at all. And it reminds me to bring up the point that a lot of these surfing nations, especially, like Australia and California and USA or South Africa, surfing has been immersed for a long time, decades and decades and decades, up to 100 years of people riding waves, from the very beginning of when surfing started. In countries like Nicaragua, surfing was imported. I mean, I'm sure the fishermen rode their boats in on waves and this and that, but the actual art, the actual sport of surfing is really relatively new here. I mean, 30 years ago, there may have been as many surfers as you can count on one hand. So the fact that we have, the Nicaraguan team currently in first place in this heat right now, it's just an indication of the growing vast amount of potential here in Central and South America for these young surfers.
Looks like we got a great wave here for Jorge Rivas speeding down the line. Uh-oh. Maybe our first sign of, you know.
The judges are going to look at that really closely. I think the Japanese surfer got out of the way before he caused any damage to the wave. I don't think the surfer in back was impeded in any way, but again, that's going to be looked at very closely by the judges. So right now we're sitting with Augusto Chamorro in first place, our Nicaraguan surfer. He's got a 6.17 on that first wave. Second wave earning him a 4.67. And following in second place is our surfer from Ecuador, Carlos Cancalves. He has got a 4.83 and a 5.17.
Ricky Hirohoki,
really
stylish surfer from Japan.
Yeah, he's just trying to get his account started here. He's got a throwaway score for his first wave. This one's going to be a whole lot better than that 0.67. And you know, if he did not get an interference, that's going to really help his cause, because looks like he's got a good style. There, he just needs to get his wave count up. And here we've got one of the first rights I've seen all morning, and that's Carlos Cancalves attempting a little bit of a air 360 crack off the top, but unsuccessful, so that's not going to help his cause.
The current leader right here, Augusto Chamorro. Nice backhand whips.
Yeah, and really point to note here is that every wave has taken has not closed out. He's definitely done the good local boy job of picking the right waves. That wave, a little small, remains to be seen whether that's going to help his score line, but you know, the local knowledge definitely showing up here. You see the proud flags of Nicaragua there in blue and white.
I like how consistent it is. You see waves just pulsing through this kind of small bay right here. There's a couple peaks up and down the coast of where we're sitting right now. This is probably one of the more famous waves here in Nicaragua, Popoyo, known for a big outside left bomb that can break when the waves get a little better. But we got a flurry of action. Here goes Jorge Rivas from El Salvador. So staying busy and kind of just going down on that last wave, but a couple nice turns out the back. He just needs a 6 to get back in this. And meanwhile, Ricky Horikoshi, he is from Fujisawa, Japan. He's in fourth, but only needs a 2.24. So look at how consistent. Lines coming in. Surfline saying that the swell will be getting better and better throughout the week. This is your surfer in red from Ecuador, Carlos Goncalves.
All right, he's found himself a nice open wall here on this left, doing some good work there on the outside. A little bit of a tail drift right there. Follows up with a nice set of vertical off the lips. I would suspect this would be one of his better scores. A lot of stuff happened really quickly on that wave, but he pretty much took advantage of the corner.
Here you see our photographer out the back, Dave Nelly Nelson, a legendary photographer from Santa Cruz, here to cover the action. And so let's take a look at the lineup right now. In first place, Augusto Chamorro. In second, Carlos Goncalves. Jorge Rivas from El Salvador's in third. He's looking at a 7.67 to get him to the advancing spot. And Ricky Horikoshi needs a combination right now of a 10.84 to get him into that advancing spot. But again, we have multiple repecharge heats throughout this event, so these guys get, you know, second chances if things don't go their way in this first round. So we have 24 heats for the men, and in the women's side of things, we're going to have, I believe, 18. So men's and women do compete, both get equal amount of points to go to their team total. So right now we're watching ISA World Surfing Men 2015. And Mike, we've kind of taken off the you know, the labels here of professional and amateur. Everyone's on the same playing field here in the ISA World Surfing Games. They're coming in, you know, surfing for their flag. And right now ripping for his flag. Jorge Rivas from El Salvador.
Well, I think Rivas really wants to get that bomber score on his line. You can see he's just really trying to put a lot of energy in his turns, maybe too much. I think he's maybe overdoing it a little bit because he's got a lot of energy, but average scores. He's got a 4.4 and a 3.0, and in order to get into contention, he's going to need to jack it up into 6s and 7s because Carlos Gonzalez just got a 6.93 on that nice open face one we were looking at a moment ago.
That was your surfer in yellow, Augusto Chamorro.
Yeah, well, here's the danger guy. So our surfer from Japan is looking at this nice open left-hander. Let's see what he can do. He needs a pretty big score, 7.7. He's got a nice waft off the top on that first section, sort of a redirect on that section. He's kind of failed to do a big turn there on the outside section, so I think he's just kind of doing a safety wave on this and is maybe just looking to do better than that 5.43, but I'm not sure. I think that he got a great wave, but maybe needed to put it on the line a little bit more to pass up the Ecuador and Nicaraguan surfers.
Yeah, so Ricky in white from Japan, he needs a 6.68. Well, see, I got to agree with you, Mike. If he had maybe opened up just a little bit, that first turn, that section's pretty quick. You see right when they take off, kind of dumps on that outside section, and a tricky one to hit. And I think as we kind of move on, we see some of the guys more used to surfing peak situations like this. You think about Ian Crane. He surfs lowers every day. This is a very lowers-esque type wave, just the perfect peak. And you're going to want to watch Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica, who will be coming up in heat number 14. This wave is a lot like the wave he surfs, Escondida, down in Costa Rica. So, he's going to have kind of a different kind of home turf advantage. The wave's so similar, and we're going to see Carlos just going nuts out here. But a lot of superstars of our sport that we see in magazines and on video, on a daily basis are coming down here to compete. Exciting to see. Heat 13, Miguel Tudela from Peru, an incredible big wave and small wave surfer. He'll be coming up later. We're going to roll through heats today. We're going to make use of these consistent and rippable conditions. Right now, there's 10 seconds to go. Current leader, Carlos Goncalves, and jumping into second, getting the score, Ricky Horikoshi. And up and down right there, Augusto Chamorro with Jorge Rivas dropping to fourth. So, man, just like any QS, any CT event, minute, always dishing out the goods, and then you see a flip-flop in the placings. We'll wait for the official word. We have an international judging panel on hand today, and that's one more thing that the ISA does. Is they not only coach and train surfers, but they train coaches, they train judges. So we're basically building a surfing culture around the world. And as you see these guys coming in, they're going to assess their situation and look towards the rest of the day.
Well, there you see our heat leader, Carlos Goncalves from Ecuador, making his way in, very relieved to be in that first place position. Second place is always a little sketchy at the end of the heat because you never know, just like we saw the surfer from Japan overtake second place at the very last wave.
All right, we're right into it. Heat 3 at the ISA World Surfing Games, up and riding on a gem. Your surfer in red, Israel Barona, also from Ecuador.
As you can see, the tide filling in just a little bit more. It's just making that wave face that much more perfect. And that one closed out at the end, but a really nice wall to work with there for the surfer from Ecuador to kick off his campaign. And this is the smallest day we've seen since we've been here. But that being said, still some excellent 3 to 4 foot surf on tap. And as Surfline predicts, we should be seeing more energy this week. And here we have yellow paddling. This is Leon Glatzer from Germany. Young man, surfed in the juniors here in the ISA last year and did some real damage. Has just a debilitating aerial 360 that it's just the hammer if he pulls it out. He's it out on this wave, but watch for this guy to get in the air and put the hammer down on some big scores.
All right, as we have our Heat 2 coming in from the beach, waiting for their results. International field growing. Let's talk about the lineup for Heat 3. Israel Barona from Ecuador, Daiki Tanaka, and Leon Glatzer surfing for Germany. Samuel Aribar from El Salvador, and it's pretty. The emerging nations, El Salvador, they've come in with an incredible team. We've already seen Jorge Rivas surfing really well, and you watch these guys in their first heats, and there's not a lot of competitions in some of these countries. You think of Japan, Australia, USA. There's a surf contest every weekend. A country maybe like El Salvador, even in Nicaragua, even down in Costa Rica, which you think of as a real surfing hub. Not a lot of opportunities for these guys to put on jerseys and battle it out in heats. So there's going to be a learning curve. You think of the guys from Germany. Leon Glatzer, he surfs mostly in Costa Rica, but born in Germany. So these guys basically traveling the world, but there is no place like home. So they keep that German flag going, and when there's the opportunity to surf in an event like this, they're going Germany all the way.
Yeah, well, unique situation there. We know the typical sports German on a board would be thought of as a snowboard or a set of skis, but a really cool aspect here of the ISA. And he's definitely weaned on some great waves in Costa Rica. And his first score comes in at a 4.67. Israel Barona, however, nailed a 7.33. Really nice looking set wave, surfed it fast and long, and Glatzer getting the lower score, but first and second nonetheless. So you see the surfers on the screen, all four of them jockeying. White's jockeying to a different part of the reef. That's Daiki Tanaka from Japan, and he's opted to sort of separate himself from the pack, but not too far behind now. Red and yellow following suit. That's Ecuador and Germany. I'm sorry, yeah, Germany in yellow and Ecuador in red. A little bit of a bump coming in here. Looks like we've got some activity. We haven't seen many rights ridden today, but a little more size. The right gets really, really fun, stands up a little more, but the left seems to have a little bit better opportunities, more vertical sections on the left.
Yeah, exactly. The right, when it does start breaking, you get that slingshot effect, and that's where, if it does get a foot or two bigger, we're going to see some just crazy surfing going on the right. But like you said, right now the left is long enough. These guys are getting 3, 4, 5 turns. That outside section does offer for that one big critical maneuver. We've seen a couple of solid attempts out there on the outside section, but I think as the the tide switches here, these surfers, they're going to be watching, and there you see on your screen right there, we got the teams down here supporting. And in this heat, we talk about Ecuador, Germany, Japan, and El Salvador. What other event, Mike, around the world where you get those 4 countries surfing against each other?
Yeah, well, maybe snowboarding against each other, but surfing, I don't know. This is the really cool aspect of the ISA. Again, bringing the world tribes together, the gathering of the tribes. Peter Townend, former world champion, always used to nail that phrase into my brain, the gathering of the tribes.
Well, if you're just joining us, we want to welcome you to the Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with reigning ISA gold medalist Mike Laytronic from the North Shore of Oahu. But out in the lineup right now, 4 surfers from 4 very different corners of the globe. Israel Barona with the lead from Ecuador. In yellow, surfing for Germany, Leon Glatzer. So in looking at Leon's kind of byline here, he lives in Maui. He surfs Costa Rica a lot at Pavones, and he's placed in the ISA World Junior. He's sponsored, so he's got the backing to get him between, Nicaragua, Maui, Costa Rica, Germany. There's a lot of traveling for professional surfers from anywhere, but especially coming from Europe. There's There's some good river waves in Germany, but if you want to be a professional surfer flying the German flag, you got to travel.
Yeah, well, it looks like our surfer in white, Daiki Tanaka, is traveling all up and down this reef because he is starting to break rank. Doesn't have a wave to show yet on his scoreline, and you can see his activity. He's getting a little nervous with only about 13 and a half minutes left, which is actually plenty of time. But yeah, not a comfortable situation to be in a heat with 3 other surfers and have this much time elapse without yet getting a wave.
So we see basically open priority. Top 2 waves are going to advance. Use same rules that we have around the world. Many different surfing events. This is Leon Glatzer, your surfer from Germany.
Well, he separated himself from the pack and definitely got himself another little scoring wave here. Little rebound into the foam. Nice slash back into the foam. Finally putting some power into that. And there you have it. Air 360 at the end. He just breathes Air 360s. He
That
really,
looks so easy.
yeah, he's super smooth and nice way to finish that.
Well, Leon Glatzer, basically growing up surfing under the tutelage of Thomas Lang, the other surfer waving the German flag. Thomas, and this guy, Thomas Lang, gets around. I saw him in Venezuela years ago. Now he lives in Costa Rica. He's all over. It's great to see he's kind of passing on the knowledge to young Leon Glatzer. Right now, your leader, Israel Barona. This guy's got a quick backhand. Unfortunately, that wave closes out through the inside.
Yeah, Barona's looking for a backup. He's got that nice sizable score. And here we finally see our Japanese surfer get on the board. Nice vertical off the top there, able to get around this section. So, you know, he's probably just trying to get his knees oiled up there. And a lot of waiting, a lot of hustling around. So at least he's opened his account. And here goes surfer in black.
From El Salvador, Samuel Arrivibar. So let's talk about ISA. You know, we mentioned the scholarships for the student surfers, and basically the ISA has already given out $250,000 for young surfers to travel, to study, and to compete. You know, it's not all about surfing; it's also about scholastics. Something that the ISA has put a lot of focus on for surfers that you know, we all know. I mean, Mike, you're one of very few guys that's been a professional surfer for 30 years now. Not everybody has that ability.
Wait, nobody's paying me to surf anymore.
But you're still at a pro level. You know, gotta have a backup plan for a lot of these guys. So that's why it's important that the ISA puts emphasis on education. You know, for these young surfers, not only helping them get around the world to these events, but also, you know, helping them learn on the way.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, education's important no matter what you do. In life, knowledge is power, and really kudos to the ISA for supporting these scholarship programs they do. As you said, they've given away $250,000 over the last 7 years, and it's usually to, you know, the less privileged surfers from around the globe that really need the support. And you know, one surfer from Peru is one of the most famous examples of this. Junior, I'm gonna butcher his last name, but I know his name is Junino Uciero, I think was his name, and a really talented goofy foot out of Peru. Ended up winning one of the Junior World Championships, so a great success story there.
All right, so you see the beach basically filled up. There's the El Salvador crew. What I love about this event is, you know, in a lot of events, when you travel with your buddies, you lose, you go back to the hotel, you just cruise, and hope your friend does good. Down here, no, you're on the beach, you're supporting your team, and you're waving the flag. So it's really cool to see these guys down here supporting each other. Let's talk about support and this guy, the president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre. Basically, he's got a dream. It's huge. It's surfing in the Olympics, and he's well on his way to realizing that dream as it goes now. Surfing is going to be in the Commonwealth Games in 2018 on the Gold Coast. We're looking at a berth into the Pan Am Games in 2019 in Lima, Peru. His ducks are in a row, as they say. So, big thanks to Fernando Aguirre for all the incredible work that he's been doing, not only to achieve in surfing Olympics, but spreading the word of surfing in general. I mean, as an ambassador to our sport, Fernando can get places that not many people can. I'm talking about in the conference rooms of the Olympic committees. He's travels the world with his Hawaiian shirts and bow ties, and basically infiltrates some of the more harder to get to locations to tell the people, look, surfing's awesome. Let's get it in the Olympics, and he's being very successful as we speak.
I would jump to say that perhaps no one man in surfing has done more to spread the stoke of surfing and legacy surfing than the ISA's very own president, Fernando Aguirre. He's really created a foundation for the expansion of surfing and the stoke that it perpetuates. A lot of positivity there. Hats off to Fernando. And yeah, he's actually pretty famous for his bow tie.
Yeah, which is good. He's the surfer guy with the bow tie, and he's fine with that. A lot of times he's in a tuxedo or he's in a Hawaiian shirt. So let's talk about the heat in the lineup right now. 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go. If you want to get a message out there in cyberspace, tag ISA Worlds. Israel Barona from Ecuador in the lead. Leon Glatzer in second from Germany. Daiki Tanaka in third. He needs a 7.83, and Samuel Arrivabar from El Salvador. He needs a combo right now, but plenty of time, Mike.
Yeah, 7 minutes. All depends on Mother Nature here if a couple sets come in, but that's definitely enough time to develop and generate a couple of good scores. So getting back to the headway that Fernando and the ISA is making for Olympic opportunities, we are potentially looking at getting surfing involved in the 2019 Pan Am Games. There is going to be a vote in just about 40 days, so got to send and meditate a lot of good energy in that direction. And I think we're also poised to be in the Commonwealth Games in 2018. So, surfing's become a much more internationally known sport, and this guy here is going to be beautiful slash off the top, internationally known if he keeps it up, because Ian Glatzer is just going to town on this little wave.
Yeah, I love when you see a guy that big. He's about 6'2", lanky surfer, but it's really cool to see a guy not hindered by his size. He is whipping through turns on these, for him it's waist high. For the other competitors, it's about chest to head high. So it's great to see Leon kind of using those long legs to whip around through those turns. And the kid's got a bright future ahead of him. And, he's basically put himself in some of the best training grounds possible. Pavones down in Costa Rica, of course, surfing in Maui quite a lot. And I'm sure returning to Germany for, holidays. There's not much surf going on in Germany, and you could tell the surfing bug has bit this kid hard at a young age. His talent level's through the roof.
Well, there you see White on your screen once again, looking a little nervous, trying to scan the lineup here for another scoring. Himself a pretty decent score on that opening ride. Saw him hit the lip a couple times backside. 4.83 for our surfer in white, and Glatzer coming in at a 5.6, his best ride. But he's probably not yet approaching Israel Barona's score of 7.33, because that was a really nice set wave with a lot of open sections, a lot of fast surfing. Glatzer really upped the pace on that last left-hander he had, but kind of a smaller wave.
So you're watching Heat 3 right now. Coming up next in Heat 4, Dylan Haler from Australia, Dylan Southworth from Mexico, Ali Matheson from Scotland, and Ian Crane from San Clemente, California, United States of America. So we're looking at 4-man heats here. Each heat, basically international affair. 27 nations represented here in the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. There's your surfer coming up from Australia in red. That is Dylan Haylar from Australia. Australia, like we said, they always come strong with a talented team. Last year, they got the silver medal. See if they can do one better this year.
Always got to keep pace on who's in these events, too, because the kind of folks that end up in the ISA here, the foundation of surfing, really end up, you know, top of the world, because right now, top of 17 women in the World Surfing League all had ISA ranks, and several of them had ISA gold medals, and, you know, a good majority of the men as well, so including world number 1 Gabriel Medina.
That's right, Gabriel Medina. ISA was his playground, getting perfect heats, absolutely ripping through his ISA career. Right now trying to carry the torch for Ecuador and doing a hell of a job. Israel Barona, backhand, looking solid out here at Popoyo.
He just willed himself back into that wave. You saw his board come out of the top of the back of that first big section slash, and he just wanted to make a score out of that. And you know what? He did a great job. And I might jump to conclude he may even surpass that 5.33 that's sitting number 2 in a score.
Israel holds the lead. Your surfer from Ecuador in red. Looks like a little bit of a paddle battle here. This is Daiki Tanaka. He needs a 7.83. That's not going to be it. He's in 3rd place right now. Samuel Arrivibar in 4th. He needs a combo, a 12.66, but don't worry, El Salvadorian surf fans. Samuel will have another chance in an upcoming repecharge over the next couple days. All these surfers with multiple opportunities. Here goes Leon Glatzer. Got a screamer, and we knew that 360 air was coming.
Yeah, well, unfortunately not able to hold on to that. Not sure if it would have even mattered because he's got 2 pretty decent scores already, but nice to see some more surf pouring into our little reef break here. And what's your take on reef break over beach break? I really prefer reef breaks myself.
Well, I mean, I like the mix-up. The reef breaks here in Nicaragua, you know, Nicaragua to me is most famous for nowadays for those really smoking peaky beach breaks. But this place basically, you know, they started surfing right here at Popoyo. You know, we talk about this center peak being just a rippable little wave, but I've seen photos of the outside section here, the left at Popoyo, I mean, holding at 20 foot. So the capacity for this place to hold any size waves, and we talk about the offshore winds, I mean, this is really a spot from 2 to 20 feet. In day, you could be getting the waves of your life.
Yeah, well, looking for the wave of his life right now is Daikichi Tanaka, and throwing some nice power into that last turn. Really shallow section right there, so good job negotiating that. But time is ticking away, and it is going to be a reach for him to get into 2nd place right now. He needs a whopper. He needs a 7.83, and based just on the size of that wave alone, I don't think it was big enough. So a little bit of a last hurrah here, and finally we have a right.
Yeah, it looked like Israel Barona opted to go right with 10 seconds to go. Really winding down heat number 3 as it stands right now. Israel Barona from Ecuador taking the win. Leon Glatzer, your surfer from Germany, in that 2nd place position unofficially. Daiki Tanaka going to take 3rd, and Samuel Arrivibar. We got a guy who's going to be an expert at pronouncing some of these names. Joining us in the booth, the worldliest commentator I know, Mr. Simon Salazar. You're from Chile. You're from Europe. Give us a little rundown of your surf history, Simon.
I'm Philip.
Well, hi, Philip. I got my notes crossed here. Philip, you are from Chile currently, but give us a little bit of history of where you're coming from and your history here with the ISA.
Well, basically I'm half Belgian, half British, and I've been living in Chile now for 10 years. So in Punta de Lobos, Pichilemu, the big wave spot with the two big rocks there guarding the spot. And from what I understand, we're already on the way with heat number 4 in this first round of the main event for the men's at the Nicaragua Única and Original ISA World Surfing Games 2015.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at this heat right now. Dylan Haler from Australia, Dylan Southworth from Mexico, Ali Matheson from Scotland, Ian Crane from the USA. So you talk about the international field in the lineup. There's Ian Crane just winding up with the frontside reverse. But we've got an international field of commentators as well. Philip Mueller. We have Simon Salazar, and he's also from Chile, I believe. Shannon Quirk. She's from Malibu, and she's also from the island of Maui. So Colombia, you're right. Shannon Salazar, Colombia. Well, tell us about the commentary team we have put together. We have a Spanish webcast going on next door, English webcast here, but a multinational crew, right?
Exactly. So lots of people from all around the world. For the judges, for the webcast, yeah, it's interesting to see all these different people coming together. And the mix of cultures, I mean, it's an add-on to the mix of culture that we're used to seeing on the beach. I mean, the flags, the colors. Yesterday, the opening ceremony, I know that was your first experience at an opening ceremony, but it's true that the spirit is really different from a professional event.
Here goes Dylan Haler, your surfer from Australia. His backhand was looking strong in some of the free surf sessions right there. That wave not panning out for him. They get right back out there. One thing we're seeing here at Popoyo, consistency. A lot of waves coming in for these competitors, and it's a quick paddle out, so we're going to see a lot of waves ridden in these 20-minute heats.
Exactly. So some of the flags, as I was saying there, the teams cheering on the riders in the water. And back there to Popoyo, and as you were saying, we've got pretty consistent waves. You have to be aware that Nicaragua is one of the most consistent countries in the world with over 300 days of surfing a year, and almost every day of the year is 24 hours offshore. So incredible conditions there, and producing these excellent waves that Nicaragua is well known for. This is the 4th ISA World event that they're running consecutively. There we can see the Scottish team. Yesterday they were at the ceremony with their kilts.
Yeah, that was cool. So right now in the lineup, Ali Matheson. He surfs in Carbridge, Scotland. Scottish waves, a lot different than the waves we're seeing here today. You know, that area is known for cold water, slab, gnarly. And, you know, you see some of the footage coming from Scotland, Ireland, and it looks scary. So, you know, these guys are probably stoked to be in trunks, that's for one. And probably stoked not to be surfing death-defying waves, more rippable waves. But up and riding right now, Ian Crane, and he's used to waves like this. He surfs lower trestles, which is a very similar wave to Popoyo, so it's great to see Ian Crane out there. And here's Ali Matheson right now.
So here's the Scot coming on a right to give a bit of variety there. 3 maneuvers, kicks out, so he's in 3rd position. He's only got 1 wave, so that will go directly towards his total, and we'll see if he managed to overtake the Australian. And for now, we're waiting on Dylan Southworth from Mexico. I mean, I saw him very little time ago, 2 weeks ago. We were in Sayulita for the first ISA World event. That was the stand-up paddle and paddleboard. And he's a local, Dylan Southworth from Sayulita. He's got that little surf school that was right next to the tower. And he's also got his brother, Travis Southworth, who'll be competing for Mexico. But for now, here comes Australia.
Dylan backhand whip. And you can see, you know, a lot of the Australian team, their style is just so technically sharp. And just as I say that, the commentator curse, Dylan goes down, and you see a little bit disappointed, but a couple good turns out the back. And to your point, Dylan Southworth, I mean, the waves that he surfs on any given day, incredible. You know, you think of the area that Dylan Southworth's in, and, you know, short drive, he can be surfing perfect, grinding right-hand point breaks, and turn around and go surf some of the biggest, gnarliest beach break waves in Puerto Escondido. And I saw evidence of that in a current surf film just released called Gone. So Google Gone surf movie to see some Dylan Southworth action. But right now, Ian Crane, absolutely ripping, powerful, quick, goofy footer from San Clemente, California.
So here he comes again, very active, the American. This is the first time, well, not the first time, but last year they were not in competition, USA, and I mean, on the paper, this is one of the favorite teams to take. We've got Peru, the defending world champion, but Australia, obviously one of the world surfing powers, who was the vice champion last year, are going to go to try for the gold this year, obviously.
Well, yeah, you can tell that the United States of America definitely brought the big guns. Damien Hopgood, Ben Bourgeois, Nathaniel Curran, Ian Crane on the men's side, with Tia Blanco, Frankie Herrera on the women's side. Their coach, Ryan Simmons, I mean, he surfs well enough. If somebody gets injured, he could jump right in and get involved out there in the lineup. So, yeah, Team USA coming in hot. But tell you what, they've got 26 other countries with big dreams of gold medals to surf through. And here's one of them, Dylan Southworth, Mexico. And this tall, powerful surfer is known for tube riding abilities and, of course, air when the section demands it.
So 14 minutes left, still lots of time. Now, two of the surfers have already got their two waves. There we can see Dylan Southworth going back. He got a 2.6 G. And we've also got now the new wave for the Scott, 1.7. That takes him to third position. So for now, Dylan Southworth, we're waiting on his second score. But here comes Dylan Ayla in red.
Yeah, great looking left-hander. Nice opening backside hook. Comes around this section right under the lip, making good use of that little left-hander. So maybe got caught a little bit behind, but definitely two good turns out the back. His high score right now of 5.67, so that'll be right up there with that score. So Philip, tell me about the ISA and their training, not only of surfers, but also of judges and coaches. That's a huge priority for the ISA around the globe, correct?
Correct, very correct, because basically we want the best surfers in the water and showcase their work, and obviously to define who is the world champion, we need the best people in the world to judge it. As you know, judging is subjective, but we need to have a high level and standards, and ISA is pushing that forward through this program, because there's surf instructors coaching to have a standard of surf schools with good instructors all over the world, but as you mentioned, also the judging program, and also coaches, how to train a team, how to manage a team, and how to try to go and get those gold medals or those first podium places.
You know, in watching the teams arriving here, you know, you have about 6 to 8 surfers on the team, and then you have have friends and family traveling. At any given time, you could be traveling with 15 people, and you know, as a coach, that can be a pretty daunting thing, especially because a lot of these young, and you know, they're going to definitely need guidance through airports. And you know, in coming from the airport here to Popoyo, it's not an easy route. You know, it's about 2 hours, dirt roads, it's winding, so it takes a lot just to even get to the spot. And you know, I think that's where the coaches definitely use their ISA training. And then you talk about, you know, them training people in heats, you know, how to surf under pressure, how to surf with only 20 minutes, wave selection. There's much more that goes into being a surf coach than just putting on the team shirt and, you know, hanging out with the surfers on the beach.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it, and you can recognize a good team manager, a good coach, how he trains his riders, giving them tips before they go in the water, helping them with the boards, and making sure everything goes as smooth as possible for the riders, so that they can feel organized by someone else, and that takes all that work off of them. Because we've seen a few teams, we've got obviously the big powers of surfing, Brazil, Australia, United States, that come with a complete team, and most teams are very complete. But for example, Denmark and Sweden have only got one competitor each, and we saw yesterday they were holding the flag and they were the sand bearer, and they had to do a bit everything all together.
Yeah, so another cool part of the opening ceremony was the Sands of the World. And basically that's where all the 27 nations, they come up on stage, and there was a beautiful ceremony kind of opening up with the mayors of the local towns. And we had the president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre, up there. And it was really cool to see the teams go up, they get announced, and they basically pour sand from their local beach into a kind of looked like a big glass box. And it made a really kind of beautiful piece of art, basically 27 nations adding sands from their beach, and that kind of signifies unity through surfing.
Yeah, it's the peaceful gathering of the surfing nations through the love of the sport, and that was created by Fernando Aguirre like 14, 15 years ago, and because there wasn't that part of the ceremony, and it's really nice. And then, as you say, it makes this nice patchwork of all the sands representing this gathering of all the nations here to define the world champions in Popoyo.
Yeah, it's a really cool piece of art. And Ian Crane, Team America, they had Damien Hopgood go up and present sand from Oceanside, California. another consistent surf spot. And a lot of talent coming out of Oceanside. So when you see the Sands of the Nation and you wonder where America's Sands from, well, Oceanside, California.
Exactly, and ISA is going to head up towards California and Oceanside later this year. We're going to have that in August, September and October, where we will have also the first adaptative ISA World Surfing Games for people with disabilities, people that can't stand up, autism, and I've seen more or less the rules of the team. We'll go over that later on during the webcast, and then we will have the World Junior Surfing Championship, and that will be in California too. So that's part of the 2015 ISA World Series. We're going to have 6 events until now confirmed. We had Mexico last month. We're now in Popoyo, Nicaragua for the 4th year in a row. 2 events in California. Then we're going to Canaries for the World Masters. And then China for the Hainan China Cup. And then we'll finish the year in Chile, the same as last year in December, the World Bodyboarding Championship in the north of Chile.
I think it's really cool that the ISA has kind of segmented the event. So it's great to see waves being chosen that are suitable for the sports being done. You know, you think about bodyboarding in a wave like this, and of course it's cool to watch, but you want to see bodyboarding in heavy, gnarly waves, and that's exactly what we saw and we'll see in Chile. And the same goes for longboarding, for stand-up paddling. You know, waves basically are suited to be ridden for different equipment. You know, right now, these waves, this is perfect shortboard surfing waves. Lots of opportunity for airs, big turns. I mean, this is the ideal condition you'd want for these guys riding, you know, modern shortboards. A sup surfer, of course, would rip out here, but you want to see a supper, you know, riding a longer point break style wave to really see them showcase their abilities. And I think that's what the ISA has done well in kind of dividing up and selecting different locations for different. Dylan Haler up and down. So Dylan definitely having strong outside turns, but his inside game right now is suffering just a little bit. He needs to finish his waves to solidify that second spot because Dylan Southworth is a highly capable surfer, and right now he is in a combo situation, but he's got 7 minutes 20 seconds to go, so enough time to do some damage. Here goes Ian Crane.
So here comes the leader of this heat number 4 in round 1. We're going to have 24 heats, and here he comes again on that left. As you were saying, it's pretty similar to Lowers. He seems to be very comfortable on this wave, as you can see. And up until now, even Dylan from Australia needs 8.80 if he wants first position, and Dylan Southworth only needs 7.37 to take over Australia, but he's in combos if he wants to take that first position. I mean, at this level, it's not important to go first. You just want to be first or second and just advance through each round and try to advance as far as possible. And you know, here we've got the double elimination format, so as Fernando Aguirre was explaining, is that you don't travel to represent your nation so far away and just compete one heat and get eliminated. So then if you fall third and fourth, you go to a parallel round, which is repechage. It's a lot more heats, and then the level just gets more and more stacked up as you advance. But statistically, most of the gold winners come from the repechage, because there's only 2 athletes that will go to the grand final without ever seeing the repechage out of the whole field. So obviously, statistically, they come from the repechage. Sometimes some guys prefer to go like this because they get more practice, they get more knowledge of the wave, and they also keep a rhythm. So it depends each rider what they prefer.
Yeah, that's a great point there, Philip. Well, we are joined by Miss Shannon Quirk. She's actually on the beach right now with, I believe she's with our team from Scotland. Welcome to Popoyo, Shannon. We got Shannon Quirk down on the beach right now with our team from Scotland.
Buenos dias, this is Shannon. I'm down here with the Scottish team. Cheering on your boy. How's it going out there?
He's doing quite well. He's stuck to his heat plan. He had one good right, he got a little tube on it, so he's still well within reach of getting himself in the second position. So I think he's in need of a 7 just now, so he's looking at some lefts, and hopefully he can get himself out of this and progress through.
Awesome. And how does the camaraderie feel to have your whole team here cheering you on?
Absolutely epic to get everybody supporting each other, and the rest of the teams as well. They're so supportive. You can see them hollering for everybody that's beside them and everything. It's Australians just got a wave just now. They're absolutely delighted for their competitor. Yeah, it's good vibes down on the beach here in Popoyo. And yeah, it's going to be an amazing competition, and it's great to be able to represent Scotland. Yeah, come on the Minch.
Thank you guys. Back to you in the booth.
Oh, thank you so much. Shannon Quirk on the beach, getting the scoop from your Scottish team. Welcome back, everyone, to the Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote joined here by Philip Muller. Philip, 4 minutes ago in this heat, right now, dominating Crane. That second and third spot, that's where things are getting kind of real dicey, real competitive right now. Dylan Haler, he's in second. Dylan Southworth, he needs a 7.9. What do you think he's looking for right now? What's going through his mind as you see him kind of trying to edge his way to the inside with sets on the horizon?
Well, obviously that time pressure with the time grinding down, I mean, it will mess with your mental, trying to find those waves. We often see surfers when time is running out, you see them getting desperate. They're not surfing the same as the beginning of the heat. We've seen in most heats, basically one of the best strategies is try to get those two scores, nab them at the beginning of the heat and just try to maintain that lead. That's sometimes the waves don't come. But for now, Dylan Southworth is going to try to do his best to try to go over. He only needs 7.9. While we see there on his backhand, Ali Matson from Scotland, he needs 7.9, and he could still get it if, you know, he gets these maneuvers on this wave. He's a bit stable, you can see that. But we'll probably see him in the repechage round later in the event, and where he can still advance, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's just awesome that, you know, Ali gets his chance to come all the way over here to Nicaragua, a long way from Scotland. Dylan Southworth
coming out
in perfect tube ride. You know, you talk about the training grounds that Dylan Southworth has, and that's basically what he does on a daily basis, right? And you saw how easy that was for Dylan Southworth. He was deep. I like that.
Yeah, seemed like he wouldn't come out and then just slipped and came out, did a nice cut back, came back to the power source of the wave there. Really nice first maneuver. You must. The first maneuver will always be more important to the judges than doing a few lazy acts on the wave and then pulling a huge air at the end. Will always be less points than a big opening maneuver, very strong, and then we saw that exactly with Dylan Southworth. We're going to wait for that score and see if the judge give him more than 7.9, it would take him to second position, or if it will be less, but then he'll have a few minutes, but very little, to try to work on that second score.
Yeah, with 1 minute 42 seconds to go, you see Dylan Southworth in the white, your surfer from Sayulita, Mexico, and he is awaiting his score. He needs a 7.9. So you'll see with time winding down. Matheson from Scotland, his last wave was going to be a pretty high scoring wave as it comes through. And there you have it, Philip.
He needed 7.9. He gets only a 6.87 for that tube riding, but he only needs now 5.03, and we're entering right now into that last minute of the series while we see Ian Crane up and riding once again.
Ian Crane, he had a spectacular performance in a recent video release, a Kolohe Andino film called Brother. Ian Crane, watch that film to see what Ian Crane's got in Waves of Consequence, and you know his air game is up there with the best of them. Of course, San Clemente, California, known as one of the hubs of high performance surfing in the entire world. Here we have, this is 35 seconds to go, and it's going to be Dylan Haler holding off Dylan Southworth. Smart surfing, unfortunately, goes down, but I think he may have done the job, but he left Dylan Southworth out the back, looking at a nice little left-hander. What can he do here, Philip? He's looking for a score of a 5.03.
Yeah, so taking on that left, on the backside, we saw him chewing on the right before. He needs to get those maneuvers, try to get as many as possible. We're hearing the countdown right now above us, and there goes the end of the heat. And so Dylan is going to have to wait for that score to know if he's going to repechage or if he will be in round 2 of the main event. So we're going to wait on that score, as we're going to probably start very soon heat number 5.
I love it. Just like we see in competitions around the world, ISA World Surfing Games no different. It comes down to the wire in nearly every heat. So there will be a few tense moments on the beach while Dylan Southworth waits for that score. He needs something big. You see the flags of the 27 countries being represented. Team Scotland on the beach, psyching for Ali Matheson. Our first look at your Scottish surfer, Ali Matheson. And you know, all these teams marched in a beautiful opening ceremony yesterday. It's really fun to watch. And the score just now being dropped from Dylan Southworth, and ooh, just right there, not going to be enough. So unofficially, Ian Crane and Dylan Haler, USA, Australia, will move through. Dylan Southworth in 3rd, Ali Matheson in 4th.
So Mexico going down, as well as Scotland. There we see them. They're going to receive their riders. The athletes of the following heat, heat number 5, are already in the water. They can enter the water when there's 5 minutes left, obviously asking them to stay a bit further apart from the riders as to not confuse the judges. And in this heat, we're only going to have 3 riders. So who are they?
All right, well, here we go. Sebastian Correa from Peru, Francisco Morosini from Uruguay, and Benedict Sarkani from Switzerland. So very, you know, this is an uncommon field that you'd see in high-level surf competition, but I love it. Peru, Uruguay, and Sweden all in the same heat. That's incredible to see, and it just gets me excited. You know Sebastian from Peru. They're the reigning champs right now. You know that he's got a lot of surf ability. Francisco from Uruguay, I have yet to see him in competition, as well as Benedict. So that gets me psyched as a surf fan to see what these guys got out here at Popoyo.
So 19 minutes already. We're still waiting for that first wave, and there, it's a nice one coming over. Let's see who of these 3 riders is going to open the games for this heat number 5, and it's Peru. Sebastian Correa taking off on the right, off the top. Lots of spray there. Another one going for that cutback, going back to the white water. Keeps on advancing on that right. It's a pretty long right. He can almost get close to the beach. And so that's the opening wave of this heat number 5. And from what I understand, we're going to go on the beach with an interview.
We have also Hey guys, this is Shannon down here with Ian Crane, the heat winner. You did a great job out there. What was your strategy?
My strategy really was, I don't really know. I was just happy to surf it with no one out. It's been so crowded. I've been avoiding free surfing here. We've been surfing beach breaks on the beach, trying to hide from crowds, because it's free surfing out here with all the countries. I mean, it's cool seeing everyone, but it's kind of a nightmare. So yeah, I was just stoked to have 3 other guys, and yeah, there's a bunch of sets in my heat, and it's fun.
The U.S. has a really strong team this year. How's it feel to be with the whole crew?
Oh yeah, it's so fun. I'm the youngest guy, and there's Damien Hobgood and Benny Bourgeois and Nate Curran, and the 2 girls they rip too. And but yeah, all those guys used to be on the CT, and they're super funny and fun to be around. So we just been laughing all day and having fun, on our own little program, just surfing, napping, a lot of naps down here. But yeah, it's been fun.
Awesome. Congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you. That's Shannon Quirk with Ian Crane, the winner of that last heat. And as Ian said, Team USA, they're running a tight ship over there under the coaching of Mr. Ryan Simmons. So we are live from Popoyo in Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Unica 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote joined by Philip Mueller. Philip, it takes a village to make a ISA World Surfing Games contest, doesn't it?
It takes basically a good wave and a good local organizing committee, and I mean Lucy Valenti, who's in charge of organizing this event. It's our 4th event, and we're used to her professionalism. She's really good at getting everything together, and as you say, it's a small little quaint village in Popoyo. Yesterday we went to Rivas, 1 hour away for the opening ceremony, but yeah, these little villages that we visit on these little spots are so cool. And I mean, Popoyo, what a world-class wave. And we were here 2 years ago at Rancho Santana, which is 1 or 2 miles further south. for what was the World Junior event with 2 stages there. You've got more or less 300 kids participating, so you've got 2 podiums, 14 judges, 3 head judges, and it was really an incredible experience.
Well, this is Sebastian Correa from Peru. A great opening pair of turns. Blows his fins through that second turn. So the rights seem to be coming. In the last heat, we saw our first tube ride from Dylan Southworth, just coming up short score-wise, but definitely giving these spectators and the fans at home an exciting moment. There you see Sebastian Correa ending his wave. But right now, with 15 minutes, 40 seconds to go, Francisco Morosini from Uruguay in the lead. Sebastian Correa in second. Benedict Sarkani, your surfer from Switzerland. So Switzerland has actually come with 7 surfers on their team. It's exciting to see, giving them a shot at a medal here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And that was our first look. Benedict Sarkani. He's a regular footer from Switzerland.
Yeah, and on the listing he's listed as a supporter. So basically what I think happened is that he's one of the alternates and they took away one of the main guys from Switzerland, and Benedict Sarkani took that spot, and that's something that's allowed. Sometimes they come with more than a complete team just in case of an injury or somebody's not. You can choose the person you want to throw in according to the conditions, and that's obviously an advantage if you can allow to bring more surfers, and it seems Switzerland has done that. And also something interesting, because Leon Glatzer from Germany lives in Costa Rica, and then we've got 2 surfers on the Swiss surfing team who are also living in Costa Rica. So a lot of these European countries, you wonder how do they get this level of surfing that they're showing here, but obviously they're used to the waves of Costa Rica. So for Leon Glatzer or some of the Swiss guys, this is very similar to what they're surfing each and every day. They're not surfing Germany year long.
Yeah. You know, the training grounds that a lot of these guys have kind of cited Costa Rica, very similar, not only in you know the waves, but weather, you know, surroundings. And you look at Carlos Munoz, and he comes from a wave that is just almost a carbon copy of this wave. So, you know, and Ian Crane in that last heat, lower trestles. I mean, this is basically a lowers look-alike. So, you know, guys with the peak knowledge, rights and lefts, are going to definitely have the advantage out here. Sebastian Correa from Peru, up and down, but going left, it was Benedict Sarkani, Switzerland.
There goes the Swiss. He's got 2 pretty low scores until now, 1.9 and a 1. And for now, like I was telling you, I mean, it seems that Sebastian Correa from Peru is applying that strategy that I mentioned at the beginning. Try to get those 2 high scores at the beginning of the heat and then just work to better those scores. But that having the lead at the beginning of the heat obviously makes it a lot easier to try to develop that strategy and not be under pressure at the end of the heat like we saw in a few already.
Francisco Morosini from Uruguay. Nice roundhouse cutback. Power surfer in white. Ooh, finishes it with an error, but I like that he was going for it. You see the boils popping up in front of him. We keep talking about how fun this wave is, and you know it's really easy to surf, but again, on the inside, gets very shallow, dry reef at some cases on the left.
So we're going to go to the beach with an interview, and we'll be right back in the booth.
Hey, we're down here with Jackson Obando, about to go out for his heat. It must be a huge honor to represent Nicaragua. Es un honor representando Nicaragua, ¿no?
Sí, me siento súper feliz porque estoy aquí en Nicaragua representando mi país, mi playa, y espero que todo salga bien y espero que lleguen buenas las olas y súper feliz de estar representando a Nicaragua.
And you have a huge smile, you're not nervous? Está con una sonrisa, no está con nervios.
No, bueno, no tengo nervios, siempre estoy disfrutando todo.
Buena suerte. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. We're just stoked to have Shannon Quirk here. She's multilingual. She speaks 3 languages, so she's going to be in the trenches on the beach, getting words from our competitors and some fans. So it'll be great to kind of get her insight as the days progress. So 27 nations. Philip, we're looking at surfing superpowers going up against some underdogs. Let's talk about some of the underdog nations that we're already seeing kind of making some headway through this event. Uruguay. So your surfer in white right here, surfing for the Uruguayan flag. Tell me about the Uruguayan team. I mean, have you seen some of these guys surf in past competitions? And tell me about their level.
They've got a good level. Uruguay has got good waves, and they're very consistent, they're organized. And usually they get good positions, Uruguay, in these events. And I mean, look at Francisco Morosini from Uruguay. He's only 16 years old. He's the youngest guy on the team because he's got his sister also competing for Uruguay. She's 14. But with 16 years old, Francisco Morosini has got titles of Uruguay. So imagine the level. So they send the top riders, you know. And so he's got a good level, as we can see. And the fight is on literally between Peru and Uruguay, and Switzerland is not affecting really this decision between these two.
Yeah, I know, it's great to see. And then, you know, going down the list a little bit, Israel. Awesome to have an Israeli surf team coming all the way to Nicaragua. What do you know about the waves in Israel and what these guys are allowed to train in?
Well, basically they have to... It's the sea that's right next to Israel. I've never really seen the waves from Israel, and it's only been a few years since they started to participate in these events. And it's nice having all these nations represented, which is really what is a world championship. You know, the professional circuit, if you look at it, really it's 7 or 8 nations, maybe 9 when you get some sort of wild card from Tahiti or something like that. But ISA is the real deal in showing 27 or 30 nations exposed, because actually ISA has got 95 national federations under its direction, because ISA is the only recognized organism by the IOC. And we'll talk also about the objective of getting surfing, that's the dream of Fernando Aguirre, the 8th time re-elected president, getting surfing in the Olympic Games. And we're getting closer and closer. We're getting in 40 days a very important decision about if we'll be included in the Pan American Games, which would be the biggest level that we've attained as the sport of surfing. And that would be in 2019 in Lima, Peru. And the Pan American Games are always 1 year before the official Summer Games, and in 2016 in Rio we're going to be placed by Japan. We hope so. They're going to define the short lists of sports that will be included in 2020 in Tokyo, and we've got good chances of seeing surfing represented there, also with the development of wave pools that will level the field, level the waves for all the competitors, and which was one of the big impediments for entering surfing in the Olympic Games, is that the waves are not the same at 8 o'clock in the morning, 10, or at the end of the day, and maybe the waves are not on for when you want to turn the camera on. So getting those basically wave gardens seems to be one of the best options. They're building one in Scotland, there's one in Madrid, and also one in Texas. So once these are starting to get built, once we get them dialed in, that's going to make a big improvement. And then if we get confirmed these 2 important decisions in 40 days about the Pan American Games, and in Rio in 2016 in the IOC meeting before the event, there they will define if surfing will be invited to 2020 Tokyo Summer Games, and that would be really a huge step for surfing.
Well, you got to look at what snowboarding did for the Winter Games. You know, before snowboarding was introduced into the Olympics, it was kind of looked at as a, you know, kind of a rebel sport, you know, compared to skiing and the heritage of some of the Olympic sports that we saw. But now you look back at the last games, and man, I couldn't tell you who did what in skiing or ice skating, but I could tell you exactly what happened in half-pipe snowboarding and slopestyle. So, you know, snowboarding basically changed the whole Winter Olympics Games. You know, surfing does have that ability to bring in new fans. You know, the Olympics, and if I'm talking to somebody from the Olympic Committee, I'm saying, you know, you want a younger audience, you want to grow your base of viewers around the world, add surfing. I mean, I'll watch.
Exactly, and obviously being an Olympic sport will mean for all the national federations more money, more sponsorship. Brands will appear wanting to sponsor surfing. And we're seeing surfing all over the place. I mean, a famous brand of computers, each and every advertising, I mean, on the screen is a surfer or a wave, or they're using names of famous waves around the world for their products. So surfing is getting there little by little. And obviously they've made a remake of Point Break. That's going to help us.
Huge. Well, 6 minutes and 40 seconds ago, 2015 ISA World Surfing Games here live from Nicaragua. Popoyo, Sebastian Correa from Peru in the lead. Francisco Morosini from Uruguay in second, and Benedikt Sarkany from Sweden. He's slowly climbing up with improving scores, a 2.17 and a 2.6. So, he's incrementally improving wave scores, and you see his wave selection, and hey, he's got the fans behind him. Some of the smaller countries with smaller teams, they kind of get adopted by the whole beach. I mean, you look at the Swiss surf team, and Sweden's got a team, Denmark has a team, and they might not have come in huge numbers, but I tell you what, by the end of the week, they're going to have massive support from all the rest of the teams, because, I mean, how stoked are you? You're the sole, surfer from your country here in Nicaragua representing, and, people get caught up in that story, and it's cool. I think, the underdog story is alive and well here, and, coming up in the next heat number 6, Anthony Filligan from Costa Rica, Diego Salgado from Panama, Jackson Obando from Nicaragua, Mateus Farias from Brazil.
Very well pronounced.
I try.
So 5 minutes and 20, we're soon going to go to that yellow flag. A bit more pressure for Benedikt Sarkany, and I mean, look at the scores. You can see them there on your screen at the top, and he's almost got the Uruguayan Sebastián Correa from Peru in combination. He needs 9.9, almost a perfect score right now. So, but as we said before, first and second, until you're not in the final, doesn't matter as much. You just want to advance your rounds, and it's very difficult. Obviously, if you pass first or second, you go to a different heat, and some try to calculate who will tactics, I get, right? If I get first or second. But obviously, trying to V for second is a difficult strategy.
Yeah, and I tell you what, those repechage heats, they can be dangerous because, there's a certain amount of desperation that goes in with that second final chance to get through. So people definitely up their game when it comes to the repechage heats. We got a split peak here. We're going to be following the right. That was Benedikt Sarkany going down, and going left, big backhand hook from Sebastián Correa, surfer from Peru, just adding some damaging backside surfing to his score line. That is going to be a huge score for Sebastián Correa. And right behind him, Francisco Morosini, he goes down, but Sebastian, his low score right now is a 6.57. I think that last wave will easily topple that score and definitely put him in the excellent range.
Excellent surfer from Peru, Sebastián Correa. Only 19 years old. He's just come out of the juniors. Now only he can compete in open. And I mean, Peru are such a strong team last year, and they are the defending gold medalists. They don't have the world champion. I mean, last year the world champion was Argentinian, Lele Osuna. And that was at Punta Rocas in Lima. That was the 50th anniversary edition of the ISA Games. And we're starting the second half of the century. It's going to be the year 51 already for ISA. And these two important decisions for the Olympic Games, it seems to be with a bright future for surfing and what's coming up.
Oh, definitely. It's all happening. Here's Benedikt Sarkany. Late takeoff. Grabs his rail. Gives it 110%. But sometimes the ocean can take 110%. Right there, that's what happened. Benedikt Sarkany, your surfer from Switzerland, up and down. But the Switzerland contingent, they've come strong here, the full team. Here's your next heat. Open men says heat 6. Anthony Filligan from Costa Rica, Jackson Obando from Nicaragua. I'm very excited to see what Jackson's got. He's come in with a lot of confidence, and he's stoked to be surfing in front of his home crowd. From Panama and Mateus Farias from Brazil.
That's coming up soon. For now, those three surfers, you can see the Uruguayan there and Benedikt Sarkany. We saw him wipe out first on the right, and then 1 minute later he does almost the same wipe out but on the left. And it seems sometimes even if they don't get hands off the board, they won't take that as a wave ridden. So I'm not sure if scores are coming in, but look at that last wave of Sebastián Correa. That's the best wave of the heat and probably of the event so far, 8.83.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be in the near perfect range, and I do like that the judges have kind of left a little bit of space for to give that 9, to give that 10, and we've already seen a couple good little barrels being ridden so far. The tube of the day going to Dylan Southworth from Mexico, but right now the wave of the day, Sebastián Correa, that 8.83. So Ian Crane had some good scores in his last wave. Ben Bourgeois started strong. So some high scores being dropped, but the judges leaving a little bit of space for perfection. And I like that because we've got a lot of heats to go. We're going to go 24 heats today, Philip.
Yeah, so the whole first round of the men's. Tomorrow we will be seeing also the first apparition of the woman, I guess. Each country can send 4 men and 2 women, so the women field is half as many as the men. But the level is going to be incredible for the women, and I mean, women surfing has been progressing, I mean, tremendously over the years, and I mean, the level now of these top women is incredible.
Well, right now we have Shannon Quirk on the beach, and I believe she's with the Costa Rican surf team.
3, 2, 1.
Super happy to be here in Nicaragua. Amazing day, the opening day of surfing. It's gonna go Anthony Filligan for us, our team, and we're really happy and supporting. You know, we live in the Pura Vida dream, no? And so we're super stoked and sending all the vibe to him right now.
Good deal. And what's the wave like at Popoyo? Why do you love coming here?
I really love it. It's my first time here in Popoyo, and the wave is similar to one that we have in Costa Rica called Escondida. And well, we've been training a lot for the last couple of days, and well, I think we feel confident enough to do a great result. Yee-hee, Pura Vida!
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Shannon. Pura Vida. Well, not only going for best team, but also best hair. Carlos Munoz coming in hot. And it's about a 7-hour drive here to Nicaragua from Costa Rica, so they've traveled in numbers, and it'll be exciting to see them compete.
So there goes the buzzer indicating the end of this heat number 5. Unofficial positions until now. First position for red from Peru, Sebastián Correa with 16.16. Second position for white, Francisco Morosini from Uruguay, 7.93. Big point difference there. And third position, he will be going to the repechage in yellow, Benedict Sarkany from Switzerland with 4.77. We're going to wait for the start of this heat number 6 as I'm joined by Mike Latronic, better known as Miguel Electronico. What a pleasure to work again with you, my friend.
Aloha, Felipe, and aloha to the world. Stoked to be here once again in the beautiful coastline here in Nicaragua. Great waves at Popoyo Beach. Saw some good action in that last heat. Looked like our man from Peru was just killing it. And coming up in this heat, Anthony Filligan from Costa Rica, Diego Salgado from Panama. We also have Jackson Obando from Nicaragua and Mateus Fares from Brazil. So this is a pretty stacked heat.
And pretty Latin American affair. So there goes. Start of the heat, 19 minutes and 50 seconds. 4 riders. First 2 will go towards round 2 of the main event. Third and fourth position will go towards repechage.
All right, well, if you're just tuning in, this is the Nicaragua original 2015 ISA Surfing Games. ISA stands for the International Surfing Association. This is where the surfing tribes of the world gather, and we are once again flying the flag of unity throughout the world under the umbrella of surfing. We are looking at Popoyo Beach. This is a fun little reef break, rights and lefts, and got some activity there in the lineup.
I mean, it can take pretty good size Popoyo. I mean, when it starts getting bigger and bigger, it gets a little bit less fun and a bit more intense. And I mean, you can have double overhead plus here. And there goes what is the first wave of this heat number 6, Diego Salgado from Panama, who's going to open a scoreboard.
Yeah, well, some great waves in Panama as well. And here goes Jackson Obando, the local surfer from Nicaragua, showing some flair there, doing a nice carving slash back into the section, followed up with another one and another one, 3 in a row there. So a good way to get to start the heat there for the local boy.
Here comes Costa Rican Anthony Filligan, a really good rider here on the back, and keeps on advancing, going round that section, goes up the wave, couldn't get exactly up on that second one. He hits the top of the lip, goes for another cut back, goes back to the white water. He keeps on advancing. Finally kicks out on that first wave. So Diego Salgado and Anthony Filligan are already waiting for their first score. As we can see, the whole team of Costa Rica, as you said, it's probably the team that's got except from Nicaragua, the easiest travel down here. They probably come driving and not even by plane, and they're very close by. And they are pura vida mai, like they like to say.
Well, first scores coming in there, nothing too much to be excited about, but a 1.5 there for Diego Salgado, just up and out. But waiting on Filium's score and Obundo's. There's going to be much closer looked at by the judges, probably looking at the replay. Luckily, the judges have a replay system, so they're able to really analyze every aspect of the rider and the maneuvers performed. About 17 minutes left, and in case you don't know, this World Championship is made possible by Nicaragua Única Original, presented by Claro and La FIS, and supported by La Alcaldía de Tola, La Cámara Nacional de Turismo de Nicaragua, and our media partners, Surfline, the official wave forecaster, Surfos Magazine, and Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America. And Latin almost rhymes with lighten, and looks like Anthony Filium's lighting up this left-hander.
So here he comes again. He's already got 5.77 for his opening ride, so taking the lead there, and it seems that's going to be a second very good score. And there you can see at the bottom of the screen, I mean, there's very little water there on that end section before you see the reef.
Well, the tide is filling in. Low tide was about 7 or 8 this morning. It's supposed to be high tide again around 1 or 2. So even at high tide, there are some exposed rocks close to the beach, but I can see, even from the first heats I announced earlier, a lot more water on the reef. So I would imagine that's going to create a situation to give the surfers the opportunity to get a little crazier with a little more water underneath them. So I expect to see some more air game and bigger maneuvers as the day progresses.
15 minutes and 30 seconds left. There goes the second wave of Anthony Filium from Costa Rica, 6.5, so he's firmly in the lead, well in front of the rest of the field. Jackson Obando from Nicaragua, the local boy, his first wave, 4 points, so we're going to go for that second score. He's asking for the time. And interesting fact also, Jackson Obando is one of the 2 surfers from Nicaragua that got one of the ISA scholarships. So we've been talking about the education programs, but I mean, the ISA in the last 7 years has given nearly $250,000 to 227 athletes. They give scholarships of $1,000 to young surfers under 18 that must show that they've got difficulties in getting their professional career on track, and that they've got good results at school. There's all a program that needs to be well done if you want those scholarships, and they must be introduced by the National Surfing Federation. There he is, Jackson Obando. He's actually right now 17 years old, and he got that scholarship that helped him. And we've seen examples, Junino Urcia, for example, from Team Peru. He's also for, I don't know how many times he's been representing Peru, but he got several scholarships, because you're not limited to one. If you keep on going, you can get several. And he went to become a professional surfer, doing the QS and defending part of the gold medalist team at the World Surfing Games for Peru, and coming from a very poor fisherman's family. So you can check more about isasurf.org for the scholarships if you want to know and you know a kid. But for now, we're going to the beach with Shannon with an interview.
Hey guys, I'm down here with the coach for the Nicaraguan team, Dexter Ramirez. How are you supporting them? What are you giving them advice? ¿Cómo está apoyando y qué estás diciendo para el equipo?
Bueno, como sabemos, las condiciones están variables, las olas están cambiando de posición, el pico. Entonces, como nosotros hemos venido estudiando esta ola durante un mes más o menos con todos los chicos acá, estamos recomendándole que se vayan a uno de los picos que sabemos que está bastante consistente, entonces que se mantengan ahí, que no peleen mucho la ola que los demás están siguiendo y que no tiene mucha pared para hacer buen puntaje. Entonces estamos recomendándoles que se queden en el pico consistente para poder hacer buen puntaje.
Great. So he's saying he wants the team to stay by the peak, don't move around too much, really stay where it's consistent so that you're not losing the waves. And he's giving a lot of support to the entire team. ¿Y cómo es para estar en Nicaragua con el equipo aquí en la playa de tu casa? How does it feel to be at your home break, really, with this whole team here supporting?
Bueno, nosotros esperamos que tener buenos resultados conforme al tipo de tabla que estamos usando, el pico que estamos surfeando. Queremos como equipo anfitrión, ¿verdad? De estos Surfing Games queremos dar buenos resultados para que Nicaragua también se anime. Sabemos que hay mucha gente que está apoyándonos en toda Nicaragua y en varias partes del mundo también que ama Nicaragua y no queremos decepcionarlos, queremos dar buenos resultados, así es que creo que estamos dando todo lo que tenemos por dar y esperamos que la ola mejore, que no nos está ayudando mucho.
So he's saying that he really wants to prove the whole team to not only Nicaragua, but everyone that loves Nicaragua and that comes here to surf. He is excited for them to get good results, and I have no doubt that they will. So, buena suerte, and thank you so much for your time.
Gracias. Good
That
luck
was
to all the
the
teams.
coach of the Nicaragua. That's Dexter Ramirez. He's been working with us. He was the spotter for the two last events here in Nicaragua, and he's coaching the Nicaraguan team. So good on him for Dexter, good friend. And there we saw Anthony Fillingham there destroying that wave.
That was some of the best maneuvering I've seen this. Filligan just went berserk on those first two sections. He's already got 2 decent scores, so strategy there, go for broke. He's doing just that. No doubt in my mind that score is going to be a whopper. And here goes our surfer from Nicaragua, local boy, Obundo's kind of looking a little casual here, but he's looking like he's got a little more energy here on the inside reef. Looks like he just wants to get that second scoring ride under his belt. He's got to throw away a 3-3, and be real interesting to see the comparison of those two. Filligan just throwing it complete abandon into those first 2 turns, open section, set wave, and real excited to see that.
He's going to probably change that lower score that he's got, actually a 5.77, and Jackson Obando in yellow from Nicaragua actually needs 8.27, so pretty high score, and that's going to probably change, and he's going to need something a bit higher. I mean, what surprises me up until now is Mateus Farias. With half of the heat already gone by, we haven't seen him very much in action, and I don't know if we're seeing him there paddling back up, if he just caught a wave, or if he's still waiting on that first try.
Yeah, well, while he's waiting, Anthony Fillion just landed an 8.83, firmly holding down first place position. So at this point, I would believe most of the other surfers are comboed. And looks like Filligan's gonna look at this surfer in white, Diego from Panama, unable to make any headway with that lineup.
There's the Team Costa Rica. As you can see, that offshore wind is already blowing here on the beach. Also, it's very welcome because, I mean, it's really hot down there. And so there we've got Costa Rica, Nicaragua, almost the 3 neighboring countries competing in this heat. And there comes Jackson Obando.
All right, well, he did a nice back of that wave, long floater, got himself a 3.93 on the wave before, so he's not going to be satisfied with that. He knows he needs to up his game, and if he's going to even get close to getting to Filligan, he's going to need to open up on a set wave.
Yeah, so that last wave, the one we just saw before, where he went berserk on those 2 first maneuvers, gets him 8.83. So those are the 2 higher scores until one in the heat before for Sebastian Correa, and so those are the 2 highest notes until now, and that leaves in a situation of combination the rest of the field. They now all need to replace the 2 waves and get 15.33 if they want first position, but here comes Diego Salgado, 5.17 for his last wave, and he's looking to replace 1.5, which he seems to already have done right now, and look at that last turn.
Yeah, nice last turn there, unable to hold that re-entry. Some smart surfing, a little conservative there on the outside sections, but you know, he's got 2 throwaway scores, so he only needs a small score to jet into second place over the local boy Jackson Obunda. And you know what, I'm going to venture to say that he did enough on that wave before the closeout section, and Obunda's going to have to look for something a little better to get himself in an advancing position.
That's right. So we've seen that in previous heats and previous events also, where we've got a clear leader that separates from the pack. In this case, Anthony Fillingham well over the top of the 3 other riders, and then that's where the battle starts to begin. Is to get into that second position and not be behind the cutout in 3rd and 4th, knowing that you go towards the repechage. There also we saw Oli Camarena. He is the 2 years ago, he got 2nd place in Panama on his home spot, and I mean, as Fernando put it back then, we would have had, I mean, he was leading that final until the situation just changed, and finally South Africa took the victory, but we would have had the first American world champion with Oli Camarena, and he's going to try to go all the way this time, get into the final, and get that revenge from 2 years ago in Santa Catalina, Panama.
Yeah, well, at this point, Anthony Fillingham is pretty much just having a free surf. Kicks out of that wave. It's probably not going to impact his score too much. But Diego Salgado, his wave score still yet to be dropped. Judges having a very close look at that. And in the meantime, looks like Obando is making his way over to the left-hand section here. He's got himself a paddle going on here and gets into this wave. So let's see what Jackson Obando of his situation.
So here comes that first maneuver, yeah, off the top, going for another re-entry there. Pretty vertical as the wave seems to be withering down there, and finally backs out. He's in a situation of combination. He's in 2nd place, but basically what he needs to do now is improve his score and try to get out of reach of. Though he's not going for 1st place, he's just trying to get enough distance from Diego Salgado to try to secure a safe passage to the 2nd round in the main event.
Yeah, well, this being an obvious three-man heat now, our surfer from Brazil, Matias Farias, is a no-show in the lineup, but 3 people surfing, and Jackson Obando, with the wave before that, actually moved into 2nd place with a 4.07. I'm going to venture to say that last wave he rode was his best ride, so he's going to strengthen his position. Meanwhile, Salgado doesn't need a big requirement, so it is a battle for 2nd place right now. Getting back to what you were saying about the ISA and the scholarship program, there was a nice talk we had yesterday with Fernando, and gave a really good analogy. You know, you might see a beautiful mansion somewhere, but the foundation has to be important, and the ISA does just that, building the foundation of surfing all around the planet.
So it's a work on all fronts. I mean, it's education programs, coaching, judges, but also getting the surfers from a very young level, just so that they can develop their surf and be at a high professional level when they're at their prime. Obviously, that was a bit the problem of underdeveloped countries when they didn't have such a big surfing history or industry, is that you're basically at 2022, when you're starting to increase your level of surfing, you're too much behind the other nations. So ISA scholarships, $1,000 to $500 now for each surfer who gets granted those scholarships. And for a lot of surfers, we've seen the stories, those have helped them tremendously to travel, to get to World Surfing Games. They do what they want with the money, just they have to develop their surfing career, and a lot have done so and end up on national surf teams.
Yeah, and you know what? We've got a very, very special young guest with Shannon Quirk down on the beach. You guys are gonna love this little surfer.
So Popoyo, you started surfing here when you were really young, huh?
Yeah. I started surfing here when I was 2 with my dad, and he pushed me in the waves, and now this is my home break and I love it.
Cool. And what about the big days? Do you get nervous about paddling out there?
Yeah, but my dad's there, and so I feel better, and he encourages me. So then, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I bet you're inspiring a bunch of girls out here. Do you see girls with you surfing?
What?
Are there other girls that surf here at Popoyo?
No, there are only big girls that come here for vacation and stuff. So it's just me and my sister.
And you like surfing with your sister?
Yeah, sometimes, because other times she gets all the waves. So.
Well, you got to paddle battle her out there. Good luck and keep cheering on your team.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Bye.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, that's way too cute, but if she's towing into 8-foot surf, you know, there's I mean, you can't really call that cute. That's charging.
Yeah, so that was Candelaria Rezano. She's the youngest competitor.
Going to need a giant score, a pretty big score, a 7.64 to get through this heat.
And only 1 minute left, so there are lots of pressure for Jackson Obando. He was in second position. You can see that he's getting the information from the beach announcer about that new situation. 1 minute left, and having to get that pretty big score. There we get Simon Salazar from Colombia bringing us food. Thank you, Simon.
I'll have a cappuccino, please. Joking.
40 seconds. So there, Jackson Obando in a difficult spot for Nicaragua, as we saw those two girls. And adding to that 11-year-old girl, she gets towed in by her father in Outer Reef Popoyo, and he lets go of the rope. He doesn't let her back out. So he just cuts the rope off from the jet ski and you're going, whatever. Obviously, it's a bit dangerous, but I hope he knows what he's doing. And these girls seem to have turned fine surfers. But if you're surfing at overhead, or in their case, double overhead very quickly for these two little girls, obviously when it's this size, it's a lot less impressive for them, and they should be very at ease in this wave. As we're hearing the countdown, this is the end of heat number 6, Mike.
Yep, well, the good news is it's a non-elimination situation, so all surfers will continue on in this contest. The designers of the ISA felt that it was very important to give second chances. So it also brings out the best surfing. So we're going to see Jackson Obando again in the repechage rounds, and Diego Salgado from Panama and Anthony Filligim from Costa Rica will be advancing in the main rounds. So great surfing there, especially from Filligim from Costa Rica. Really put on a great display. In fact, he nailed that last cutback. I don't know if we got to commentate that, but he just did this crazy backside layback in the whitewash. Pretty good.
So we've got the two highest scores of the day up until now. Anthony Filligim from Costa Rica with an 8.83, and the exact same score for Sebastian Correa from Peru. And so as we were talking about with Chris, it's nice that they're leaving that space to give out 9s and 10 and not get themselves cornered right now, because the level is going to get higher and higher as we advance through these heats and also through the rounds as we get higher in the following days, because we're here until Sunday for these ISA World Surfing Games 2015 in Popoyo.
Well, I'm on a high just being here. I mean, it's really great to be back in Nicaragua, to be cruising on the ISA level, and some great surfing to come. Always stoked to be surrounded by the surfing tribes of the world. In this next heat, we're looking at red, Manuel Salman from Chile. In the yellow, Christian Mendez from Guatemala. And in the white, Juan Carlos from Puerto Rico. And Luis St. John from Barbados.
Yeah, Juan Carlos Guerena from Puerto Rico. There the system just truncates a bit the name. And Manuel Selman from Chile. There's a guy I know pretty well. Manuel Selman is a great surfer. And he was the 3 times Latin American junior champ on the circuit of Alas. Asociación Latinoamericana de Surf. They do a circuit in all Latin America, and Manuel Selman won 3 times the junior title, but he lives in República Dominicana. He lived there most of his life. He was born in Chile, and then they moved there to Central America, and he's just recently moved back last year to Chile.
All right, well, that was Christian Mendez from Guatemala. Kind of did a nice big re-entry float over the section to make the rest of that wave. Not a especially huge wave to... Sounds like we've got ourselves another great beach interview, so we're going to go down to Shannon Quirk.
Hey guys, we're down here with Anthony Fillingham. You just won your heat. How stoked are you?
Well, first of all, I want to thank God to have all the team here and all the teams together in this beautiful beach. Stoked to make my heat. It was a tough heat against 2 countries that are together from Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Panama. So I just knew I need to get the right waves and make the score, and that's what I basically did.
The conditions are picking up. Are you looking forward to a little bit bigger surf too?
Oh yeah, for sure. We've been here for like 5 days, and the beginning of the week was like 6 to 8 foot, and it was so good. So we're like frothing to get back big again.
Awesome. And how does it feel to have the Costa Rican flag behind you and your whole team cheering you on?
Well, it feels really good. The vibe of the whole team has been really like together and really unique. And bueno, ahora en español, la verdad, agradecer a todos los ticos que nos están apoyando desde Costa Rica y de toda parte del mundo. Felicitar a todos los demás participantes, al staff que está increíble y bueno, primero Dios que nos tiene a todos acá y pura vida y gracias a todos.
All right, the thank yous all around. Pura vida. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. So there was Anthony Fillingham taking that first place in heat number 6. We are already in heat number 7. 3 minutes have gone by. We've only got 1 wave from Guatemalan Christian Mendez, who's in yellow there on your screen. 3.5 for his opening score. And we're going to wait there on the 3 other competitors to see what they're doing.
Yeah, most of the weight on that 3.5 was that big opening section. As I was saying before the interview, it looked like the rest of the wave kind of died out, so it was really a question of opportunity, just not a whole lot of opportunity left on that wave for a bigger score. But good job getting the sea legs out. You know, it's always a good bit of confidence when you can do a big maneuver early in the heat. So here we go. Here's Juan Carlo Carena from Puerto Rico, lighting up a smaller wave here on the inside, but doing a lot of turns.
Yeah, very fast on that wave, lots of maneuvers, very active. So we're going to wait for his opening score. We're also waiting from the nation of Barbados, Luis St. John. We saw Brian and Kevin Talma from Barbados last month at the SOP event in Sayulita, Mexico. Great couple of brothers there coming from the windsurf world, and we're going to wait. There he is in the middle of our screen in black, Luis St. John from Barbados. Some of these smaller countries that come to the events, and for example, one of the last nations was the US Virgin Islands, who've sent a few competitors, but let's see Christian Mendez here on the wave.
Well, it looks like he's definitely picked himself a more open wall here, although it's dying out this time, so able to maybe squeeze out another turn here on the inside floater, and then opts just to get out. No more wall on that wave, so possibly gonna eclipse his 3.5, but still you can tell by the energy in that man's movement that he is looking to unleash on a better wall. 15 minutes 5 seconds remaining, so plenty of time on the clock. Few surfers yet to open their account, including that multiple world junior champion, or multiple Latin American champion, Miguel Salmon. There you see him paddling on your screen in the red, looking to get started here.
Yeah, it's been 5 minutes without not one single wave for the Chilean Manuel Selman. There he is, Manuelito. He's going to make that wave. He's looking into the right, and here he comes, goes for the in the left, and then nice opening turn. Nice cutback here, a re-entry, well vertical, lots of power here. Spinning the tail there and getting it over, trying to go round the section. It's going to be difficult, but here he comes to open face. Managed to get one more maneuver, so 4 maneuvers, but nice opening turn for Manuel Selman from Chile.
Yeah, really made that one critical section look smooth and easy, but that
Manuel Selman en el agua.
muy rápido.
That's it. We're trying to teach Spanish to Miguel Electrónico, Mike Lachonic, world champion in the Cajuna division, actual reigning world champion.
Muchos.
Also runs a bit further down the reef, allowing a couple more maneuvers if you're fast enough. But obviously we've seen most of the good riders passing in first and second position, combining left and right to show as well the front side but the back side on this wave and show a variety of repertoire. So we're still waiting on scores. The judges have got a replay system, so sometimes they're using the replay to compare it to previous heats or this actual heat. And here comes Christian Mendes, that's his third wave. We still haven't got the score. Nice cutback going almost in the tube and coming through the curtain of water there. That was a nice maneuver. And so we're going to wait on the scores. We're expecting like 4 or 5 waves right now on the scoreboard to define the situation when there's 12 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Yeah, well, cutback was the name of the game there. I think a little too much back on the cut, so great cutback, but unfortunately unable to keep up with the rest of that wave. Can't tell you exactly what's going on score-wise, but you know, a lot of waves being ridden, and the good news is when that happens, the judges are taking their good time to get it right. They have a replay machine, and you know, even though some of these rides aren't going to break into the excellent range, they want to pick it apart as accurate as possible.
So the scores are starting to come in. You can see them there on your screen. Manuel Selman 6.83, so the best wave of the heat so far. He was in first position, but then the second wave of Christian Mendes from Guatemala came in 4.07. That took him back to the first position. He's waiting on a third score that might be better than that 3.5. Here's Puerto Rico, Juan Carlos Guerre, 4.43 on his second wave. So as the scores are coming in, we're going to wait. We also saw one first wave for Luis St. John from Barbados. We're waiting on that score. And there's the third wave from Christian Mendes from Guatemala. 3-point ride, so not better than his second highest score, a 3.5. He now needs 5.36 if he wants to take first position from Juan Carlos Guerena. And as we see Luis St. John there asking for the situation, he's waiting for his score. Obviously he wants to know how much does he need right now.
Well, interesting there. Juan Carlos Guerrero scoring a 4.43, so accurate statement by saying that the rights may not be offering as much scoring potential as the lefts, although he did perform quite a few maneuvers. It just seems like the rights, they jack up, they steep up, and then it's all about cutbacks all the way to the inside, whereas the lefts, you can do that cutback, it might back off a little bit, but then you get a nice steep inside section as well.
Getting to the middle of the seat, 10 minutes left. There we see Manuel Selman still got one single wave. And as we see, there's no waves coming. We want to thank, obviously, everybody who makes this Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games possible. It is presented by Claro and La FIS. We are also supported by La Alcaldía de Rivas and the Consejo Superior de la Empresa Privada. And we want to thank also our media partners Surfers Village, Waves Brazil, Gravedad Zero, and Via de Escape, who is producing this excellent webcast that you are enjoying right now.
Well, you see all 4 surfers on the screen. Not a whole lot of activity in the lineup as yet. Tide is moving in. I would gather to say that the tide is high in just a few hours, but you can see in the foreground some of the boils there. The whitewash just went over some very shallow sections, so tide's moving in. We should see some of that new swell arriving today, but the prediction is for a solid increase on Thursday, according to our official wave forecaster, Surfline.
That's right. So less than 9 minutes. Manuel Selman still needs that second wave, as well as Luis St. John from Barbados. His first wave was a 5-point ride. And I mean, Manuel Selman from Chile, if he wants to advance to second position, only needs 0.74. So basically just get up and do one maneuver and he should be on the other side. but Christian Mendez from Guatemala is going to try to improve that 3.5. You can see him paddling as far as possible, trying to advance in the lineup and try to get first choice of the waves that are going to come in the next 8 minutes.
All right, well, 8 minutes is ample time. Pretty good time maybe to mention what the impact of surfing has done here in Nicaragua in just a few short years. It was only 3 years ago when the first ISA event came to Nicaragua in the form of the Masters. I was fortunate enough to join that crew at Colorado's Beach, a little ways away from here. But within those 3 years, and here goes Selman. He's got himself a ride, not much of a ride, but probably put him into first place. But yeah, Nicaragua, in just the 3 years since that first event, surfing has become the #1 source of visitor income. So, you know, no secret now that there's great waves in Nicaragua, and the ISA has really helped to spread that foundation.
Here comes the leader of the heat, Juan Carlos Guerena from Puerto Rico. Very active on that wave, as you can see. Going for that re-entry, almost a floater as he's coming back down. Then one last maneuver, trying to change that 4.43. Let's see what the judges define. And right behind, here comes the second wave from the surfer from Barbados, Louis St. John.
Well, a radical floater off the lip there at the end, but unfortunately that wave not being too cooperative as far as providing multiple sections. But some good work there when he did find some vertical space.
6 minutes and 40, and I mean, we've got several examples of countries that through ISA World Surfing events have integrated surfing as a source of income through tourism, because Nicaragua is a fine example with this 4th event, but for example Panama too, because pre-2009 surfing did not register in the country's tourism revenue, and after 3 years of hosting the ISA World Championships, surfing accounted for 15% of the country's tourism revenue, and so from that it's almost 1.5 of the gross domestic product is from surfing. So it does have an impact, and also the lifestyle and getting surfing and being able to get the coast will also develop all those coastal areas. So surfing is a great tool. If maybe your surfing federation is listening to this webcast and you'd like to try to host an event, you can enter in contact with the ISA through isasurf.org and see what it entails and what is required.
Well, what it is required is this big set coming in. You can see on your screen possibly one of the bigger waves of the day. Surfer up in black, up and down. Looks like maybe a little wax could help him right there. And unable to take advantage of that sizable wave, that was Manuel Salmon in the red, just missing out with Juan Carlos Guerena. Christian Mendez in the yellow further out. But it looks like Salmon's going to get this wall here with the other surfer a little too far behind. Salmon didn't want to take the chance.
Does not want to risk that interference. For now, that last wave, as you saw, didn't do much, but exactly as you predicted, Mike, that was enough to take him to second position. He went through. So for now, Juan Carlos Guerena from Puerto Rico in white was first, but that last wave from Louis St. John gets him 6.27. He took the lead there, Louis St. John, or would they have confused two waves? Or that was the wave before from Louis St. John, because that last wave he just did one maneuver and fell off the board. That cannot be a 6-point ride.
I'd venture to say that unfortunately we missed the opening part of that wave. He probably did another maneuver on the outside to get that score, and the judges have a pretty tight lock on that. So suffice to say, good surfing there from our surfer in blue from Barbados. But the heat is far from over. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left. Manuel Selman yet to throw down his good second scoring ride, and here he goes. The surfer from Chile's found himself a nice open wall, long floater off the top, and does a nice vertical snap off the end of that, throwing some spray on that last section. So this is going to make a big difference. Back into only needed a 4.44. Here goes Guatemalan surfer Mendez. Not sure what he did on the outside of that section.
Bien, vamos con ya en notas que tengo aquí en la pantalla. velocidad de olas que tenemos aquí en Popoyo, increíble.
Yeah, well,
Pay attention, boys. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Quedan 3 minutos con 10 segundos.
Looks like the swells kicking in, the tide's kicking in, something's happening here.
Bien, atención, color amarillo. Cristian, tus dos últimas olas, 1.43 y 0.23. Pero ahora tu última ola todavía.
Check turn there on that one, but finishes nicely there with another crack in the closeout section. So he needed to throw away a 5.0. And we're going to see what the judges say, but he may have improved his position there in first place.
Here comes Juan Carlos Guerena. Finally decides not to take that wave. Probably a wise decision, as we see as it crumbles away there towards the left. He'll be going back out. We've seen the surfers from the following heat also already entering the water, getting ready for what's coming. We'll see Marcelo Rodriguez from Argentina, Doon Kennings from New Zealand, Ezequiel Gonzalez from Venezuela, and Nicolau von Roop from Portugal. So that's going to be also a very eclectic heat with 4 nations represented. 2 minutes left. And the surfers, Juan Carlos Guerena from Puerto Rico, further on the inside, Manuel Selman from Chile, right next to him, and there goes the score, 5.93 for Manuel Selman. That's enough to take him to first position when there's less than 2 minutes left.
All right, and with less than 2 minutes left, we are going down to Shannon at the beach. She's got the coach from Team Portugal. Take it away, Shannon.
So it seems interview's not perfectly ready.
Oh, that was a false alarm. Sorry. We still got a minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Some definite place switching going on here. Manuel Selman from Chile moved into first place. Luis St. John down to second place, but still looking for a wave. Juan Carlos Guerrero is looking for a 6.67 to get into first, and just a 5.18 to move into second place. Meanwhile, surfer in yellow only needs a 6.18. Our surfer from Guatemala needs a 6.18 to get into advancing position.
45 seconds as the beach announcer there. Kevin Moore from Peru, working alongside Mono Barrientos from Chile. Both are beach announcers, indicating to the surfers that there's very little time left. And I mean, Puerto Rico and Guatemala were in the lead for the first half of the series, and then it just was turned on its head, upside down with the change. But we're going to go down now with the interview of Shannon, of the team manager of Portugal.
He's one of the best surfers in your country. How's it feel to have him on your team?
Yeah, it's great to have Nick on the team. It's the first time that Nick is representing Portugal on the ISA event, and Nick is well known, or more known, for his insane barrels in Ireland. But for those who surf with him whole weeks, he's all-around surfer. He's really good in airs. He's really good in big waves. It's good on the rail. You will see him surfing full rail, full speed. So on the past days, he's been one of the best guys surfing on the rail on the goofy footers.
Awesome. And what's his magic board out there? What did you recommend?
He will ride a 6.0. He's been good. It's a round pin, so he's very confident. It's one of his magic boards. He rides a board from cement, and he's very confident for the hit.
Awesome. Anything you want to say to Portugal if they're tuning in?
In Portuguese, olá a todos em Portugal. Tem sido bom receber o vosso apoio aqui no Campeonato do Mundo. Temos aqui a equipa super motivada e estamos aqui para tentar trazer a medalha de ouro. É esse o nosso objetivo e vamos fazer tudo o que tiver ao nosso alcance para que isso seja uma realidade e um feito histórico para Portugal. Obrigado a todos pelo apoio.
He said we hope everyone's watching in Portugal and that they can bring home a winner. And in a quick summary. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. And yeah, the Portugal team, man, looking good. We're right into it. Heat number 8. Marcelo Rodriguez from Argentina. Doon Kennings from New Zealand. Ezequiel Gonzalez from Venezuela, and Nick Van Rupp from Portugal. So the Portuguese team coming in strong, one of the best young surfers right now in the world. Nick Van Rupp, put this guy out in barreling waves, he'll pull in. Put him out in ramps, he'll do airs. Nick Van Rupp is a threat really to take out this whole event, and the Portuguese, or the team from Portugal is looking really strong, Mike.
Well, this is the ISA World Surfing Games. There's a lot of strong teams, and yeah, definitely looking strong. Here's our surfer in black, Nicholas Van Rupp, taking the top off of that section, but coming unstuck at the end of that. So as you foretold, of great stuff from Rupp, unable to finish clean, but a lot of good surfing before that.
Well, if you're just joining us, we are live from Popoyo Beach here in Nicaragua. This is the Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mike Laytronic. Now, Mike, you started surfing here in Nicaragua 23 years ago. You definitely, you and Mark Fu, I've heard you tell this story before, came here way back then and basically had the place to yourselves.
Well, yeah, we didn't see another surfer in sight the whole time we were here. We were here about 8 or 9 days, invited by the government through, I believe it was Morris Overseas Tours back in the day, used to run a lot of great surfing adventures. And we had a TV show back then called H3O. So we came down here and we did a segment or two from Nicaragua, then we went to Costa Rica. But yeah, I surfed this place about 4 or 5 days in a row by myself. Mark went out to the outside lefts. I followed him out there, and it was kind of windy and a little mushy. So I went back to the rights and just got little head dip barrels after barrels and great little sun sections that went a left a couple times. But when you'll see it as the swell gets bigger, when it gets a little bigger, the left can be a little more closed out, and the right opens up quite a bit more.
Well, we're getting right into it. Two surfers paddling right here. Looks like it's going to be Ezequiel Gonzalez from Venezuela.
Cracking that outside section there, Chris, and gets a little cutback in there and opts to get out of that wave. Didn't see a whole lot of scoring potential beyond that. And Marcelo Rodriguez from Team Argentina also finds a little lip time there on the outside. Another cutback, but he's going to work this wall on the inside and wait for it to sort of build up here. Another cutback. That's a couple cutbacks in a row. Judges are going to want to see a little more variation, but not so much on the inside. So just getting his sea legs there, and Nick Van Rupp on his second ride.
Well, Nick, super powerful goofy footer, and Portugal known for pretty much open ocean slab waves and all kinds of rippable beach breaks. So Nick Van Rupp, he's surfed it all. He's kind of been on the QS Tour now for a couple years. He's been a pro junior competitor now for a couple years as well. So definitely making a huge name for himself competitively, as well as filming a lot. You know, he's filmed with Connor and Parker Coffin for some Young Wise Tales projects and some Hurley projects. So Nick Van Rupp, a household name at this point, and it's great to see him in the ISA World Games.
We are going to go to another interview with the lovely Shannon Quirk on the beach.
Representing Argentina, y I'm going to ask him how the ceremony last night, cómo fue la ceremonia para abrir el evento.
La verdad que fue una ceremonia muy linda. La ISA, los felicito, siempre hacen un comienzo de torneo, la verdad que increíble, con bailes tradicionales acá de Nicaragua, que es un lugar muy lindo. La gente te recibe, la verdad que muy bien. Y nada, fue una ceremonia, la verdad que increíble.
So he said it was a really beautiful ceremony, down the parade down the streets with local dancing and dancers, and it was incredible how ISA brought on that incredible opening ceremony. And to be here with your team cheering and rooting, what does that mean to you guys? ¿Cómo es para estar aquí con el equipo, todos juntos?
La verdad que el equipo está muy fuerte, nosotros somos muy unidos y nos ayudamos muchísimo. Yo creo que ese cambio de energía positiva para el otro nos ayuda muchísimo. Y nada, tenemos que defender los puestos del año pasado, así que nada, yo creo que Dios nos va a ayudar y va a salir todo bien.
Awesome. So they want to defend their position from last year. Being together and cheering is really special, and it pushes them all on to do their best. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. Sitting there with Santiago Muniz, a WQS standout. The Argentina team, of course, coming in strong. Leandro Osuna, Santiago Muniz, Marcelo Rodriguez, Felipe Suarez, Luis Coseleto, Josefina Añe, Santiago Di Paz,
Fernando está ahí.
and Alfredo Tortura. They're being coached by Santiago Di Paz, and Juan Baldinho is their supporter.
Santiago Muniz is also a former world junior surfing champion in the shores of Panama a couple of years ago when he took out the gold medal back then. Now he's representing the team for my bad. I think actually that was the World Games also.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around. He's definitely in his young career, but
World Games when he was only about 17 years old.
he's making a push, trying to go for that World Championship Tour spot to join his brother, Alejo Muniz. So on your screen right there, teams offering support. Portugal is fired up right now with Nick Von Rupp in the lead. Marcelo Rodriguez is being supported by the team you just saw on your screen. That's Argentina. And the Argentinian team right now feeling confident with having the world champ, the ISA world champ right now, Leandro Osuna, as the kind of head of their team. So
Really looking forward to seeing Leandro surf later. If you've not heard that name, didn't tune in last year's event in Peru, you really missed out on some great power surfing. Leandro Osuna just really was able to showcase his power and drive on those long walls of the Rocas in Peru. So excited to see what's coming for him, especially as the swell approaches here on Thursday.
Team New Zealand fired up. Dune Kennings is in the lineup right now. He's just got a 3.1, trying to find that backup score. So you think of miles traveled, and you know New Zealand's got to be on the top of the list of furthest places away from Nicaragua. We talked to some of the guys from France. It took them 30 hours to get here, but once you land, you feel that tropical air, and you're psyched immediately. Nicaragua, just you feel there's something about the wind here. Just when it blows over you, you just feel so just earthly based and just so happy. It's like a calming wind.
Yeah, and it's also very cooling, so really nice to have that trade wind blowing things down, making the waves offshore. Speaking of temperature, Ezequiel Gonzalez in yellow from Venezuela went to town on his last wave, came unstuck after the first two turns, but was able to land a 5.07 on that wave. I just thought it was of mention because it was one of the nicer maneuvers I saw earlier.
It doesn't matter where you're from. The judges are not going to let you off easy. You're going to have to really perform to get in that excellent range. We saw an earlier score of an 8.83 that was, based on 4 big, powerful turns. So right now, the power game is kind of what has been, giving these guys those excellent scores. The wind offshore is makes it a little bit more difficult to land airs. It tends to blow the board out from under your feet. You think of air wind as kind of slightly side to onshore, just because it holds your board under your feet. Whereas this offshore wind, great for doing turns. I mean, you throw twice the spray here than you throw anywhere else because the wind just aids that spray and flying through the air. So, big, powerful surfers who are able to just knife through the wind like we've seen Nick Von Rupp do, they're going to be getting rewarded, with those big turns and just kind of the addition of throwing so much spray. Big spray is going to equal big points, kind of in layman's terms.
Big props to the ISA. Probably a good time to mention that the ISA is building a foundation for surfing worldwide. They've got this scholarship program. We saw one of the Nicaraguan surfers, Abundo, Surf Earlier was one of those recipients, and they gave away $250,000 over the last 7 years to nearly 250 athletes. So a lot of assistance for these young athletes, especially underprivileged, athletes that are having a hard time financially in these poorer countries. So you can imagine that these, I think they're in like $1,000, $500,000 increments. That is a good cash crop for these young surfers, and they're really able to change their lives and their attitudes. But the emphasis is also on education. They want to make sure that the kids are not just, you can't just be a great surfer to get these scholarships. You also have to show that you're a responsible human being.
Scholastics is key, that's for sure. Right now we have on the beach Miss Shannon Quirk to give us an update of what's going on the sand.
Guys, I'm down here with Ella Williams, one of the top female surfers from New Zealand. How stoked are you to be in warm water and totally different than winter in New Zealand right now?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. It's so warm here and the waves are pumping. So I'm really, really happy to be here. It's a great vibe, and yeah, it should be a great contest. I'm really excited.
Awesome. And how have the women prepared for their heats coming up later in the week?
Yeah, we've just been surfing a whole lot in the contest area. We've also gone to a few other spots around here. There's really good waves, so it's a really cool place, and yeah, we're really excited to start our heats.
Killer. And if the conditions are similar when your heat's up, what do you think you're going to ride? What's your magic board, magic equipment?
Yeah, I just ride a local shaper from back in New Zealand in Whangamata, Pete Anderson. He shapes all my boards, and yeah, I'm excited to ride them. They're feeling really good, so we'll wait and see though.
All right, well, keep cheering on your team. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. It's Team New Zealand checking in from the beach. We've got a surfer in the lineup right now, Dune Kennings. He's had a bit of a slow start, but he's got plenty of time. He's got 8 minutes to go, so nearly half a heat. Up and riding right now, it is Dune Kennings from New Zealand.
Well, yeah, big shift in the lineup. Everybody went way over to the right. Dune Kennings left by himself to get this little wave completely unchallenged. And there you see a little end of a paddle battle out further down the beach towards the right-hand section. So Dune Kennings, he only needs a 5.14 to get, he needs a 6.46 to get into advancing position. So remains to be seen whether he'll get that. But my guess is he will better that 3.10, making his target a little closer.
Yeah, it'll be a decent score, and thankfully for some of our surfers that maybe didn't quite put it together in this first round, they have multiple chances. The rapid charge heats will be coming up throughout the week, and that's something a little bit different that we do here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Is you give these guys a second chance, because a lot of these guys have traveled over 2 days basically to get here. There's some nerves involved for some of the surfers that don't get to be in competition quite as often as some of the other guys. Nick Van Rupp, the dude's been traveling around the world surfing in heats since he was 10 years old, whereas a guy maybe like Ezequiel Gonzalez from Venezuela, there's definitely a good series of events down there. But there's a lot of countries, Switzerland, Germany, you think of guys that don't get the opportunity to compete as much as some of the other surfers. So it's good to give them a second chance. You maybe shake off the nerves in this first round and just come through that rapid charge swinging.
And statistically, more gold medals are given out to surfers coming from the rapid charge than the ones that stay in the open round. So that's a really interesting factoid. I don't know if coming from the rapid charge, perhaps they're hungrier or they know they need to perform. But yeah, it's all in the numbers there. So currently, with just under 6 minutes remaining, the current standings for this heat, Nick Van Rupp from Portugal still in first place. He's got himself a 5.17 and a 6.50 there. You see some flags on the beach. That is Team Argentina cheering on their surfer. In second place, Marcelo Rodriguez. He's got a 4.33 and a 5.23. And then Dune Canning has just moved into third place with that last score of 4.07. And unfortunately, I don't think we saw that action, but our surfer in yellow now has an interference. What happens on the interference, Chris Cote?
Well, if the judges see you basically interfere with somebody's scoring potential, And that could be paddling, that could be dropping in, that could be, causing the wave to chandelier or break down on them. So the judges did deem what Ezequiel Gonzalez did an interference. And again, that just kind of shows you in competition, there's a lot of rules that you learn the more and more you compete, that, maybe some of these guys from countries that don't have as many events as the other surfers, they haven't yet quite grasped the concept of competition. But I'll tell you, Dune Kennings, that leaves the door wide open for our surfer from New Zealand. And he doesn't need much. He needs a 5.49 to jump into that second spot, and that was a pretty good wave. Some good backside surfing from Dune Kennings.
Well, potentially working against him on that wave was the fact that a whole first outside section broke. So the judges were not just aware, they were visibly infused with the fact that he missed the outside section because he took off on the shoulder. Now, he did do some good surf turns. He did some nice turns. We couldn't see what he did on the end. So he might be able to get that score, but definitely a small handicap not having that first big section to work with.
So with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go, your next heat is paddling out. As we speak, that's going to be Heat 9. Joaquin del Castillo from Peru. Lucas Madrid from Uruguay. Stefan Vogel from Switzerland. Again, love to see the international field. And out in the lineup right now, we've got a surfer from Portugal, a surfer from Argentina, New Zealand, and Venezuela. Marcelo Rodriguez, your surfer from Argentina. He lives and surfs at Mar de Plata. He's 29 years old, and his favorite break is Playa Grande.
That would be Big Beach.
I read that off paper. I did not know all those facts, but one of the cool things about the ISA World Surfing Games is you not only get to know, about these up-and-coming surfers, but you get to know a little bit about the countries that they represent. And you kind of, it's hard to decipher style-wise, because all these guys, they come from different types of waves, and, there's a different kind of surfing culture in all these different countries. But, once you put them all in the same wave, it's really cool to just kind of dissect the tiny little intricacies and the styles from the different countries, and it's definitely fun to watch.
Yep, great little melting pot here for our sport, and hats off again to the ISA for spreading the stoke and legacy of surfing, creating the foundation for the expansion of the sport and perpetuation of positivity. And I am firsthand agreeing with that. I've gotten to attend about 10 or 12 of these events, and there's a lot of winners, there's a lot of losers, all the details in that, there's some tears, there's some joy, but overall, just to see the stoke and the camaraderie and the gathering of all these different countries. I mean, you watch the news, you don't have to watch the news for very long to see that there is strife in the planet, but you come to these events and you see optimistically our ability to get along and smile and be happy about the same basic things in life. Sunshine, stoke, good food, good water, good friends. It's probably a little bit of a curvy reach, but I'd say we're helping to save the planet one smile at a time here at the ISA.
Well put, Mike Latronic. The surf bug definitely spread worldwide, and those seeds have been planted a long time ago in some countries and just recently in others. So ISA trying to kind of grow the sport and garner attention from a worldwide viewership. And with the skill level we've seen of a lot of our surfers in the lineup right now, that's definitely something that's happening. Here goes Nick Von Rupp, big opening snap, powerful goofy footer from Portugal. He's been around the world and back, basically lives in a jersey, and when he's not in a jersey, he's living in a tube. This dude is one of the best tube riders in all of Europe, and kind of becoming one of the better tube riders in the world. Watch his act on the North Shore, and you'll definitely be a fan of Nick Von Rupp in all conditions, big or small.
You said he lives from Jersey? He's from Jersey? I must have misunderstood. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I was born in Yonkers.
Oh, look at you. See, there's the surf stoke seed right there, from New Jersey to the gold medalist platform at the ISA World Surfing Games. Mike Latronic, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're wrapping up Heat 8. And it looks like Nick van Rupp in the lead with Marcelo Rodriguez from Argentina in second. Dune Kennings unofficially in third with Ezequiel Gonzalez. Unfortunately getting that interference, dropping to fourth. So Portugal and Argentina will get the big points for first and second spot. But New Zealand and Venezuela will get another chance as they will surf into the repechage. All right, as we roll through, Heat 9 is paddling out. Chris Cote. I am joined yet again by Philip Moller. You're a huge surf fan. You're also one of the greatest commentators in the world of ISA surfing. Watching these first couple of heats, let's talk about the level that we're at here in 2015. You know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, the ISA World Games, you know, you had maybe a couple stars show up for their teams. Nowadays, you're seeing the best of the best from every country, and they're taking it very seriously. They're giving it 110%, and it shows with the performances we've already seen this morning.
The level of surfing, I mean, through all the ISA World events, I mean, one of the most impressive changes was the last event last month in Mexico for the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, where the level has increased so much over the course of 3 years. And as you say, in surfing, I mean, the level is also very notable in the women as it has progressed. But yeah, it's an all-star team for the United States. I mean, Damien Hopgood, Ben Bourgeois has been a junior world champion at the ISA years ago. I had the pleasure 2 years ago at the World Surfing Games in Santa Catalina. He was commentating for English. So he knows about ISA events, and he's coming to defend the colors of the United States, but in the open division. And having Nathaniel Curran and having also, what's his name?
Damien Hopgood.
The one that we saw just before.
Ian Crane.
Ian Crane, I mean, that's an all-star team. We're going to the beach for a quick interview, and we'll be right back to commentate this heat.
Hey guys, we're down here with Nick van Rupp, who just won his heat. Congratulations. Tell me about this magic stick.
It's a 6.0. It's a little bit of a step up for me, but I feel really comfortable on these cemented surfboards. I've been riding for them for almost 10 years, and this one felt good from the start. And you know, today's a little smaller, and I still went for it, and it feels good.
So you're known for big wave surf as well. What do you think about Popoyo when it's large? Are you ready for that outer reef?
I don't know. I heard some scary things about that reef, you know, but can't wait to surf it. We'll see. I didn't really bring any big boards, but there's a guy in the camp that says he's got a 6.6 for me. So if it's working, I'll definitely give it a try.
Awesome. Anything you'd like to say back home to Portugal?
Pessoal, obrigado pelo apoio. Estamos aqui em peso. Toda a gente a surfar muito bem e até o final.
He said thanks to everyone at home and for the support and to the finals. All right, back to you guys. Thanks, Nick.
Well, thank you, Shannon. Congrats, Nick van Rupp, getting those early points for Team Portugal. So, Philip, tell us about the points. So these guys are trying to generate, obviously, high rankings to keep surfing throughout this event. But every heat they surf, they start to gain points for the team total. It's not just individual glory like many contests. This is more for the team effort, correct?
Correct. So, yeah, each individual on a team, obviously having a complete team will help you getting higher team standings. So, as you advance, you're getting more and more points. And as soon as you eliminate it, that marks how many points you get. And that goes towards your team standings. And obviously, each person really counts. So, we're going back down with another interview with Shannon, and we'll be right back in the booth.
Manuel, congratulations on making it through. How are you feeling at Popoyo? What's the vibe like down here?
Thanks. Everything is pretty good. I mean, I'm super stoked making that first heat. It was a weird one. It was super slow at the beginning, and then I got a few good ones, and then I had like a bad choice in one of the sets. But the team is stoked, the coach is stoked, and I'm stoked I made it through. So try to surf better next heat and support the rest of the team coming up. Yeah.
Awesome. And how does the team support you, to have everyone together here cheering each other on?
Yeah, we're all together. We're all filming each other, coaching each other, and we just got our coach yesterday because he was a little bit late. But the rest of the days we've been supporting each other, and it's been great. We have an awesome team, maybe the best team we ever had at ISA games, and I've been to like 9 of these, and I haven't been here for like maybe 3 years. I haven't done any of them, so I'm super stoked to be here.
Well, what makes the ISA contest so different and special?
I don't know, it's just like the team, surfing is like a single sport, but making it a team, it's pretty fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we hope to see you in the next round.
Thanks.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Shannon. Congrats to Manuel Seleman. And he said it good right there. It's about the team. If you lose early, you're letting your team down. So you got to try to come through the repecharge. And if you win, you get the team that much more fired up, and you kind of add to a little bit of the pressure to the guys coming up behind you. But you just kind of add to the excitement. If you win your heat, you're looking to your guy on the team or your girl on the team and go, look, if I can do it, you can do it. The more heats you win, obviously, the better shot you have at that gold medal. And we mentioned earlier, there's no big check given to the winner, right? This is for glory. There is gold involved, but we're talking gold medals. So it's cool to see all these surfers taking it seriously. They're surfing at their highest level, and it's great that they're doing it not for money, not for fame. They're doing it for the glory and the pride to know that they're helping their country be the world champion.
Yeah, and we've seen lots of interviews of these guys and over the events, and they say that it's impressive, really, knowing that you're representing the whole country behind you, and it's a huge weight on your shoulders. Obviously, it's a lot of pressure, and this is why we've got some of the best surfers who can manage that pressure and get to the finals. Obviously, the powers of surfing will always try to get to those and get a bit more easier to the finals. They're better prepared, complete teams, or better support from the federations and countries, but sometimes we get some nice surprise, like 2 years ago, like that Panamanian, Oli Camarena, who got that second place. That was incredible.
Yeah, you definitely see some underdogs rising through the ranks, which is always fun. Well, speaking of underdog, you got to think of Switzerland as an underdog team here, but man, they're out here full force. Stefan Vogel, he's on his backhand. Nice turn on the outside, so Stefan representing Switzerland.
Yeah, also probably one of the oldest competitors in this event, with 38 years old for Stefan Vogel in yellow from Switzerland. And he was born in Brisbane, Australia, and he actually lives in Coolangatta. His favorite wave is Kira. So as you can see, the Swiss team is mainly expats. One lives in Australia, 2 live in Costa Rica, in Malpais, and only 1 lives actually in Switzerland, in Cham, and that's Pascal Christen. So that would be interesting to see in the interview. Where does he get his practice surfing? Because in Switzerland, it's not possible.
I talked to the German surf team, and basically those guys, they live in Costa Rica and they travel all over. The surfer we saw earlier from Germany, Leon, he actually was Leon Gratzer. He was born on Maui, but to German heritage, and so basically it's just like in the Olympics. You can kind of dictate who you surf for depending on either where you were born or your heritage, your family name. So we're seeing guys from basically Costa Rica, but they're German inside, so they wave the German flag. And Leon was one of those guys that is, man, he is a ripper, and it'll be really cool to someday see a German flag next to a surfer's name in the Olympics and also on the World Championship Tour. The level we've seen with the Central and South American countries coming through. We're gonna have a Costa Rican on the World Championship Tour. We're gonna have somebody from Venezuela soon. So it's really exciting. This is kind of the seeds planted right here in the ISA World Surfing Games.
Here comes Lucas Madrid there, taking a little bit of air, switching the board and managing to advance. Keeps on going on that ride. That's already his third wave. He's already in the lead. There, nice roundhouse cut back, waiting for the wave to reform. There he's going to disappear behind the structure. There we get the other camera for that last maneuver. So he's got a 5.5, a 3.67, I'd say he's going to change that 3.67 with that latest wave. And for the moment, the Swiss is in second position, and here comes Joaquin del Castillo from Peru. He's only got a 2.9, but this wave is looking a lot better, and he's probably going to change position. He only needs 1.10 to advance. And look at the speed and the flow he's got as he's riding. He's really got a nice style.
Wow, your surfer from Switzerland. Nice little barrel on the takeoff. Can't quite get back into the wave, but you know, it's not every day that you hear commentators saying a surfer from Switzerland getting barreled. So it's great to see Stefan Vogel pulling in on the outside. But I want to talk about that wave from Joaquin del Castillo. Sorry, his name's cut off here. Speed, power, flow. That's basically the basis of what the judges are looking for. And he checked all those boxes. I mean, flowing through that wave. You saw there was nothing in between those turns. You know, no bobbles. Everything was spot on. Six style. And I think the judges are going to love it. They're definitely going to reward him for that solid surfing.
Yeah, and just to add to that, it's speed, power, flow. That was the criteria for the judges, but with control. You have to finish those maneuvers and ride them out. And also on the same wave, another criteria that will give you more points is if you can apply variety of maneuvers. Don't do 10 times the same cutback. That's going to cut down your score. If you can show a floater, a little tube, a big re-entry, a cutback, that will give you a really good score because you've shown your full potential on the ride of the wave.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the judges are surf fans just like us, you know, so they want to be excited by what they've seen. And I think mixing up your maneuvers, throwing the tail, getting critical, that's going to help you.
So we're going to the beach with Shannon with one other interview before coming back to the seat. Take it away, Shannon.
Okay, we are here with Ezequiel Gonzalez. He's from Venezuela, and we have an issue in the last heat. Ezequiel, primero, un gusto tenerte aquí. Cuéntanos un poco cómo fue la situación en el agua con Marcelo.
No, todo bien. Puedo decir que Marcelo, muy buen surfista, tiene mucha experiencia en competiciones. Y bueno, lamentablemente estuve un poquito tensión ahí, busqué una izquierda que no era izquierda y la supe aprovechar, me sacó una interferencia, pero muy contento con el surfing de todos, muy contento con mi surfing. Me di cuenta que puedo seguir avanzando y la próxima vez aprenderé de los errores y arriba.
Okay, he's so happy about the surfing that we are having here in Popoyo, and the only thing that he knows is he's gonna learn about this error. So, muchísimas gracias, Ezequiel, y nos vemos en repechaje. ¿Algo que quieras decir de vuelta a Venezuela?
Bueno, gracias a Venezuela por la oportunidad aquí. Estamos el grupo reunido, muy contentos por estar aquí representando y arriba Venezuela.
Okay, the Venezuelan team talked about them here. Back to you guys.
So, as those who are following this webcast since a few eats, that was not Shannon. That's Simon Salazar from Colombia. He will be doing the Spanish webcast with me and Andres Mascaro from Venezuela during the following days. And they're interviewing the rider from Venezuela about that situation in the previous heat. So that was Ezequiel Gonzalez for Team Venezuela.
Makes me feel highly inadequate being with my international commentator friends with multilingual skills. Shannon and Simon right there, and yourself, Philip. How many languages do you speak?
5.
5.
Learning my 6th with Chinese Mandarin.
I barely have a grasp on English, but we make it work, right? 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go here. Joaquin del Castillo from Peru is in first. Lucas Madrid from Uruguay in second. Stefan Vogel from Switzerland. He's in third, but you know, he doesn't need much. You look at his score line at 7.5, and one set wave, a couple nice turns, that'll get him that score.
So it seems a wave is coming their way. Lucas Madrid from Uruguay nearly turned around, sees that it wasn't coming with the expected size, going to go over it, check what's coming behind, and it seems that wave is going to be a real set wave. The cheap surfers are in position, so you have to be careful, obviously, with the interference. You can split the peak if you want, but you cannot cross the other rider, and it's the Swiss guy, Stefan Vogel, there taking on that wave.
Nice opening turn, and I like his approach here. He's a stylish surfer. He's kind of got like an old school look to his style, and he's making it work. You see him on one of the better rights we've seen of the day. Open it up with a nice vertical snap. He's all the way through the inside section. So Stefan Vogel, surfer from Switzerland. Nice wave, and you know what? I'm impressed that he actually got that wave under these two guys. You watch Joaquin and Lucas, and you can tell they've definitely been in a heat before. You see the way they paddle and kind of their intimidating stance when they're on the peak. So I like that Stefan got involved. He is looking for a pretty solid score, a 7.5. I don't know if that wave's going to quite be in that range, but it's definitely going to help improve. You see he's dropped a 3 right here, so he's just incrementally improving his scores. Judges liking that opening snap from Stefan Vogel.
So there we see Joaquin del Castillo on your left from Peru in red, Lucas Madrid in white from Uruguay. Lucas is 26 years old from Punta del Este, great Uruguayan surfer. And he needs 5.75 if he wants to take first position. Obviously both Latin surfers from Peru and Uruguay are very conscious of the Swiss guy is there, and he needs now a little bit less with that last wave. He only needs 7 points, 5 minutes left, so they have to be careful because nothing is secure, as we saw it, until that buzzer sounds. And even then, if the rider is still riding, we're waiting for that later score.
Well, as we wait for that score, on the beach, we do have Simon Salazar.
Okay, right now we're here at the beach with Michael Sock. He's a really good friend of mine. He lives in Costa Rica, but he's representing Switzerland. Yeah, it's okay. Hey, talk to us about don't live in that country, but have the flag and represent that country. Cuéntanos un poco de lo que es vivir un poco fuera del país, pero de igual manera representar este.
Jay, súper contento de estar compitiendo con Suiza. Estoy feliz más bien que estoy compitiendo para ellos. De ahí no, me siento orgulloso para surfear para Suiza.
Okay, talk to us about the bell. Cuéntanos un poco de la campana, de qué es, más o menos.
En Suiza lo usan como para las vacas, para que no se pierdan.
Okay, and I was asking you about where the team from, and you said they're from around the world, kind of. So, te pregunté un poco sobre dónde viene el resto del equipo. Más o menos cuéntanos un poco las chicas, de dónde son, representando a Suiza.
Sí, yo soy de Costa Rica, como mis padres son de Suiza.
Okay.
Ellas dos son de España y representan a Suiza también. Tenemos otro que es de Estados Unidos representando para Suiza y él sí vive en Suiza.
Okay, that's a really cool thing because, you don't need to live in that country to represent that flag, so it's amazing. ISA, back to you guys. Woo!
Right on. The stoke is real with this one. Thank you, Simon Salazar on the beach. So Simon coming from Colombia. He's an incredible surfer himself. Great to have him on our commentary team. We're looking at 27 nations here competing in the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Only one will get the gold medals, but of course we're going silver, we're going bronze, and copper. So, the top 4 teams will be going home with medals. And it doesn't matter who wins. It's about how good the team does to get those gold medals. And, if you have someone on your team that maybe hasn't surfed many events before and you're, a seasoned vet, you're going to be wanting to be side by side with them throughout this entire event because your team is only as good as your worst surfer.
That's right, and so it's important, and it's also very notable is you see that the team stays on the beach, cheers for the other competitors. When you see professional competitions, when you're eliminated, most of the time they just go and get the money and just get out of there and go and surf other spots somewhere else. They don't want to be around the event site most of the time. And also, for example, when you see the athletes and the supporters on the beach, very few are with headphones on their own. They stay as teams, they cheer on each other, they do the chants before going in the water. Some countries will just circle the rider and cheer him up to pump him up before his heat. And most often it works, having that support behind. It's very important.
Here goes Joaquin del Castillo, picking off another smoking left-hander. A couple good turns out the back. Really like the way this kid surfs. Really powerful, great style, real fluid. Not a lot of unnecessary movement in between his maneuvers. So it's really fun to watch. Joaquin del Castillo, surfer from Peru.
So already in first position, Joaquín del Castillo. For now, Lucas Madrid is second, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go, so very little time there. And if you want to see more info on all the riders, as we're reading and giving you that information live during the webcast, you can check ISAWSG as worldsurfinggames.com, ISAWSG.com, and on the right, you can check that little link that says who's representing your country. Click here for team sheets, and there you've got the 27 countries listed. Just click the country you want to see the guys riding, and then you'll see the whole team, supporters, coach, and you've got a bit of info like their favorite surf break. Joaquín del Castillo is Señoritas, right next to Lima. He's 19 years old and been surfing for 16, for example. So lots of interesting information. If you want to read that, see who's representing your team. Also, if you want to see who your team is competing against and see the level, you can check there the team standings at isawsg.com. And do not forget, you can see at the top of your screen on the left, the official hashtag for all the events, ISA Worlds.
Yeah, you can cheer on your country via Twitter, Instagram. And here's Lucas Madrid finishing this heat nicely with, as it winds down, the buzzer blows, and as it stands right now, your surfer from Peru will take the win, but just needing that 7.4, Lucas Madrid, great wave right there. So again, leaving it up to the final seconds. It's now in the judges' hands. We're going to be on a quick break. Coming up next in heat number 10, Noemar McGonigal from Costa Rica, Roberto Diaz from Panama. Our first look at an Israeli surfer, Vladimir Marlis, and Renato Cardoso. So another international super heat, heat 10 of the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games.
So this is the end of this heat number 9. We're going to start heat number 10 in a few moments. In this heat, we're going to have from Costa Rica, the young Noemar McGonigal in red. From Panama in white, Roberto Diaz. Yellow from Israel, Vladimir Marlis. And in black, Renato Cardoso from Brazil. Here comes Joaquín del Castillo. She's received by Annalie Gomez. That's the girl on the left with the flag. She won the silver medal last year at the World Surfing Games behind Ecuadorian Mimi Barona. They were first and second. First position gold medal for Ecuador last year. That was the World Surfing Games, the 50th anniversary edition in Punta Rocas. And second position for Peru, Annalie Gomez, obviously an important part of that team gold medal for Peru. And there you have got the team with the 4 guys. Sebastián Correa, Cristóbal de Col, and Joaquín del Castillo was there too. And we're waiting for the beginning of this heat number 10. It's already up on the screens. We're going to have the names. We're just waiting for the beach announcer to do the countdown, launch the buzzer, and get it on the way. We're getting 24 heats of the first round of the main event today. So we're going to see all the male surfers at least go in the water once. And we'll have seen them all once and see more or less the styles and which countries will be getting that status of favorite to go towards the finals. There's Lucas Madrid from Uruguay, second position. We'll be seeing him also in the second round of the main event.
Yeah, it's you know, nobody, you don't want to be in those repechage heats because those can be highly contestable. You've got guys that maybe just made a subtle mistake and dropped to that 3rd and 4th spot. You know, we already saw Ben Bourgeois, American, United States of America is you know, one of our high hopes, but he got 3rd place, so he'll be in a repechage. But you know, you draw a guy like that in a repechage with a lot of pressure, and watch out because you know what happens with caged tigers. They go wild. Well, this heat has started now, Philip, and we're looking at 4 surfers, international field, of course. Noemar McGonigal up and riding now. This powerful regular footer from Costa Rica going up against Roberto Diaz from Panama. And I'm very excited to get my first look at Vladimir Marlis from Israel and Renato Cardoso. Vovka.
That's his nickname, from Vladimir Marlis, Vovka. 29 years old, and he was born in Russia, but he now resides in Israel, and he's the national champion from Israel. So that's going to be interesting to see
cool
him in the water.
Born in Russia, now lives in Israel. I mean, you just don't get that anywhere else in, but the ISA. So very excited to see Vovka. Right now on the beach, we have Mr. Salazar giving us an update from the sand.
Let's see what Simon says.
Okay, and right now at the beach, I'm here with Joaquín del Castillo, the last hit winner. He did a super tight hit. Joaquín, cuéntanos un poco, no característico de pronto de tener un hit tan apretado. ¿Cómo sentiste la ola aquí?
La verdad que hemos llegado hace 2 días todo el equipo peruano y sentí la ola increíble. Es un point break derecha-izquierda, me parece es el paraíso. Y nada, feliz de competir acá, de tener un buen hit, de haber pasado ajustado pero bien y nada, preparándome para los siguientes hits que se vienen más fuertes.
Okay, he's super stoked about the wave and he's just waiting for the next hit and show all of us how is he surfing about. And Joaquín, you want to tell something back home? ¿Quieres decir algo ahí en Perú a toda la gente en Punta Hermosa?
Sí, a mi familia, a Punta Hermosa, la verdad, agradecido por el apoyo y que siga mandando las vibras, que va a ser lo mejor de mi mejor esfuerzo.
Okay, Joaquín, thank you very much and see you in the next hits. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Simon. And that was a great look too at the kind of setup we have down here at the contest. See back there all the spectators hanging on the bluff, but we had a couple waves already ridden. 20-minute heat in the lineup right now. Some scores dropping early. Noimar McGonigal, the right, just kind of dies off. He's sitting on a 417. And we did see Vovka, a wave from Vladimir Marlis from Israel, 1.67. Little paddle battle right now, and it's Roberto Diaz, surfer from Panama. Now the Panamanian squad, they have come here meaning business. Great waves in Panama, obviously. We've seen photos and videos of some of the spots down there, and it's awesome to see a complete team coming from Panama, just coming to Nicaragua with confidence and stoke.
Exactly, and there we saw Vladimir Marlis during the interview going for the tube and managing not to be completely covered up, but I mean, once again, Israel getting barreled here at the ISA World Surfing Games 2015 in Popoyo, incredible. And Noimar McGonigal, what a great surfer from Costa Rica. He's the older brother also of another phenomenon of surfing, is Leilani McGonigal, who's only 15 years old. And Leilani McGonigal, I saw, she surfs really well in the woman, but the Hainan China Classic, which is in China, it's a specialty event with the 7 top countries from the World Surfing Games, plus the host country of China. They have a same type of ISA type event by country with a team where China pays for the transport, lodging of those teams. And then that's the first 3 days, and then the next 4 days it becomes a WSL qualifying 4 stars. And Leilani McGonigal, 15 years old, last year 14 years old, entered in open men's division and managed to advance a couple of rounds, So it will be interesting to see in the water tomorrow.
Yeah, very excited. The women's side of things, every surfer right now in the Women's World Championship Tour, all 17 girls at one point in their career have been ISA members and surfing in ISA events. So it's pretty exciting to see, the future of female surfing coming up tomorrow. This the field we have is just incredible. The current world junior female leader, Tia Blanco, coming into this event with swagger, and she's definitely one to watch out here. But you talk about the Australian team, the New Zealand team, and they definitely brought in the big guns on the women's side of things as well.
So the scores are being dropped for now. There was a situation where the Israeli in yellow, Vladimir Vovka Marlis, was in first position. Obviously, the other surfers were waiting for the second scores. Situation has changed since. That latest wave from Noimar McGonigal, the second one, 3.5. Enough to take him to first position, the Costa Rican in red. Now, in second position there on the right of our screen is Roberto Diaz from Panama. He's only got one single wave, and that's enough to take him to second position. So his second wave is going to go straight away towards his total score. And he needs actually 2.67 to take over the Costa Rican Noimar McGonigal. And here comes Roberto Diaz on that famous second wave.
Yeah, just kind of caught an edge or slipped a little bit on the opening turn. And yeah, right there. Goes down through the middle, so that will be a second scoring wave, but definitely not the one that he's capable of or wants. Just a couple errors as he went down the line, but he does have plenty of time on your screen. You don't have the time showing, but in the lineup, we assure you, they know exactly the time that is needed.
So we'll go once again to the beach with our over-caffeinated friend from Colombia, Simon Salazar. Take it away, Simon.
Wow! With an awesome wave of red, we are here with the Panama team. So I'm with Pochi, the president of the Panamanian Federation, and one of the main riders of Panama, Oli Camarera. Hey guys, we're having Roberto out of the water. Cuéntanos un poco qué se siente estar aquí en Nicaragua y apoyar a lo que es un compatriota aquí del presidente.
Bueno, el esfuerzo de traer al equipo y de trabajar con la asociación se paga cuando ves a tus competidores en el agua haciéndolo bien.
Okay, he's saying that he's super stoked about being here and he feels great when one of their competitors is doing great job. So, Oli, cuéntanos un poco, una medalla en el 2013, ahora volviendo a representar a Panamá. ¿Qué se siente estar aquí una vez más con la bandera?
En verdad contento y feliz de estar aquí de nuevo con el equipo y gracias al equipo también a la asociación por tomarme en cuenta. Bueno, más que nada contento. En el 2013 tuve una gran actuación. Esperemos el 2015 tengamos medalla de oro y llegamos lejos en este mundial.
Okay, I'm asking about, he got silver medal in 2013 and I asked him about how he feels now and he's super stoked about being here and right now he's just working on to get the gold medal. So, ¿quieren decir algo de vuelta a Panamá? De pronto algún saludo a la familia, Oli.
Le mando un saludo a todos Panamá, los que nos están apoyando y bueno, que nos manden la vibra para poder seguir adelante y arriba Panamá.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Simon. And yeah, Team Panama, man, they are fired up. It's definitely fun to watch. Neymar McGonigal from Team Costa Rica has maybe silenced the crowd just a little bit. He's kind of taken control of this heat. His backhand hooks, just so powerful. I mean, look at the legs on this guy. You just see these flexing through these turns. And Neymar, you know, he's made a huge name for himself on the North Shore of Oahu, and of course, you know, in waves of consequence, but also in waves like this. You know, he is a small wave technician, which for a guy of his size is impressive in itself that he's able, you know, to look so light on his feet in waves like this.
Yeah, and obviously Costa Rica is a great training ground with all the waves they've got over there and the consistency and quality of the waves. And we've seen, I mean, some of the Swiss team are from there. Leon Glatzer from Germany lives there, and we've seen all the guys coming out of that training ground. Obviously, Neymar McGonigal, as you've said, is doing QS events, and he's been for years also on the Latin American circuit, Circuito Alas, and that gives you lots of experience in very different waves all around the continent, and it reflects now on his surfing. Here comes Israel, Vladimir Mallis, looking for a 4.31 if he wants to advance, going behind the structure there. He seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, Vovka, great wave for your surfer from Israel. You know, that's another surfer that's traveled very long distance to get here. And I'll tell you what, his style is looking good. He is the Israeli the champion for Israel right now. So, you know, Israel gets waves throughout the year. I think the Vans, you know, the Gadowskis Bros went there for a Down Days episode. A show they do with Vans. They went and surfed and cruised around Israel. Maybe they linked up with Vladimir. I'm excited to watch that episode. I know Israel has pretty fun waves.
Exactly. There we saw Roberto Diaz paddling, not with much conviction. Also, I mean, you mentioned that Neymar McGonigal was in control of the heat, but it isn't as much the case as in other heats where we really saw one surfer separate from the rest of the pack. But he needs to be careful because now the score has changed with his latest wave, a 6.6 and a 4.93 as two last waves, and now he seems to be better in control of this heat, leaving Vladimir Mallis, who went to second position right now. We don't know exactly how much time is left, but he needs 6.57 for first position. And the guy who follows him, Roberto Diaz, now needs 2.97. So he has to be careful. Once again, they're all trying to get above that second position, first or second, and just try to go forward. We're going back to the beach with our friend Simon Salazar from Colombia. Let's see who he's got there with him.
It's a beach party.
Hello everyone, right now we are here at the beach with one of the Guatemalan team riders. Hey man, un gusto tenerte aquí. How do you feel about being here with your flag, your old teammates, this way? ¿Cómo te sientes teniendo a todos tus compañeros de equipo y con esta ola en Centroamérica también surfeando?
No, me siento muy feliz y muy orgulloso de representar a Guatemala y con mis compañeros, darlo todo por Guatemala, no solo por mí, también mis compañeros que están felices por estar aquí en el Mundial. Es mi cuarto Mundial, pero ahora hay que dar el 100% de cada uno de nosotros.
Okay, he says that he's super happy about being here. He's his fourth time in one of the World's ISA World Surfing Games. So we wish you the best luck out there. Te deseamos la mejor suerte del mundo y si me regalan una porra aquí, Guatemala cheer. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Guatemala, Guatemala.
Woo! Back to you guys in the booth.
Yes, Team Guatemala fired up. Love it. 2015 ISA World Surfing Games rolls on. Chris Cote here with Philip Muller. We're in heat number 10. Noemar McGonigal from Costa Rica currently in the lead. Unfortunately for Noe, we got an interference call. We'll see how that shakes out for him at the end of this heat. Got a couple more minutes to go, followed by Roberto Diaz in third. Right now, your surfer from Israel, Vladimir Vovka Marlis. He's in second. His last scoring wave of 4.97. Renato Cardoso from Brazil in fourth. Our surfer in fourth needs a 5.8 to advance. And your surfer in white, Roberto Diaz, he only needs a 2.97, Philip. So a very tight heat at this stage of the game.
So there we've got some local media. Obviously, we've got Nicaraguense television making interviews there, and you can see he's just lining up the interviews there for after Simon, local media. And there's the time coming back with us. So 5 minutes and 40 seconds. We're not yet with the yellow flag. There's still time to change things, and now we've got another change of situation. Noemar McGonigal on that latest left gets a 6.17, so now he's still on top with that interference marked against him. Roberto Diaz climbs from third position to second with his last wave, just a 3.67, but that was enough. And now Vladimir Marlis from Israel in yellow needs 3.71 if he wants to go back to that second position. But for now, let's see the fourth in this heat, pretty far behind Renato Cardoso from Brazil in the black jersey. He now needs to advance 6.5 and 5 minutes left, so yellow flag, and the surfers from the following heat can already enter. There's Andre Vega, we just saw him being interviewed, and as he's saying, this is his fourth ISA World event, so there's people that just come back year after year defending their country's colors and getting more and more experience, and usually they climb up the ranks, they get better results year after year if they work hard, which they usually do, and make it smart, obviously, through their heats. But as we were saying before also, is that the level is increasing each and every year, and at each event, gaining more and more credibility, and with more big names of surfing.
Well, you know, it gives these guys something to aspire to. You know, if you're a younger surfer and you obviously look up to your national surf team, and that's where you want to be. And for surf fans at home watching this, you know, in whatever country you're from, I mean, these are the elite guys from your squad, and you know, this is where you want to be. And you need to put yourself in local ISA events. You need to find out exactly how to get on the radar for the ISA, and eventually hopefully make the national team. There you see in the lineup Noemar. He's talking to Vladimir Marlis, Vovka. And it looks like they're trying to get a situational update. Yeah, and you know what? That shows you how serious these competitors are.
You can see the conversation there. Noemar McGonigal saying that Vladimir Marlis is pulling on his leash. I mean, that's not very fair play. Yesterday at the opening ceremony, one of the judges is nominated, and one of the athletes, it was from Peru, came and gave the pledge of following the rules and being fair play in the competition. And there you can see Vladimir Marlis is marking Noemar McGonigal, and he's going to follow him wherever he goes in the lineup.
Yeah, you know, it's serious competition. We talk about the sportsmanship and the teammanship, but tell you what, these guys are out there, and they want to do their best for their country. And there you see Noemar McGonigal The passion flaring.
Running
Neymar.
over Renato Cardoso there in the process, and asking what's happening in the water. He doesn't seem too pleased, Neymar McGonagall, but he's in first position. He should, take it easy, man.
2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Neymar McGonagall does hold on to the lead. Vladimir Marlis from Israel in second. Roberto Diaz in third. Renato Cardoso in fourth from Brazil. So if you look at the scoreline for Neymar McGonagall, he's got a 6.6 and a 6.17. And of course, they take half of that 6.17 off, and that's still enough for Neymar to be in the lead with 2 minutes to go. I mean, he does have to stay in the mix, but he does have to keep his cool. Another interference, obviously, would be deadly, but you see Neymar, he's getting right back in the mix. And all four surfers back in the lineup. 1 minute and 51 seconds to go.
So there we've got a paddle battle between Vladimir Marlis and Roberto Diaz. It's finally the Panamanian in white there. First maneuver going well vertical, but staying a bit too long on the top there, losing balance and going back down, but not with the board. For Roberto Diaz, he needs 4.04, and here comes behind from Brazil. No, that's Neymar McGonagall. Wow, what an incredible first maneuver, totally inverted there. He's not happy, Neymar McGonagall. He's not surfing too happy there in the water right now.
Well, he's putting his emotions into his turns. That first opening backside whip, throwing the tail, almost going fully reverse. Neymar McGonagall from Costa Rica, and there's the Costa Rican team firing him up. Carlos Munoz waving the flag, and there's the coach, and he's definitely they're gonna want to assess, your temperament as well, because you got to keep your cool, and if you can surf your way through heat and still advance with an interference, that's gonna mean you kind of dodged a bullet, because generally an interference call will be a death knell for a surfer, but Neymar McGonagall keeps backing it up with better and better scores. So he's holding on to that lead right now with 30 seconds to go.
So very little time left. It seems Neymar McGonagall and Vladimir Marlis are going through. The countdown is getting to the end. So this is the end of heat number 10 in this first round of the main event for the men's. That they are coming out. That wave from Vladimir Marlis, I'm not exactly sure if it will count. The rule for a wave counting, you need to get your hands off the board before the buzzer sounds. So basically that's the rule. And also about the interference there, Neymar McGonagall got one interference. So for people you are recently following surf, once you get an interference against you that you inferred into the ride of another surfer, they'll cut away half of your second best score, and obviously that affects your scoring. Usually you lose a few positions. It's not as easy as Neymar McGonagall did to maintain that first position. And as you were saying, going back towards the lineup as he was going there straight towards the Israeli rider, is that you must be careful of not getting that second interference, because if you get a second interference, you're ordered out of the water and you stay with the score that you had at that moment. So you must be careful. And there we've got, leaving the screen, Carlos Munoz. He's getting the gold medal for best airdo.
Yeah, definitely. Well, your Costa Rican team, they're congratulating. Yeah, there we go. The team sportsmanship comes back into play. Go team, Costa Rica. They're advancing through, so great points gained for the Costa Rican team by Neymar McGonagall, winning that heat with an interference, which is a near impossibility, but Neymar surfed and used the fuel from what he felt was an unfair call, and we'll see how this shakes out through to the end. The ISA 2015 World Surfing Games. Carlos Munoz just spreading aloha, love it. Well, Heat 11, another international super heat coming up here. We have Camilo Hernandez from Chile, Tommy Bursain from Puerto Rico, Mario Vega from Guatemala, and Bruce Mackey from Barbados.
That's right, so we're waiting on the start of this heat number 11. For now, Chris Cote is going to go on as a small break, and we're going to welcome Mike Latronic from Hawaii into the booth for the next two heats. And here we are. So we want to welcome you to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 4th year at an ISA event. This time for the Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are at the world-class break of Playa Popoyo. As I was saying, we are in the water with heat number 11 in this first round of the men's division, and featuring right now Camilo Hernandez from Chile will be in the red jersey. Tommy Burcian from Puerto Rico, a well-known face, will be with the white. Mario Vega from Guatemala in yellow, and Bruce Mackey from Barbados in black. But we'll go straight to an interview on the beach, and we'll be right back with this heat number 11.
Okay, we are here with the last heat winner. He is Noemar McGonigal. I don't have any words to introduce this guy. Awesome surfer, an awesome friend though. So, hey man, talk us about the conditions out there.
Yeah, the waves are really fun. We've been really enjoying our time here in Nicaragua. It's really close to home, so it's just nice to, do a short drive and come to such a beautiful country with such nice people and be able to share these wonderful waves.
Oh, thanks, man. And hey, give us about you have some strategy out there, or just go with the flow of the waves?
Well, my strategy basically is just to try to find the best wave. I haven't surfed a contest without a priority for a long time, because I've been doing the QS and it's all 4-man priority, so it really changes up a lot. So I definitely have to, change the strategy up and have to get a little bit more aggressive in the water and try to find the best waves. But yeah, I got an interference in that heat. I don't know how. I mean, I thought I had taken off in a perfect spot, but I'm not a judge, so just try to learn from my mistakes and move on to the next one.
Yeah, but congratulations, man. You're the heat winner. So, but tell us about how you feel about not to be out of the water by yourself, just being here with all your teammates and representing Costa Rica. How do you feel? It's different, no?
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good feeling to come here with such good people. We have a really good team this year. I'm super good friends with everybody, so it's really nice to come back to an ISA and do the team thing again. It's really fun, and I really enjoy it.
We are enjoying that surfing, though. So, thank you very much, Noé. Claro. Perdóname la vida. ¿Quieres decir algo en español para Costa Rica?
Claro, bueno, un saludo a todos en casa. Aquí vamos a verlo todo por Costa Rica y pura vida. Y ya casi viene Cali en el próximo hit, muy pronto. Entonces, con todo apoyarlo y las mejores vibras. Pura vida.
Pura vida, guys, and back to you in the booth.
All right, well, definitely one of the most exciting surfers coming out of South America, Central America, Noemar McGonigal, young, strong, and talented. And speaking of talented, we saw a couple of good rides here during the break, one being from our surfer in white, Tommy Burisan, not yet posted by the judges yet, but yeah, Noemar was expressing a little frustration in that last heat, probably because, wasn't able to grasp the heat situation. I think he was just looking to call for the heat situation. There you see 3 surfers on your screen. Maybe a little bit of a bump coming in here. Looks like surfer in yellow is paddling. What do we got there, Phil?
So here's Mario Vega from Guatemala paddling on that wave. He's already got one first score of 1.93. He's in 4th position right now. And here comes with one roundhouse cut back there to start. As you can see, the wave getting very small. Gets another maneuver. The waves sort of cross over, not letting him advance anymore. And here comes Bruce Mackey. His first wave was a Macker with a 6.67. And here he comes. Lots of speed, lots of flow for the competitor from Barbados in black. Using also this left. We saw at one moment of using a lot of rights. It seems that they've gone back to prefer the lefts right now on these last couple of heats.
Yeah, well, the options there, it seems like the better scores are coming on the left only because the left is providing a greater number of vertical sections to hit, although not to take away anything from those rights. There are some great opportunities on the rights, and you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, the right. Most of the barrels or the intents of barrels have been done on the right. There's very little tubing space for that on the left. And so that's why we've seen a few competitors take 2 or 3 lefts and then go and try to take a right. We saw a few a Swiss guy going into the tube there. And here comes Camilo Hernandez. He's from the north of Chile, Iquique, where we had the ISA World Bodyboard Championship last year in December. And he's a great surfer, and he's just come off a win on the 4th stop of the National Chilean Tour in his own city of Iquique. So he's already with 2 wins. He's second of the ranking this year. And he's a great surfer. He came from bodyboard. He was a bodyboarder for lots of years. His brother's got a surf school. He competes on the national stand-up paddle circuit. So they're a family of surfers, and the younger sister, she's 14. She represented Chile in the bodyboard team. So a very complete waterman family. Un saludo a Miguel Hernandez. Miguel is the brother of Camilo, probably watching the webcast. And so we're waiting on that latest score. For now, he's in second position, but he needs 7.27. He's in third now if he wants... he needs 6.35 if he wants to go to first position, Camilo Hernandez.
All right, well, bit of a split peak decision there. Both surfers, yellow and white, getting that nice-looking wave. That was Tommy Bursan from Puerto Rico on the left. We see him paddling back out. Not sure what Mario Vega was able to accomplish on that right, but he's also paddling back out, so we'll see what the judges say. Current positions right now, Bruce Mackey with that second wave, 3.90, puts him in the first place. Camilo Hernandez from Chile, he got a 4.23 on that nice clean ride we just saw. And Mario Vega is sitting in third place with Tommy Bursan in fourth place, but yet to score that wave. We're going to a beach interview right now. Let's see what we got on the sand.
Mario.
Hello everyone, we're back here at the beach and now with the Israel team. I'm with Bobka and Johnny. Bobka was the last heat, he competed the last heat, he got second in an awesome heat actually. And we were talking about the waves. Tell me about how do you feel out there? It's some hard to do.
Yeah, sometimes it's not coming waves, but it's really good. Small, long sometimes. I have like really lucky.
And you have some strategy.
Y tenemos, atención, Bruce Mackey de Barbados. Okay, attention. Second score of White, 5.6, turns the heat. Now White is in the first position. Tommy, you are leading the heat right now with our second score, 5.6. In second, we have Black Bruce Mackey from Barbados. I need your last score, Bruce, but you are in second for now. In third, behind you is red Camilo Hernandez from Chile. Without your last score, looking for a 6.35. And yellow is in fourth, Mario Vega from Guatemala. Without your last score, black. Yellow is looking for a 7.27.
Lo escucho recortado, tengo el talento al lado. Yeah, that's true. And you want to tell something you left in fun back home? Yeah, if you want to say hi, back home.
שלום, חבר'ה, כולם תחלו לנו הצלחה וגם ליום נשמע הבא.
I don't get anything bad. Back to you.
All right, well, always good to hear from many people around the world. Team Israel, proud country here, showing up the ISA World Games, and quite a few good surfers on Team Israel. And here we go. Here's a nice looking peak here for our surfers in red and yellow. A bit of a paddle battle going on. Red's in the back position, so he gets this one nice bottom turn off the top combination, throwing some nice spray. Good second bottom turn, but unable to maintain control and just goes down in a flash wipe out there.
That's Team Puerto Rico supporting Tommy Bursan, who's actually in first position.
Team Chile.
No, that's Puerto Rico.
Oh, that's Puerto Rico.
There's Team Chile in front, and the flag from Puerto Rico is behind, and they're very similar flags.
That was a trick question then.
Yeah, that was it's a trap. So
well, as you can see, waves Little bit sparse here on the high tide end of things. The tide's definitely filling in. When the waves do come, boy, they're really nice. And all that shallow danger from this morning seems to opened up, and these guys are able to definitely get a little more radical on that inside section.
So the situation still first position for black from Barbados, Bruce Mackey with 11.37. Second is Tommy Burcian from Puerto Rico. Only 2 waves, very precise waves, giving him the score enough to keep that second position. Third right now is the Chilean Camilo Hernandez in red. He needs a 6.54. And fourth position, Mario Vega from Guatemala in yellow. And you can see the 4 surfers there in a pretty tight spot, all fighting for that same wave.
Well, here goes our surfer in white. This is Puerto Rican surfer Tommy Burcian. Nice slash back into the white water there. Finds himself a vertical lip. Nice job of getting through that and almost adding a floater during that off the lip. Sets it up for the inside. Little bit of a disjointed cutback there. Goes off screen, but that's definitely going to rival his 5.17. That's his low score right now. So sitting in a pretty good position in second place, but looks like he's going to improve. And of course, flags flying there. Team Puerto Rico, knowing their surfer probably has a pretty good score coming.
Yes, so last score from red, Camilo Hernandez, 4.83. So that goes towards his total score, his 2 best waves, but not enough to get him into second position. He now needs 5.94.
Yeah, well, had he been able to complete that last maneuver, you know, that could have been a big difference there for the surfer from Chile. But making a big difference now, the score just came in for Tommy Burcian, a 7.27. So definitely lighting it up a little better there on those outside sections, and getting a good score to increase his lead over the other surfers.
So they're saying the score to the Chilean, he needs a 6.55 now, not 4 point something. The time, there should be 5-6 minutes left or a bit more in this heat. And for now, Mario Vega, if he wants to advance to second position, he needs 8.07. So a bit more there for Mario Vega from Guatemala. And there you can see a little lull. That we haven't seen much of those during the day. It's pretty consistent here. The spot of Popoyo waves haven't stopped pumping, and there just a little calm before getting back into the action. Time to take a breath, and then back to competition, trying to get into that first and second position and go towards second round of the main event. Third and fourth do not get eliminated straight away. They go towards the first round of what is the repechage round, with the double elimination of characterizes the ISA events. You'll always be able to compete at least in 2 heats at the minimum at an ISA event, not just one and then go back home.
Yep, the beauty of double elimination. It also allows the surfers to kind of open up more. I mean, generally, you know, yeah, you want to get through the heat, but with this non-elimination format, it really gives you the opportunity in the main rounds to open up and really try to, you know, surf your best without holding back too much, because you know you're not going to be eliminated from the contest. But right now we're seeing some of the smallest conditions hopefully we'll see all week, and on your screen we're seeing a few beachgoers enjoying the lovely white sands here at Popoyo, and beautiful area too. So got our eyes on the water. It looks like Mario Vega from Guatemala is keeping his eye there on the right-hand side of the screen. Meanwhile, all other 3 surfers are sitting on the peak situation. So little bit more of a hustle for waves right now. It's kind of a just enough surf in this lineup to give everybody an ample chance, but would love to see a little bit more, and hopefully this is the smallest day we're going to see of competition. But nonetheless, for wherever in the world you're from, you're watching these waves and it looks pretty darn fun.
So we just heard 5 minutes left as we're seeing Simon looking for his next interviewee. on the beach, and it's pretty warm outside. It's really warm and humid. At least we're in the booth with air conditioning to be able to do this during all the hours. And that's why you see the surfers just lounging around there, trying to find a little spot of shadow. That's probably the most valuable thing right now on the beach, is shadow, to rest before your eat later on during the day.
Well, there you have it. All the team tents set up there on the beach. We've got a great delegation of 27 countries here. And, you know, the heat's not as bad as I could imagine. I've been in other places in South and Central America where it was, you just step outside of your door and it's just unbearable. Right now, this is like a day in Hawaii. This is like summertime in Hawaii, so I'm really enjoying this weather.
Now the surfers from heat number 12 are already going towards the water. And who will we be seeing in this heat number 12? We're almost arriving at half of this first round. We'll see Felipe Suarez from Argentina in red, JC Susan from New Zealand in white, Raul Hernandez from Venezuela, and Miguel Blanco from Portugal. But for now, Mario Vega with 3 minutes and a half, looking for that 8.07 if he wants to advance to the second round.
Well, really important wave here for the surfer from Guatemala. And you know what? He's doing a good job. Really tough to get that 8.7, but he did a really good job in just getting a good score. I mean, I'd imagine that's going to come in there somewhere between 5 and a 7, maybe better. That first turn was pretty scathing, but I'm going to leave the details of that to the judges. But definitely a huge improvement for Vega from Guatemala. His requirement is going to be much, much less. Right now it's an 8.07. I'm going to say that after this wave, he's only going to need about... well, there it is, just a 4.20. I got pretty excited. Judges are definitely got their scale, and that is the name of the game.
2 minutes and a half left. For now, Tommy Bursian has gone from second position to first with his last wave, 7.27. He's been very sparingly running waves, just waiting for the precise wave. Very good wave selection for the Puerto Rican with 3 waves. He's in first position now, firmly in the lead. Bruce Mackey, if he wants that first position back, needs 6.21, and here he is paddling right alongside Camilo Hernandez from Chile. Let's see if they split the peak. No, nothing happening there.
Yeah, not happening. Not happening for that last score either. I was a little bit surprised. I really expected that to go into the 5-point range, but again, leave the professional judging up to the judges. It's their scale. They're looking at every single detail, and they have that replay machine and anticipatory flags of Argentina on the beach there cheering for their surfer.
That was Guatemala.
Oh, sorry. Same colors.
Mario Vega.
I'm going to do some more homework on these flags.
Some are very similar. Here comes Camilo Hernandez looking for that 6.55. Taking on that left, trying to advance. As the wave crumbles, it's going to be difficult. He needs to apply a little bit more maneuvers, but it's going to be difficult to go over that 7-point mark for that latest wave.
That wave was just moving too slow. You know, I mean, that's the unique thing about surfing is, you know, of course we judge the maneuvers, but it's the wave that gives you the canvas to do the maneuvers. So wave choice and wave opportunity plays a huge role in what the score is going to be.
So there we've got Barbados flag, and from what I see it should be the flag from Venezuela there, because Raul Hernandez is going into the water. You must know that the 3 most similar flags are Ecuador, Venezuela and Colombia. They were part of the same country before, which was the Greater Venezuela, then they split up into 3 countries. But they've got exactly the same color scheme, and it's the difference in stars that defines which country it is. So even I can't recognize those 3 between them if I don't see the colors of the team uniforms.
Yeah, that was a tough one for me. I think earlier I called the Nicaraguan flag something else, so I'm going to be very careful with my flags. I love all these countries. So
obviously, we want to see everyone as the countdown goes down, but I mean, that's also one of the little pluses of the ISA is that you learn countries' flags. As example, the US Virgin Islands, as we saw yesterday at the opening ceremony. So that's the end of this series number 11. unofficial results: first position for Puerto Rico, second position for Barbados, third position for Chile, and fourth position for Guatemala. Once we're going straight away into this series number 12 in the first round of the men's division. So we want to thank everybody and welcome you to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We're at the world-class break of Playa Popoyo, and in the water is heat number 12 right now, already on the way. And we've got 4 surfers in this heat, with Felipe Suarez from Argentina in red, JC Susan in white for New Zealand. In yellow we'll see Raúl Hernández for Venezuela, and in black Miguel Blanco from Portugal. So obviously Miguel Blanco doesn't know family links with Tia Blanco, who is one of the girl surfers on the USA team.
All right, little activity here at the beginning of this heat, just under a minute expelled on the time clock, but got some paddlers here. Looks like JC Susan from New Zealand is scratching, ineffective, not able to get into that little right-hand zipper. So there you see all 4 surfers on screen, waiting patiently for these nice little reef break waves to come their way. And it is a peak situation. There are good lefts, good rights. So we are going to see split peaks, no doubt, especially as the tide fills in, making for little less choices in the lineup. And here we have surfer in red. This is a Felipe Suarez from Argentina. Does a nice crack off the top. Beautiful slice on the shoulder of that section there. Keeps it into the power section there in the foam and kicks out. So nice clean ride, and I think we are going to another interview on the beach.
So we're going to interview with Simon Tommy Bursian from Puerto Rico with Simon. So take it away, Simon.
Tommy Bursian, he's from Puerto Rico. Thank you very much for showing us how is the surf about in Puerto Rico. Hey, you got a 7.5. How do you feel about getting nice wave in your heat?
Oh, I'm stoked. The waves are incredible. Can't ask for much. Waves are offshore, and super stoked to win my heat. Phew.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. And you know, we saw an awesome conditions out there. I don't know, it's kind of home. It looks like home, or way different.
We get a little bit of offshore in the mornings, but then it's always blown out, so it's a little different conditions, but size-wise it's close to home, so we're stoked with the waves. Warm water, close is like home. So.
Okay, and to finish, you want to say something back home in Spanish, Joe?
Quiero darle saludos a todo el mundo en Puerto Rico, a mi familia, mi novia que está aquí conmigo, a todos mis auspiciadores, Dipactus, Dragon, Tres Palmas, Glen Minami, Aggressive CrossFit, que me ayudó a entrenar para prepararme para el evento, y gracias a todo el mundo que está mirando en Puerto Rico.
Gracias, Tommy. Bueno, nos vemos más adelante. Back to you guys.
There goes Simon Salazar together with Tommy Bursian from Puerto Rico, the 27-year-old surfer. It's already his 3rd ISA World Surfing Games, incredible level. And there we saw the first wave from Venezuelan Raúl Hernández in yellow. He's going to open his score, and we've seen a few waves also from other surfers. So we're going to wait for those first scores, as there's 16 minutes left in this heat number 12. When this heat finishes, we'll be at halfway through this first round, halfway through the day.
All right, well, halfway point. Really liked the way, the energy I saw in Hernandez's style on that last wave. Not the greatest wave out there, but really looked springy. So look forward to seeing him on some more surf. There is, I think that might be a surfer coming in from the next heat, or is that Felipe Suarez from Argentina?
That's him, that's Felipe Suarez, waiting in the lineup. He's right at the top. We've also got our photographer in the water, so later on at ISA WSG, you can see all the best moments and photos on the website of this first day. If you want, you can see the highlights of yesterday's opening ceremony too, as well as the still shots from that. And later tonight, somewhere in the night, when it's finished editing, you'll see the highlights of this first day of competition. And there's the dad with, on the left, that's Candelaria. She's 9 years old. And on the right, that's Valentina, 11 years old. They're the two surfers in the women's division for Nicaragua. And they surf every time it breaks Popoyo. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm very curious to see them in action in the water on their own break. And they're probably going to make a few adult women upset, probably during their heats.
Wow, nice snappy off the top on that first section for Miguel Blanco from Portugal, unable to stay on. But here goes JC Susan, really smooth style from the surfer from New Zealand. Does an off the lip there as to avoid running over the other surfer paddling out. So grabs a few points, avoids a little blood. Good going for the surfer from New Zealand. And here's a right. This is our surfer from Argentina. Get a nice smooth cutback, another rebound in the foam. Let's see what this wave can do for him on the inside. A lot of cutting back. Let's see if he can crack the lip, and he does. So finishing nicely there with a nice off the top. He's already got a 5.17, so looking pretty solid there for the Argentinian surfer. And looks like our surfer in yellow is out the back by himself with a couple of good little waves coming in.
The public has come numerous to see this obviously event. It's the fourth event in a row in Nicaragua, so people know what to expect. And yesterday during the parade, it was impressive the quantity of people lining the streets. For now, Raúl Hernández, his first wave, 4.17. And there he was on his second ride when there's 13 minutes and 15 seconds left. A bit lazy on that wave for Raúl Hernández. He was a lot more active and punchy on that first wave. But just get that total score going for you. He only needs to advance 1.23. That would take him to second position in front of JC Susan from New Zealand. And he'd need 6.67 if he wants that first position from Argentinian Felipe Suarez.
All right, well, there the score has dropped for our surfer in red, Felipe Suarez, scoring the best ride of the heat thus far on a right-hander. So that could be an interesting shift as we see, you know, the top score coming on a right-hand wave instead of a left. So with that tide filling in, you know, it could change this little reef break so there's equal opportunity on both sides.
12 minutes and 30 seconds. Visibly, the tide is going to get at its highest point also at one moment.
I believe around 1 o'clock.
So this also may be explaining why the waves are coming in not as regularly as what we saw during the morning. And we saw the kids there in the shadow, and there we see some of the grown-ups watching from the stands the competition. It's a nice setup, really, with this tower pretty high up on the cliff, right in front of the beach. And it makes like a natural amphitheater for people to watch the competition.
All right, well, here we go. Good-looking snap off the top there for JC Susan. He's got such a smooth style. It almost looks like he's just cruising through these waves, but he's getting some work done. And let's see if this inside section gives him an opportunity there. It looks like he's got one more crack at it and saves his board. Not sure if they'll call that a completed maneuver because he didn't have a whole lot of run-out room, but JC Susan only needed a 5.11 to be in advancing position. Not sure what the judges are going to say about that, because right now we have red, yellow, black, and white placings. Argentina in first, Venezuela second, Portugal in third, and New Zealand in fourth. His last wave, last 3.60. That's not going to help his cause.
So JC Susan, nice style, but a surprising situation in fourth place for now. Felipe Suarez, his last wave, we just saw him falling on screen, 1.2. And here comes Raúl Hernández on his third wave. He got 3.67 on the second one. He needs to better that score. He needs a 6.67 to take first place. And he's not going to get it on that latest wave.
Yeah. I think the difference now on these waves where the surfers are getting one or two good maneuvers is the excitement level. You know, JC Susan's doing good maneuvers, but just not looking, you know, as excited as some of these other surfers. So maybe that casual style is a little bit of a visual disadvantage when it comes to the judging because, he's just really going to have to snap it up and look more interested to get the better scores. Seems like Raul Hernandez and Felipe Suarez and even Miguel Blanco are getting solid scores on, similar waves with less maneuvers, but they just look very much more excited.
Felipe Suarez taking onto the left there, going under the lip, but going straight to the wave on the other side. Deciding not to follow up, better go back into the lineup with 9 minutes and 30 seconds. He's in the lead. He seems pretty relaxed, the Argentinian. And we've seen the Argentinian team cheering. They seem also relaxed, so they're pretty confident, Argentina. They know they've got the world champion defending from last year's title, Lele Osuna, on their team. They've got a good team. They seem confident. And Felipe Suarez is showing it off with actions in the water.
I don't know if relaxation and Argentinian blend together as a pair. I mean, we sat down with ISA President Fernando Aguirre, and he admitted when he wakes up in the morning, he is excited. He just is excited to wake up. And okay, here, let's see if JC Susan can actually step it up a bit. Does so. I think he's definitely looking a little more excited on those first two turns. And here he goes, slowing down a little bit again. He might want to try to step up his pace as the wave drops off, but two great maneuvers there on the outside.
Yeah, he could be a bit more aggressive there on those turns, put a bit more strength on his back foot. He seems a lot more comfortable anyway, front side on the left than on the right, where he's got that nice style, but he seems almost too relaxed.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take a wild guess here and say that judges are gonna give JC Susan his best score on that wave because he opened up strong with a good maneuver, followed it up very quickly with another snappy turn. So even though there's only two turns, it looks like it could help.
So as they're waiting for the waves, we're coming close towards the maximum tide in the day. At 1 o'clock, we want to thank everybody who makes this Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games possible, such as our presenting sponsors, Claro, and the bank La FICE. Also the support of La Alcaldía de Rivas and the Consejo Superior de la Empresa Privada. And we want to thank our media partners also helping getting this out to the world, such as Surfline, our official forecaster, Surfers Magazine, one of the best magazines in surf magazines in Latin America, and Pasión Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America. A big thank you to you all for making this event possible. And there we're getting the scores for JC Susan, so we've got a change in situation, Mike.
Yeah, well, I was actually right that time. I think that he looked at a little more peppy, and the judges rewarded him with a 5.90, pushing him into second place now. So really, sometimes it takes a few waves for the momentum to kick in. If you're a slow starter, as you get through the heat, you can hear the announcer and you're in fourth place. It's time to step it up, and he did just that. So kudos to the young New Zealand surfer, but still plenty of time on the clock, and you can bet everyone's amping to step it up towards the end of this heat.
6 minutes and 40, and here comes JC Susan. He wants that 5.01, decides to take on the right. He doesn't seem as comfortable on those rights. If I was his coach, I would just have told him go on the lefts all the time and try to get that 5.01, but he's still going for the rights, and there, as you see, he's falling there on what should be a simple maneuver.
Well, he looks like a pretty big guy. Being skinny and tall is a little deceiving sometimes. Maybe he's just not finding the enough energy on the sort of mushier right-handers to get that snap out of it.
Yeah. Sometimes being bigger, obviously visually, makes your surf less impressive, makes the wave seem smaller. It's going to be impressive to see that 9-year-old kid at Popoyo. She's going to make it seem double overhead straight away.
Yeah, these little 2-footers will be head high on her, especially when she bottom turns. But so time ticking away, about 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, and you can see the guys are kind of jockeying around. They see some bumps coming, so this could be a very important exchange here because a lot of the scores in this heat are average or less, and so it's just going to take one good score to make a big change. And look at this wave completely catching everybody by surprise. Pretty much you know, I call that kind of wave the heat winner, where it's the biggest, best wave of the heat, but nobody got it. So unfortunately, it's a frustrating feeling if you're in competition and you let a wave like that escape you. So feeling for those surfers out in the water, they're paddling around the whitewash going, wow, what just happened?
There's a wave coming on the horizon, as you can see, a bit bigger wave, and trying not to get caught on the inside, paddling out. On the right is Miguel Blanco going for the right. On the left, Felipe Suarez is in position, and there he goes on that right. Nice opening turn, full roundhouse cut back, goes with another one there, keeps on advancing, waiting for that wave to take a bit more face, but that's 3 maneuvers in a row, exactly the same, giving it a bit more variety with that off the top, just to finish it off. So let's see, he's in the lead, he's winning by only 0.91.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of lines marching in there. You can see all 3 surfers paddling out. They don't want to be left in the dust again. They don't want to miss that opportunity. Felipe Suarez just surfed that wave really smooth, really nice. Ended it with a nice solid snap on the inside for some variety. And there is Leilani McGonigal from Team Costa Rica tapping away on her social media, no doubt. So surfer in yellow, Raul Hernandez picks the first left, but this thing has no wall whatsoever. So even though it was a sizable wave, unfortunately you can see the body language there. He's a little frustrated as he didn't really get the opportunity to you know, do his best maneuvering, and he's going to have to settle for another small score there. Not sure if it's even going to challenge that 3.67 he's got, but we'll see what the judges say about that first maneuver.
Exactly, so entering into the last 3 minutes of this heat number 12. In first position, so Felipe Suarez, we're waiting on that last wave, and he gets a 7-point ride. So that's the best wave of the heat now for Felipe Suarez and for the rest of the field. He's now leading by 2.74. Second is still JC Susan, less than 3 minutes left. And there you can see Raul Hernandez from Venezuela. He seems visibly a bit tired there as he's paddling back out. And we want to remind you at the top of your screen on the left to use the official hashtag ISA Worlds, so that we can find everything that's being said on the social media. As we saw Leilani McGonigal, her nickname is McGoogle also, so that's very representative. And there we see ISA publishing all the news as we're going along. Maria Vivo, who says Francisco Morosini, Aurora en el agua. Also Reef Argentina, for example, saying Vamos Argentina, surfing New Zealand, showing also all the photos from the opening ceremony. Fernando Aguirre also publishing there with the official hashtag. So do not hesitate, use that hashtag ISA Worlds so that we can find your voice among the mass in the social media. We're always interested in getting comments and feedback about what's going on the other side of this webcast.
Well, there we saw JC Susan. I'm going to say he kind of checked that first section. You know, he had a great section lining up in front of him. Maybe made a really quick decision as if not to hit the lip, but to kind of do more of a carving turn. And to me, it was very noticeable. So he didn't necessarily dodge the section, but he didn't really get to put all of his weight into it. But we'll see what the judges say. We've got another interview on the beach. I believe it's Lele.
The defending gold medalist from last year, Lele Usuna, with Simon Salazar on the beach. Let's take it.
He's actually the gold medalist from the last year, and hey, you brought, the Argentinas brought one of the best teams that I've ever seen. How do you feel about to be supported in that way? Right?
From last year?
Yeah.
I felt like I said, I love Peru. I love how the waves were. It was such a good experience for me. It was the 10th time. It was 10 years ago that I did the first ISA in Tahiti in 2004. And ever since then, I've always wanted to win one. And finally last year, it came through, and it was one of the best days of my life, to tell you the truth. I had so much emotion running through me. Like, I don't know if I wanted to cry, scream, laugh. I wanted to do everything at the same time. It was just such a great day, and I hope we repeat it. I hope we repeat it again. I mean, everybody's surfing good. The team's fired up. we're all here to represent Argentina, and you know, I love these contests because you see all your friends from all over the world, and we're all here just. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of rivalry, there's a little bit of war in the heats, you know, but we're all friends, we're all good. We love surfing, and that's what we're here for the love of the surf.
Okay, Lele, that's the second gold medal for Argentina. What do you expected for this one, for this event?
Well, we come to win, you know. We know now we know we can, you know. Now that we've done it, we know we can. So we want to make it keep going. We want to make it keep happening. That's what we're here for, to win.
Okay, Lele, un saludo. Argentina, Latinoamérica, el mundo.
Venga, un saludo a Argentina acá, vengan todos, dale. Un saludo a Argentina, la banda. Vamos Mar del Plata, Argentina.
Okay, thank you very guys. Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, fired up. All right, Chris Cote back after a brief little jump in the water. Let me tell you, Mike, it's about 78 degrees, silky, warm, beautiful out there. So our competitors are basically surfing in bathwater. It's that warm.
Yeah. Well, better than 4 mil wetsuits for sure. All right, that's the sounding of the horn for heat number 13. We're going to get to see Peruvian hot shot, Miguel Tudela. Ripper, man. I love watching that guy surf. He is up against Segundo Vargas from Uruguay, Michael Zog from Switzerland, and this is just a 3-man heat, so Lucky Pierre in third is going to have to go to the repechage. Almost worse than getting third or fourth in a 4-man heat, because you know you just had that little extra opportunity.
Yeah, just more opportunity to ride more waves with, you know, that fourth guy could have been the, you know, gnarliest paddler of the event. And he just squeaked out of that. So we're going to start it right off here with Miguel Tudela, goofy footer from Peru. Well, you're psyched, and yeah, that was a commentator curse.
All right, sorry, Miguel. I know you're going to have to throw away that wave. We'll call that commentator curse. But here we've got a split peak on the outside. A lot of action here. Surfer in white just going to town. Segundo Vargas just getting a couple of nice maneuvers on the face of that wave, and not a whole lot on the end of these lefts. It seems like now that the rights have a better end section than the lefts. So here's Michael Zog from Switzerland, actually looking pretty darn good. Just sacrificed his boards on the rock, his board on the rocks there at the end of that wave, though.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that inside section. There's a lot of little hidden rocks and obstacles right there, but he's used to it. Michael Zog, of course, another surfer from Switzerland, currently residing in Costa Rica. Malpas, Costa Rica. And he lives in San Jose, travels all over. But this is more like the Miguel Tudela we know and love. Strong, goofy footer from Peru. He's known as one of the guys in the 2 to 20 club, meaning he can rip waves from 2 to 20 feet.
1 to 20 feet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen him in some big wave world tour events, and just basically, you know, trying to surf like he's surfing, you know, head high waves, but in 40-foot faces, and doing big carves and turns, and kind of putting his name on that list, the short list of guys who can surf anything. The 2 to 20 club. You're in it, Mike.
Well, big improvement there for Miguel Tudela. The curse is over. He's got his sea legs under him, so we're going to see what the judges say about that. But nice exchange there. We weren't able to see the entire ride from Michael Zog, but looked like he finished pretty well there in the shore break. And Segundo Vargas also had a couple of decent turns on that first left of his. And you know what? More waves coming. Looks like Vargas is hustling over to this little left-hand peak, but he's going to be trumped by Michael Zog in yellow. Unfortunately, he can't paddle into that wave.
I'm really impressed with the team from Uruguay. A lot of good surfers, you know, names that I've yet to see really in kind of the elite competition level, but they're really impressing me in these waves. Here goes Miguel Tudela. He's a Volcom team rider from Peru. He's got a whip. He's got a whipping frontside hook on him. Give him a critical section, and he's definitely going to make the most of it. Miguel Tudela.
Yeah, well, I think strategically, Tudela just wanted to get that other little score under his belt. So now he's got 2 scores. You know, the first wave was definitely better. That wave was filler. But now he can comfortably sit out the back and sort of wait and jockey for a wave that's going to provide him with a much better scoring opportunity. So sometimes, you know, these surfers take those smaller waves and, you know, just to give them the freedom to pick something better over time. I think we're going to cut to another beach interview. Simon is on the beach with yet another colorful personality from around the world.
Okay, right now I'm here with Jay-Z Susan. He was competing in the last heat. He got second, but he gave us an awesome show of his surfing. Hey, Jay-Z, how do you feel about being here in this warm water, way different at home?
I'm on holiday right now. It's so warm and nice, and I know my feet's burning as we speak. So I don't know, I'm enjoying it. Good waves. It's a bit slow during some heats, but no, it's definitely contestable. Yeah, it's amazing. Warm water and boardies all rashed up now, but you're making the most of it. So
yeah, that's true. So I want to know, like, the board that you're riding right now, it's on a special one. You choose like a special size or wide or something to this type of conditions?
I just got a board made for back home and slightly a bit more tail rock in it and slightly more pinchy rails, so it's not really for these kind of waves, but making the most of it. And yeah, just got it before the trip, so first few surfs was over here and getting used to it all. So yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
Okay, nice, man. And you want to say something back home? Like say hi to someone?
I think everyone's still sleeping back home, but heard there's some good waves back home, so yeah, make the most of it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and hope you really nice waves in the next heat. So back to you guys in the booth.
Cheers.
Thank you, man.
Have a good one.
Oh, thank you, Simon. Always good to hear from Kiwi surfer, Jay-Z Susan. Again, I mean, these are just names that, you know, you might be seeing for the first time here at the ISA World Surfing Games, but take note. You know, there are some names that you will see down the line in many events to come, and I'll tell you, Michael Zog is one of them. Team Switzerland by way of Costa Rica, and he is his last backhand turn was one of the best turns I've seen all day.
Yeah, super snappy, super fast surfer, and I was really interested to know how he got so good living in a country like Switzerland. You know, proof that the influence and attraction of surfing is worldwide, but he's opted to spend most of his time in Costa Rica. That's where he's developed his style and surf savvy. So here we got a little bit of a jockey. It's only a 3-man heat, but it looks like we've only got about 3 yards separating the 3 surfers. They're staying closely packed together.
The takeoff zone out here at Popoyo is pretty small. It's probably 5 or 10 feet when the good ones come in.
Especially at high tide.
Yeah, you'll see these guys bunching up. You know, it's a lot like lower trestles when you see kind of the peak rolling in. Not a lot of space to kind of paddle each other around, and we've seen in a couple past heats these guys getting a little too deep and getting caught behind on the left. So tight takeoff zone, but that makes for kind of action-packed paddle battles.
All right, well, you can see some of the paparazzi on the beach. These surf contests are well covered worldwide. In fact, some of these events are getting more than 40 million impressions worldwide. So very, very exciting to spread the stoke and vibe of surfing here with the ISA. And this is our surfer from Uruguay. I think he just got the Chris Cote jinx because Cote was just saying how great they were, and you're just like, you gotta like chill out a little bit. The kid needs a score. Actually, he's in first place, so you're off the hook. All right, some good waves approaching here. Miguel Tudela sitting in second place, sees himself a nice looking peak here. He is going to hustle out to it. He might have to go right on this wave, a little too far back for the left, but a good looking right-hander. and gets a nice little snap off the top here. The wave is definitely going to flatten out. Not sure if it's worth staying on it, and was unable to stay on it anyway. So probably a throwaway score there for Tudela.
Yeah, I think Peru really kind of rose to one of the top surfing nations with Sofia Milanovic being so dominant through her run, and with guys like Miguel Tudela coming up, it's they've got a huge future, not just in the ISA events, but on the World Championship Tour, on the WQS, all over. Peruvian surfers have definitely made their mark and will continue to do so. But Michael Zog right here trying to do it for Switzerland.
Yeah, well, this is an important wave for Zog. Unfortunately, not giving him much of a wall at all. Did some work there on the outside. And again, these lefts on the inside are not providing that much opportunity. So Zog is sitting in third place, and I'm not really sure if that score is going to help him. But he only needs a 4.07, so pretty tight race here between Tudela and Zog. And thing is, we've yet to see Tudela really, really open up on a good wave. So very, very, polished competitor, dangerous surfer, and we'll see if he gets the opportunity to put the pressure on the surfer from Switzerland and Uruguay.
Yeah, I'd love to see Miguel get a ramp, because he definitely has air ability, and he is a guy that takes advantage of that whenever possible. So hopefully Miguel Tudela will get a section, and I'd love to see another look at Michael Zog's backhand. His high speed, high power approach definitely in favor with the judges. Right now he's sitting in third, but he doesn't need much. He just needs a 4.07 to get in a second and a 4.98 to take the lead. So a very tight heat here. You see the fans on the beach. This is definitely the most international field you'll see of spectators. I met a young reporter from a German newspaper on the beach, friends from Puerto Rico, friends from California. It was pretty awesome to run down the beach, and literally, I mean, you see people from all over the world, and there's not many events that you can walk down the beach and literally meet a person from a different country every 10 feet.
All right, so I just wanted to take note here. This could be a very good situation for Zog, because white and red are paddling themselves into a paddle battle, leaving Zog over on the lefts by himself. We'll see if one of these surfers is able to take advantage of it, and there it is. Well, it looks like Tudela came out on top of that left-hander. Nice carve off the top. Not much of a wall, again, at the end of this wave, but Tudela showing that polish in competition. I mean, he's a great surfer, but you got to have nerves of steel to come through on those kind of paddling exchanges.
Well, yeah, he really asserted himself right there. And I think the left was actually better. The right was just a shoulder, nothing going. So not only did Miguel Tudela get the chance to hold Segundo Vargas off of that right, but he also got a nice little, that opening carve from Tudela, I think is going to be a big scoring turn for the Peruvian team. There you see the Costa Rican team getting fired up. And here goes Zog on his backhand. Caught behind, and kind of that's the risk. Can he get on the open face? This thing's got a good bowl on it. Nice carving cut back for Michael Zog. Another little quick backside whip. He makes his way through the inside, just throwing this board around with reckless abandon, and I like it.
Well, unfortunately for him, the best parts of that wave, he was struggling in the whitewash with that late takeoff. That's sort of subsequent to the paddle battles. You never know where you're going to end up. When you're trying to hold position, you might have to be putting yourself in a situation that's not going to put you in the best takeoff zone because you're trying to maintain position. So he took off real late, stumbled in the whitewash to get up to his feet, kind of missed the opportunity there on that first section, had to kind of bobble through that second section to get around it, and all that scoring potential lost. So, he's looking for a 4.07 still, and I don't know, those turns at the end, there's a lot of them. They're snappy, but just not very vertical.
Yeah, kind of flat on the face. Quick, but the first turn will be where the majority of his score is going to come from. Follow it up, like you said, Mike, just a couple quick little snaps, kind of flat on the face. But there you see the spectator area, kind of scaffolding is built into this natural cove. I mean, talk about a good place to have a surf contest. You know, Nicaragua is known for its offshore winds, consistency in waves, and on any given day, the waves will be just like this. Absolutely rippable. I mean, this is a high-performance wave. We've already seen some pretty crazy air attempts. The one thing that is going to hinder aerial surfing out here is these offshore winds. Just makes it a little bit more difficult to keep your board under your feet. You know, you think of air wind as being onshore, but these guys are definitely just playing with these waves, sticking to the face of the wave. Right now it looks like kind of power is the difference maker, and we saw that with Neymar McGonigal. You know, we've seen that in the past couple heats with guys laying it on rail to get those big scores.
Yeah, well, we saw Miguel Tudela kind of come unstuck on that last one from the wind and really leaving the door open here for Michael Zog. Just Michael's had a couple of opportunities, not really been able to capitalize, but it's a tight race. One good wave could really separate all these surfers.
Yeah, here you see this wave catches these guys off guard. You know, Nicaragua is very influenced by the tides. So from high tide to low tide, you'll almost see a different break. You know, in talking to a friend that actually lives down here, he said, you know, you don't really have to worry about wind down here. You don't really have to worry about swell because it seems like there's always something. What you do have to think about and decide as to where you're going to surf, go right, go left, is the tides. Because, you know, a lot of the places that you see that look like a fun peak at low tide, you know, they could be dry reef an hour later if the tide keeps going out. So you got to just choose wisely, and the tides are really kind of the difference maker here in Nicaragua.
All right, well, here's the three buddies really close together again. There's not a bunch of separation here on the break. There's surfer Segundo Vargas opts to get out of the fray, and we'll see if that helps him any. You know, if the surfers opt to go left, that puts him out of position. However, if he can get up first on a right, that puts him in pole position. And we got some people on the beach watching, cheering. We got a little bit of lull in the action here. Not a whole lot of waves here at high tide, but that's what our Surfline forecasters actually said. They said, you know, look for the full tide to sort of diminish the opportunities later in the afternoon, later in the day, and hopefully we'll see that change as the tide heads back out in just a few hours.
There you see Miguel Tudela. This is where you play the paddle game. This is open priority, so it's basically a peak situation here, rights and lefts. Whoever's closest to the peak kind of gets to opt which way to go. And right now it's going to be Segundo Vargas going right. He's got a nice little right-hander in front of him. This wave kind of flat on the face. No real sections for him to bang off of.
Well, that first section was key, and my money would have said, you know, stall just another half a second to get to the bottom and get yourself square up into that lip. Going out into the shoulder there was a big mistake because it was just a sort of a soft cutback out on the shoulder, and really, really, really got to plan your maneuvers when the waves are that slight. So possibly a tactical error there for Segundo, who's now in second place. And again, our surfer in yellow only needs a little score. Well, actually a decent score at this stage. He needs a 5.61. But here he goes paddling for one of the bigger sets in the last 10 minutes. Looks like it's coming in. So it looks like there's going to be quite a bit of opportunity for both surfers in the next 30 seconds.
Team Costa Rica, you got to give them the Spirit Award so far. Their team has been on the beach for every heat that they have a surfer in. Miguel Tudela, you hear the Peruvian team going nuts. Beautiful combination surfing. I mean, look at the style. Miguel Tudela, as he just flows through 3 turns right to the inside, wrapping it around. And that was basically the stamp you want to put towards the end of the heat. That is going to be an excellent score, Mike.
Yeah, Tudela is definitely securing his lead there, and kind of a heartbreak situation for Zog on the outside. Just had to duck dive under a bigger wave, but here he goes. This one's got a little whitewash on the face. Kind of does a lazy turn on that first section, and there it is, a little snappier there on the second. Another carve under the lip there. So this is definitely gonna help Zog. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the score he needs. It should eclipse that 3.73, but gets him up into the 5-point range. 6-point range is what he needs to get through this heat.
I like it. That one big backside snap looked really good and quick and whippy. You know, I go back to the point that you said the first turn, you know, was kind of a setup turn, whereas it should have just unleashed right there. That opening section has the most power. It's the most vertical part of the wave. If he would have came out and just went straight up into the lip on that first wave and followed it up with that second snap, he would have been looking at something probably in an 8 range easily. But now he's left it up to the judges. He needs a 5.61. I think that's going to be close, but you don't want to make it close. He had the opportunity to put the nail in the coffin right there and get a huge score, but you know, just kind of a little soft on the opener, and then I got to give him props for that second turn. Incredible backside snap.
Yeah, well, I think you know, the judges are deliberating over that replay. They want to make sure and get it right. He did do several maneuvers. 2 or 3 of them were definitely more critical than the others, and it was a sizable wave. It wasn't as big as Tudela's or the one he had to go under, but nice, you know, mid-range wave size and a lot of maneuvers. So let's see any minute now what the judges say.
Wow, look at this heat coming up next. We got Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica, Yoni Klein from Israel, Jose Bros from Panama, and Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal. So, man, you got some stars in this next heat. This is, on paper, for me, probably one of the heats of the day. And, you know, not just for the surfers in it, but for the countries represented. Costa Rica, Panama, Israel, and Portugal.
Well, that's the sound of the horn, and it looks like all the positions will remain. Miguel Tudela getting first place in that heat, and White Segundo Vargas from Uruguay will retain second place, as that last wave from yellow was just shy of 4.83. So, as we thought, that little lazy turn at the onset cost him the advancement.
Well, he'll go back to the drawing board, and he will get a chance to surf again through the Repecharge. This will be coming up later this week. All men today, 24 heats of the main event here at the ISA World Surfing Games, Popoyo, Nicaragua. Tomorrow, we'll be getting our first look at some of the females. And I'll tell you, the female field is ripping. They've been free surfing out here before and after the event. So it's definitely going to be a show tomorrow. All right, we're going to kick off into heat 14, 20-minute heats. And there's the Peruvian team getting psyched. Miguel Tudela taking the win handily. This is going to be a hell of a heat right here. These guys got 20 minutes. 4 surfers in the lineup. Carlos Munoz, Jose Bros, Yoni Klein, and Vasco Ribeiro.
Well, yeah, get ready to be psyched, because this is a whopper. Carlos Munoz is just one of the most exciting surfers in South America. Jose Bros from Panama, he's got skills. Yoni Klein, underdog. This guy rips. I'm remembering the name from previous years, and if my memory serves me correct, be prepared to be impressed. And then Vasco Ribeiro, no joke. This guy is a champion surfer, and if these guys get the waves, we should see some fireworks.
Yeah, Vasco Ribeiro just missing out on qualification last year. I mean, he was right there. He's powering his way through the WQS. So like we said, Heat 14 here at the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Firing up. Consistent waves. Looking at the Surfline forecast here for Monday. It's a southwest swell, and it's holding fairly steady. It's down a notch from Sunday, but looking towards tomorrow, Tuesday, southwest swell continues to hold. We're going to have similar wave sides, but it's going to start to pick up a little bit. Wednesday, Thursday, new swell coming. Keep your fingers crossed, and here we go. We're getting into heat number 14. Who's going to kick this thing off? It looks like we have a split peak, and going left, Vasco Ribeiro. And he gets caught behind. He's trying to get back into the open face. Nice backside power hook for Vasco. Another big turn through the inside section. So basically the next level has been reached with Vasco Ribeiro. I mean, this guy is a world championship tour competitor. I mean, he is right there on the cusp, as well as Carlos Munoz, who's had a taste of what it's like to surf on the World Championship Tour. So, you look at those two guys as kind of the standouts here. But, hey, tell you what, Jose Bros from Panama, and like you said, Mike, tell me about Yoni Klein. You've seen him compete in a few ISA events, correct?
Very smooth surfer, very, very exciting. And, I could have swore I saw a smile on the face of Carlos Munoz on the end of that ride. We didn't get to see the whole ride, but if he was smiling at the end of the ride, I'm just really
That's
curious
dangerous.
what we missed here. We do have a playback. So nice cut back to start things off. Really beautiful style here, and I don't know if that fro is adding some extra weight, but he is definitely got, as well as the nimbleness, he's got some power. Okay, so he was smiling because he was laughing at himself. He bobbled a little bit and pulled it back up. So first wave, get the sea legs out.
Carlos Munoz on this Super Brand surfboards, also representing Volcom clothing. And Volcom has, made Carlos basically their poster child, not only for Central and South America, but, for the world. Such a rad personality, just a cool guy. I mean, you talk about spreading aloha. That dude spreads it on a global scale. His smile, his shaka. I mean, he is an ambassador to the sport, on par with anybody in the world.
Well, pura vida for sure. And you know what? Looks like we've got one of the better sets we've seen in the last 20, 30 minutes as the lineup is starting to light up. And here is our surfer from Panama. Really beautiful maneuver there on that first turn, and nice sweeping carve for the second turn. So he's making his way in, and Yoni Klein, I think I jinxed him on that first wave. He's going to have to reset, but yeah, the Carlos Munoz had a little right-hander on that set also, but he opted to kick out pretty quick, so nothing happening there. Still waiting for the judges to drop their scores on that first exchange. Now we've got these other scores coming into play, so we'll see. Got some more activity. Paddling is Vasco Rivero. Really enjoy watching that man's power, but Yoni Klein's going to end up grabbing this one, and okay, not happening there for our surfer from Israel.
Well, we got 15 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Scores coming in, and the judges right now are giving the nod to Carlos Munoz, but more scores to drop. Vasco Ribero's first wave was, he kind of tried to get around a section out the back. He's rewarded with a 4.33, so we got a heat, people. 2015 ISA World Surfing Games up and riding right now. Vasco Ribeiro, beautiful backside vertical snap, but comes unstuck, digs the nose and goes down. Meanwhile, Carlos Munoz wrapping around on this right-hander. He's sticking to the rights and so smooth, Mike.
Yeah, he did a nice gaff out on that first section, too. You weren't able to see it on screen, but, as you were calling the left, I was peeking out the window, and Carlos Munoz did a pretty good little powerful gaff on that first section, so I imagine he's going to jump into first place after that. Jose Bros with a 6.0, highest score of the heat so far in those two beautiful turns we saw on that good left-hander, so nice start to the heat for Team Panama. Meanwhile, Munoz about to drop a decent score. Vasco up and down. It's not going to affect his score much at all, and Yoni Klein really yet to start the engine.
13 minutes and 50 seconds to go out the back. Got a nice little set coming in. This Popoyo little reef just sucks all the swell into this kind of, it's almost like a little bay. It's a valley that comes up, and you get down into the valley, you come right out into this beautiful beach with 3 separate peaks within about 200 yards of beach, which is pretty incredible. Yoni Klein, okay, so he's kind of starting to put it together. A couple of mistakes early, but he's got plenty of time to go. And you're right, Mike, he's got a really smooth style and really pleasing on the eye to watch.
Looks like his board kind of held up there. I mean, I would really enjoyed watching his style. I think the last time I saw him surf was in Peru, and was able to really open up on those long right-hand walls. Right now, he is, definitely going to put a decent score on the board, but looked like he was having a little speed issue. So there it is, Carlos Munoz with a 4.2 on his last wave, all probably based on the power of that first gaff, and he's in first place. Jose Bruce looking to open up on this right-hander. Meanwhile, we're going to follow Vasco Rivera on this beautiful left-hand wall. Gets a nice little snap there. It's kind of dying out, but he was able to throw some spray and make the most of it. So he only needs a 1.68, but that was before Jose Bruce just took off, and we weren't able to see. Well, here we go. Here's a replay of Bruce. Let's see if he can get anything going on this wave. So not going to be much of a score there for Bruce. So really, second place is still up for grabs, and Carlos Munoz with two pretty mediocre scores. So this heat really yet to blow up.
I'd like to see Carlos take a look at one of these lefts. The rights, they're open, but they're kind of slow. You know, you see Vasco Rivera on these lefts, and he's definitely got that kind of inside hook to work with, and he's throwing it up vertical. Had he made that last vertical snap, the thing would have been up in the excellent range for sure. I mean, you see the sections as they're coming through. Right on the takeoff on the left, there's definitely a wedge to work with. And you see right there, they're discussing, that's Team Puerto Rico. And Brian Toth, the team leader, right there getting ready to go out. And so they're looking at the waves. So Tothy, he's a goofy foot. You can bet he's going to be looking at the lefts. And if I'm Costa Rica and coaching Carlos right now, he's surfing a smart heat, getting good scores, but he's got to try to improve. See Jose Bruce right now, he's jumped into the lead with his second wave of 2.43. So the judge is only throwing 4s to Carlos's waves where he's doing multiple cutbacks. He needs to go left and get that backhand. His backhand is incredible. So Carlos needs to start looking left if he wants to eclipse that 4-point score.
Yeah, even backing up that theory too, Yoni Klein got a 5.5 on that decent left he got. So definitely better scoring on the lefts, and there it is, Vasco Rivera with another medium score there. He's got a 4.97. For now, it puts him in the first place, but the real danger is these surfers that have higher scores, you know, filling in the blanks later here in the heat, and plenty of time left, 10 minutes, 22 seconds remaining, and this looks like we're going to finally get to see Carlos Munoz on his backhand on a nice looking left-hander.
Ooh.
That's not good.
Yeah, that was a kind of bad error for Carlos Munoz. You saw he just got a little bit of air under his fins, almost like he was a little too excited for the next section that was coming at him as he was going into the floater. Here goes Yoni Klein on his backhand. Nice opening snap. This is the section we're talking about. Bam! This really allows these guys to open up hard off the top.
You know, it looks to me like he's fighting his equipment right now. I mean, you know, maybe it's a little more difficult than it looks, but it just, you know, he's had the opportunities to really put in some good maneuvers, and it's just slightly less than crisp. I mean, that's going to be his second best score, and it may well put him into an advancing position. I think it will for sure. He only needs a 2.98, so that he's going to be in advancing position, but opportunity missed when you dig a rail like that. He dug a rail in the middle of that section, which really, you know, the judges pick up on that stuff, and they just, it's really hard to open up your score line when you're digging rails.
We got 9 minutes to go. Vasco Rivera in the lead. Jose Bruce in second. Carlos now just drops right down to third. But he doesn't need much, a 4.24. You know, had he made that left, that first little float on the left, that thing was really kind of firing down the line. So he'll be kicking himself and the team on the beach right now, which I've kind of dubbed the Spirit winners so far. The Costa Rican team definitely have the numbers out on the sand, you know, representing when one of their guys or gals is in the lineup. So that's got to be on Carlos's mind now. So he looks towards the beach. 8 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Looking towards the coach, saying, okay, give me something.
Well, yeah, you can see they are sitting with nerves of steel. Nothing good about being in the ocean in a heat when they don't see waves approaching. So usually it just takes about a minute or two between sets, 2 or 3 minutes max. But you know, those moments are, you know, really separate the you know, true competitors from the others.
Well, talking about our competitors, this young lady has been in amongst the best of them on the sand. I'm talking about Shannon Quirk, who's on the beach right now.
Third, white, four. Hey guys, we're down here with some Guatemalans that are hanging out at the beach, just catching the shade. ¿Qué es la mejor cosa de Popoyo? What's the best part about being here at Popoyo?
El offshore, que hay offshore permanente todo el tiempo y buenas olas.
Offshore all the time, good waves. And how are you preparing? ¿Cómo estás preparando para surfear en Popoyo?
Pues hemos surfeado bastante estas olas, venimos 2 o 3 días antes del evento, me encanta, muy buenas olas, muy sólidos, siempre está bueno y re alegre estar representando a Guate en un lugar tan bonito y que sea parte de Centroamérica, más lindo todavía.
So stoked to represent Guatemala and just preparing to surf Popoyo and getting ready, and everything's good, so we're stoked. Glad you guys are having fun. You can say hi to Guatemala.
Hi Guatemala. Hi Guate. Saludos desde Nicaragua, representing.
Back to you guys.
Thanks you, Shannon, and looking forward to seeing the Guatemalan girls right now. Carlos Munoz. That's what we came to see from Carlos Munoz. The Costa Rican dream. Throwing the front side air, landing tail first, blasting it out with the reverse. So maybe I'm eating my words about telling him to go left. He kind of just made this right, all his own right there. Best air we've seen of the event. Of course, coming from Carlos Munoz, and you see the smile. He's psyched. And right behind him, Vasco Ribeiro going for the power approach on the right. You see a little bit of chop coming up the face, but he's navigating it well through this inside section. Not a lot of meat on the bones of that wave, so Vasco Ribeiro will go down. But as we were getting through that interview, Yoni Klein, surfer from Israel, jumped into first place, dropping Carlos Munoz down to fourth. But a lot of action, a lot of waves, and the judges need to catch up here.
Well, here's Yoni Klein. He's got himself a nice open face. Little bit of chatter on the face of that wave, which actually that wind is the epic air wind for Carlos Munoz. You can tell that's why he knew to do that air. And Yoni Klein looking to throw away a 4.53. Not sure he had enough action on that wave for that, but looks like, you know, with 5 minutes left, it's going to be kind of a powder keg here because there's so many close scores. Jose Bruce just got a 2.67 on his last wave. He only needs a 3.3 to get into scoring contention, but we've yet to see Munoz's score. And judging by the critical value of that big air, I mean, that's essentially all he had. He had a couple cutbacks after that, but the score on that last wave is going to, you know, weigh heavily on that big air.
Yeah, it definitely woke me up, woke the crowd up. I nearly jumped out of my seat, kind of pulled that thing out of nowhere. You know, that's the unpredictability of, you know, these kind of top-level young surfers. Carlos Munoz being a guy on any given wave, he can throw something crazy dynamic like he did right there. But in the lead, Yoni Klein, and, you know, we talked about where these guys are coming from around the world, where they surf. A lot of surfers from all over the world kind of, you know, meeting in Costa Rica and making that their training ground. For Yoni, Maldives, Bali, that's where he trains and surfs, and you can tell he's used to these good open-faced waves, and, you know, his style is so fluid. You know, the waves of Bali and Maldives obviously offer, you know, just beautiful, epic open-faced waves, and, you know, you can tell he's been taking advantage of traveling around, and it's really cool that he's waving the flag for Israel. He did surf in the Billabong Israel Pro and did well in that event, so no stranger to competition either. But Carlos Munoz, on the strength of his last score, a huge 7.5, jumps in the lead, dropping Yoni to second. And as we speak, Carlos again going left.
Yeah, well, Munoz definitely pulling up the rear here at the end of this heat. Nice set wave, beautiful carve off that section. Another carve, looking real springy, but not a whole lot of vertical face on that wall. So maybe another medium score from Munoz, but that's still going to help his cause. He's got to throw away a 4-point. Vasco Rivero. This is real dangerous for the other competitors because Rivero just threw a beautiful turn at that first section, and he only needed a 5.07 to get into advancing position. Now Yoni Klein looking to improve on that 4.53, and Jose Bros, he needs to drop that 2.67 because he's got a 6, which is actually a pretty decent score in this heat right now.
Yeah, another tight heat. That last wave from Vasco Rivero, that could be a dream crusher for Carlos and Yoni. That opening snap was insane. And you see out in the lineup, they're kind of just going, okay, what just happened? As they heard the beach erupt for both surfers. I mean, Carlos Munoz, he didn't really get that one big section, but he surfed that wave really smooth. A lot of power in those backside roundhouse hooks. So Carlos is going to be given a good score on his last wave, a 7.5. So Yoni right now sitting out the back has just got to wonder, what just happened. He could have just been knocked from second to fourth on the strength of those last two waves from Carlos and Vasco.
Well, he's definitely looking at potentially dropping to third place, but unless Jose Bruce gets another wave, either which way, third or fourth, it never mattered to me. If I got third, I was just as upset as if I got fourth. But the great news is that ISA, being the organization that it is, this is a non-elimination round, meaning these surfers have the opportunity to surf again in the repecharge round should they lose. And got to give credit to the ISA where credit is due. They're really... the mission is to spread the stoke of surfing worldwide and the legacy, the beauty of surfing, and create a foundation for the perpetuation of surfing and its positivity around the planet. So kudos to the ISA and the mission statement.
I like it. Keep it positive. It's surfing. And what better way to spread stoke around the globe than doing it on the waves? 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mike Latronic. 30 seconds to go here in Heat 14. So if you want to throw a hashtag to support your country or your favorite surfer, hashtag ISA Worlds. Right now we got some fans on the beach from Canada. They are with our reporter on the sand, Shannon Quirk.
People from all over the world here to watch the contest today. How are you liking Popoyo? You've been here for a while?
I just got here to watch the competition. It's amazing so far.
Cool. Yeah. What's different about it? Have you seen this many people on the beach here?
No, I definitely haven't. I haven't seen this many people in the water either. Yeah.
Awesome. Are you enjoying your time in Nicaragua?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I'd never want to leave. Beautiful.
Well, thanks for coming down and cheering on the competitors. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon.
First place, Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. Second place, Vasco.
We're going to get right into this. We're rolling into Heat 15. 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote, I'm being joined by Philip Muller. Philip, you've been out and about. Give us just a kind of basic overview, temperature-wise outside. It's hot, but there's a nice breeze. I mean, it is just the best beach day ever here at Popoyo.
Exactly, but still, you have to find that breeze because it isn't everywhere. But as we know, this is the country of offshore wind all year, 24 hours a day, offshore wind, due to having one of the biggest lakes in Nicaragua, and that produces a big depression, and that sends these offshore winds, one of the most consistent countries in the world. So we want to welcome you, if you're joining recently this webcast transmission to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are the world-class break of Playa Popoyo. We are, as Chris was just saying, starting heat number 15 of 24 of this first round of the men's division. And in the water, we've got 4 surfers for this heat. Who are they, Chris?
Well, this is another international affair, of course. Nicolas Undurraga from Chile, Brian Toth from Puerto Rico, Amos Riviera from Guadalajara, and Anders Forselius from Sweden. So our first Swedish surfer hitting the lineup.
Yep. So we're going to quickly check a replay of the best wave of the previous heat. So we're going to start having replays. We're going to see that wave was really impressive. So we're going to have that. For now, this is live action with the lone competitor for Team Sweden, Anders Forselius. So there he is, the Swedish surfer. Hey, trying
Cool.
a bit of longboard there with
Yeah.
Hang 5.
Our first surf from Sweden and our first Cheater 5.
Cheater
It's
5.
Really cool to see. You know, he basically is a one-man army down here in the ISA World Surfing Games, but doing it for positivity and, you know, spreading the love of surfing. And right now, up and riding, Nicolas Undarag from Chile.
There
Going
he goes.
right.
On the right, the young Chilean, Nicolas Unduraga from Maitencio. And there he disappears behind the structure. As we're pretty far back, we're up on the cliff here. And we've got a pretty nice view. We've got the best view in the house here from the tower, and with this 80-inch screen that we've got in front of us. We've got multiple views, and here comes Brian Todd from Puerto Rico. And obviously be careful there with the interference, because we already saw one today with Noemar McGonigal from Costa Rica, and he wasn't too pleased about that interference earlier on. 17 minutes and 30 seconds left. We also want... We're going to go right now to the replay of that best wave of the previous heat. Let's check it out. That's Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. Break it down for us, Chris.
Well, you see, this boom, just opening turn right there was as critical as it can possibly get. You see him just under his board. He kicked the tail out, landed backwards, spun it around, and he got not only the judges fired up, he got the crowd on the beach fired up. Mike and I were commentating. We were fired up. Now the whole event's just fired up. So more airs to come. And Carlos right there, Munoz, I mean, he's basically the stoke and flag bearer for Costa Rica. And Philip, I gave them so far, they've got the Spirit Award. I mean, they have been, as a team, on the beach, every heat that one of their surfers is in, they've been all cylinders firing. So it's been really fun to watch.
Exactly. So Team Costa Rica already favorites for the,
there you go.
The Spirit gold medal, and also the best haircut for Carlos Munoz. So he might be getting 2 unofficial gold medals there.
I like it. Well, 16 minutes, 20 seconds to go here. 4 surfers in the lineup. Brian Toth, you see, going left. Goofy footer from Puerto Rico. This guy excels in barreling waves as well as rippable waves. You've seen him catching bombs at Pipeline. Of course, he's got some incredible waves at home in Puerto Rico. Right here, just kind of a surgical approach to that last wave here at Popoyo. So in the lineup, like I said, we have Nicolas Undaraga from Chile, Brian Toth, he's coming from Puerto Rico, and from Guatemala, Amos Rivera and Anders Forselius from Sweden. So there's 4 countries right there where, you know, we don't, we've seen a lot of Puerto Rico in the past, but as far as Sweden and Guatemala goes, you know, this is getting new. We're liking it. So these are 20-minute heats, and, you know, the basic modern competitive surf rules apply. Top 2 waves advance. There's no priority, so it's basically 4-man priority battle. Closest to the peak will be deemed the right of way. And it's basically a peak situation, rights and lefts. And that's at the judge's kind of behest.
So 15 minutes left. We're going to go to a beach interview alongside Shannon Quirk there, getting the spirit of the beach. So take it away, Shannon.
Hey, so if you don't know Carlos, he's pretty much the definition of pura vida.
Pura vida.
Pura vida, really expressing it out there. How was that heat?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, God. You know, it was a really tough heat for me. Most of the time when I'm competing, I always feel nervous in my first heat. And, well, I'm happy that I get the 2 waves in the last seconds and make it for 4th to 1st. And super stoked, you know, the whole team is making it. And Well, we're having the Pura Vida vibe here in Nicaragua. Everybody's smiling, all the teams together, and that's what we're looking for. Enjoy and share with more people and be happy and surfing, by sport.
Well, you were checking out the rights. How is that compared to the lefts?
Well, it's high tide right now, so I was trying to get some rights. I got a really good air, and I'm so happy. I land my air and I can make it through. I hope we can keep going with the same vibe and keep advising. Now, see you guys in the second round, and good luck to all the chickens and the rest of the team. Pura vida.
Back to you guys.
The red jersey.
Thank you, Shannon. There with Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. We just saw that incredible wave, and we saw the first real air landed there with air reversed 360 for Carlos Munoz. So great surfing from Team Costa Rica right now. And here comes Brian Tough in the lead of this heat. He's fast on that wave, going strong, just going round Nicolas Unduraga from Chile there, getting back to that clean section. And we're going to follow from Sweden. There was Anders Forselius trying to catch his third wave. He's got two scores, two identical 2.33s. He's in third position right now. To advance, he needs a 3.74. Amos Rivera is second wave, 3.07. So he's in second position, but he needs 9.26. Now, if he wants first place, there's some of the supporters of Team Sweden. And Nicolas Unduraga, he was in fourth position, his last wave 3.83, and that's enough to take him to second position. Now he needs to work to better those scores, because right behind him, needing only 5.16, is Amos Rivera in yellow for Guatemala, and in fourth position, Anders Forselius from Sweden in black. He needs to advance 5.9, so not such high scores, both in the 5-point range. And so Nicolas needs to watch his back, while for now, Brian Toth, his last wave, we saw him right now, 5.9. So he's in the lead, winning by 4.5 as we're closing in with 11 minutes and 40 seconds left. We are live here at the break of Popoyo, world-class break, most consistent country in the world. Over 300 surfing days a year. There's not many countries in the world that can boast such statistics. Chile is also one of the countries with over 300 days of surfing a year. I think Hawaii, and doesn't even get close to that sort of numbers. So 11 minutes, a bit of a calm, and positions right now in the water. First position for white, Puerto Rico. Second position, red, Chile. Third position, yellow, Guatemala. And fourth position for black, Sweden, with Anders Forselius, the only competitor for the Scandinavian country. And Denmark also, same situation, only one competitor.
I like it. It definitely, you already have the kind of underdog tag, Sweden and Denmark. But you kind of get adopted. I think the rest of the teams kind of they start cheering for you because you only got one guy, so you're not a threat to take them, take the gold title away from them. And the fact that you're here and you're waving your flag and you're stoked, that definitely kind of spreads. And you'll see by the end of this competition, Anders is going to be one of the favorite surfers of everybody, just because he's definitely, he's out here from Sweden. He's one of these guys that basically travels the world surfing. But he waves a Swedish flag, and it's going to be really cool to see other teams, just kind of taking him under his wing. And unfortunately here, it looks like this could be a possible interference situation. I think Nicolas Unduraga definitely thinks that was the interference. So Amos Rivera from Guatemala, maybe not looking behind him quite enough, and that'll be up to the judges, of course, to decide. We've seen a couple of interferences, but nothing crazy. There's just been a couple little mix-ups, and I think that kind of owes to the sportsmanship rule that we put into play here. And it didn't look like a malicious attempt by Amos, but if you hinder the surfer's ability to ride the wave, you're going to be given that interference call.
So 9 minutes and 30 seconds. As we see there, Team Guatemala on the beach cheering for Amos Rivera. We're going to check there. We just saw the replay of that action as we saw Nicolas Unduraga, the Chilean in red, going down that wave, and 2 meters right in front of him, Amos Rivera from Guatemala. So 9 minutes left. And you can see the surfers in the water waiting for the next set to come in. For now, no change in the situation. We're just going to check out if we're getting that interference marked against Amos Rivera. We're not judges, so we're just going, because they need a consensus up there. They need a majority of the judges to vote for the interference. Some won't see it, some will. Sometimes they're very clear. And I mean, for an interference to be marked, he must really hinder the possibility of points for the wave. But it seems that Nicolas had to wait for Amos to get out of the wave, because he could have done one maneuver there, and that is probably what's going to push the scales. Here's the score for Amos Rivera: 1 point, 1.23 for Nicolas Undurraga, and up until now, no interference marked.
Well, I think, yeah, just as we said that, boom, on the screen, the interference was called. You know, I think it was fair, and again, I don't think it was malicious. I think it was just a mistake on Amos's part, you know, not looking back, and, you know, sometimes you just go. So Amos Rivera from Guatemala is given an interference, but he's definitely got a chance. We saw Noimar McGonigal, and they're on your screen. That's a champion right there, Philip.
That's the defending world champion. So we've got one in the water, one's coming in the booth soon. We've got our defending world champion with us on the webcast team. Mike Latronic is the defending world champion for Hawaii in the Kahuna over 45 category. And so 7 minutes and 30 seconds, that interference against Guatemalan Amos Rivera took him from third position now to fourth. So it's going to be a lot more difficult. And now if he wants to advance, he needs 6.7. So it seems to be well played there by Nicolas Undurraga. He might have tried to force a bit that interference to show it properly. He really slowed down. But I mean, these are the rules of the game. It's a competition. You want to get through.
Well, you know, it applies to all sports, basketball, soccer. I mean, anything you can do to get your edge on the competitor. And, you know, it's fair play. You basically need to make it very clear to the judges that you were interfered with. You know, in soccer, these guys will fly on the ground and hold their head, scream, you know, just to let the refs know that they were tripped. That's exactly what happened right there. And obviously it wasn't as dramatic as we've seen in some soccer, basketball, whatever, in other games. You know, basically just raised his arms like, hey, I could have ripped that wave and gotten a score. So it worked, and, you know, there was nothing dirty about it. I don't think on either side. You know, a lot of times at a peak situation, that's when you run the danger of kind of assuming that the guy's going to go right when you're going left. And, you know, it happens when you assume.
Yeah, because he really didn't look behind him. He just went for it, the Guatemalan Amos Rivera. And, I mean, that played against him. I mean, it's going to be very difficult now to get out of that fourth slot. Only 6 minutes left. And there we see just that little zone that's below the tower. We're, like, right on the right of the screen right now. And so you can see that we're in round 1, heat number 15, and above the screen there, above the timer, you can see the official hashtag for the event, ISA World. So that's the official hashtag for the whole ISA events. If you want the particular hashtag of this event, it's World Surfing Games. And we've already seen a few people here that are posting live with the hashtag. ISA is using it a lot. Fernando Aguirre is also on Twitter, if you want to follow the president of the ISA. We're living interesting times. We're on the verge of getting into the Pan American Games, one step closer to maybe being included. We're crossing our fingers for 2020, being included in the Tokyo Summer Games with surfing as an invited sport. And I think that would finally accomplish the dream of Fernando Aguirre, who's been doing this for 21 years, and this would be really a great step for him.
There's a lot of passion with that man, and it is paying off in spades. That's for sure. 4 minutes, 51 seconds to go. A paddle battle right here, and it ends up with a right and left. Your surfer in white, Brian Toth, nailing it off the top. Beautiful forehand snap for Tothy. Throws the tail. Can he make it? He gets back up. Gumby, the rubber band man, sticks to his board somehow, making that turn after his fins disengage. He's still going. Throws the chop hop. Let us know. Now he's into total control. Brian Toth from Puerto Rico. Nice couple of opening turns, and kind of came unstuck but restuck through that last turn. 4 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Tothy is in the lead. Your surfer from Puerto Rico in white. In second, Nicolas Undurraga from Chile. Anders Forselius is in third. And with that interference from Guatemala, Amos Rivera.
So there we see the team of El Salvador. Obviously, each team has got a little box with the name of the country where they can leave the flags, can leave the boards and everything. And also find a bit of shadow in this climate because it is past 1, so we've just had lunch. Nice Nicaraguan food. And as you can see, those people on the beach are pretty hot.
Yeah, so yeah, Nicaraguan fare, so far I've loved it. You know, lots of beans and rice and really good meats, so we're being fed quite well here in Nicaragua, and if you've never been down here, it's definitely a surfer's paradise. You know, this is one of these places in the world where, you know, you're not going to be, you know, lured into the big city. You're going to be lured to the beaches, more likely to be getting tubed than going to the discotheque here in Nicaragua, and that's a good thing.
Exactly. So 3 minutes left. We're preparing an interview. I can hear that on the radio for Team Argentina. We've got the team manager on the beach getting ready. For now, no change in the situation right now. Brian Top from Puerto Rico is still in first position. Nicolas Unduraga from Chile getting that interference. Mark against Guatemala is second. And the Black Anders Forselius from Sweden is third. And Amos Rivera from Guatemala, he's got that interference against him. It's going to be difficult to dig himself out of it. Right now he's fourth and he needs 6.70 to advance. If he wants third, but that won't change much, he needs 3.13. So we're looking also, you can hit us up on Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association. We've got 5,000 likes. If you're still not following us there, please do. Just put I like and you can see lots of information, photos, a lot of content that does not necessarily apply or appear on the official webpage, like George Jacobs, who says today, Nika. He's a bit stoked about this webcast. And Paulo Ugarte Vega, who says Rancho in Popoyo, sending us photos there of the other spots close by. So we're going to go with an interview on the beach of Argentinian team.
Surf, he's also the manager for Argentina. Can you present yourself? ¿Podrías presentar para todo el mundo?
Sí, hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Mi nombre es Freddy Tórtora, soy el team manager de Argentina y bueno, estamos acá en Nicaragua con mucha fuerza con nuestro equipo haciendo lo mejor para tratar de conseguir la medalla.
Awesome. So they're here with the whole team doing the best they can. He's also the team manager for Argentina and knows the president of ISA, Fernando. And tell me give me a good story about Fernando. Cuéntame una historia buena sobre Fernando.
Bueno, Fernando lo apreciamos mucho. Él es un gran trabajador del surf durante toda su vida. Ya todos conocen, bueno, todas las cosas que él ha hecho y bueno, y últimamente desde que es presidente de la ISA, el surf en el mundo ha evolucionado muchísimo, así que es creo que un reconocimiento muy grande de todas las federaciones del surf mundial hacia su persona y los respetamos mucho por su gran trabajo.
That's awesome. So he's grown up with Fernando, the president of ISA. He said that Fernando really represents not only the country but the sport and has started so much momentum with the federation. They're just so thankful and they're great friends. So thank you for your time and buena suerte.
Bueno, muchas gracias y bueno, un saludo a todo el mundo del equipo argentino. Gracias.
3, 2, 1. Thank you, Shannon. Shannon's been up and down the beach. Along with Simon Salazar, so our team on the sand, getting amongst it, talking to as many different countries as possible. We've already heard from surfers from Germany, we've heard from surfers from Sweden, Israel, so it's a really great first day to kind of just familiarize ourselves with some of the surfers that we're seeing. The surfers that don't advance, they're in third and fourth spot, we're going to see them again. They'll be coming up through the rapid charge heats. And while you think, okay, loser bracket, should I watch that? Definitely, because some of the most spectacular performances you'll see are in those rapid charge heats, because you're talking about guys with their backs against the walls. They don't want to let their team down. That's the pressure cooker heats, and that's where things can get really exciting.
Yeah, entirely right there. I mean, the repêchages heats, as the rounds go higher and higher, the guys in the main event, the top guys that have advanced a few rounds, start getting eliminated and going down to the repechage round. So you're getting fed stronger and stronger surfers, and I mean those heats can get pretty intense. So there's the winner of that past heat for Brian Todd from Puerto Rico, and we saw him on that last wave. He was just going out, he was having a field day there, just taking his free surf and just going on a tube, not a very clean tube, coming out completely through the front there, but making it out. And I think it's the first tube we saw on the left.
Yeah, you know, it's nice when you can just kind of mess around at the end of the heat, knowing you have a big lead. And that's just the confidence that Brian Toth has. I mean, he's a guy that's been near qualification for the World Championship Tour. He's done it all in big and small waves. So it's great to see Brian Toth kind of leading the charge for Team Puerto Rico down here. Now we're in Heat 16, the main event here in men's round 1 action. Leandro Osuna from Argentina, Matt Lewis Hewitt from New Zealand. We also got Harold Zunino from Venezuela and Jose Ferreira from Portugal. So a pretty stacked heat right here, Philip. I mean, these guys. There's a couple of names in this heat that I've seen on the highest levels of the WQS tour. So these are a couple guys that know how to surf a heat.
Exactly, Leandro Osuna, the Argentinian defending gold medal champion from last year. That was in Punta Rocas. He's been on the QS, but for now we're going down on the beach, I guess with an interview of Brian Todd, winner of the previous heat. So take it away, Shannon.
Puerto Rico, congratulations. How was it out there today?
Yeah, it's really fun. A little slow with the high tide, but I started off quick, got a good score, and paddled right back out into another left. I got my 2 scores in the first 5 minutes or so. So it was it's great just how the conditions are. It's really slow, so I was lucky to have a quick start.
Can you tell me about your home break and how you've been training there to prepare?
My home break is Playa Hobos Beach. Saludo a todo el mundo de 4466 y de Puerto Rico también, que estamos aquí pasando 2x3 ahora. Tenemos a Vito ahí a la seguida. Pero nada, estaba entrenando un poquito, surfeando con mis sobrinos chiquititos, con Sage. Y nada, la gente está aquí pompeada, como la escucha, y hay olitas para ripear.
Cool. So he's saying that there's great waves to surf, and he's been training at home in Puerto Rico. He also has a couple nephews that he's been having super great time surfing with, and is stoked to represent Puerto Rico and says hello to everyone at home. Thank you so much. Good luck in the next heat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shannon.
Back to you
yeah,
guys.
Brian Toth. Look out for that guy. All right, so we have a crossover, right and left, and I don't think either one was hindered right there, so that'll be interesting what the judges say there. Again, a peak situation here when you're looking at priority, and I don't think both surfers kind of got the most of those waves, but up and riding right now, a surfer in black, Jose Ferreira from Portugal. And he's carrying on where Vasco Ribeiro just left off. Vasco just ripped his last heat. So Ferreira, I've seen him surfing all kinds of waves from the Los Cabos Open of Surf, a wave at Zippers, which is a little right point break, all the way to Sunset Beach, where I've seen Ferreira doing damage in solid conditions. So the Portuguese contingent has come in strong here to the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games.
16 minutes left. We're in heat number 16 out of 24, so almost coming close to 2/3 already accomplished of this first round. And we're going to see all the men registered in this event go at least once in the water, see everybody. And obviously we're seeing these very international heats at the beginning, then the big power nations of surfing will start to take the control and get the most guys through. So we should see some countries start disappearing also as the rounds advance. These countries with some lone surfer like Sweden, Denmark or Israel, other countries that will bow a bit before the other countries. Having a full team gives you more chance of getting someone to the final. But for now it's interesting. I mean, 27 countries, we've seen some combinations of flags that you can't get at any other event if it isn't an ISA event. So really interesting as we see there the beach marshal.
Yeah, so basically, the similar rules apply here as they would to any surf event around the world. But the difference here is doing it for country. And man, Leandro Osuna, huge backside hook, goes into a float, powerful surfer from Argentina, an ISA world champ. Loses his tail a little bit on that roundhouse, tries to stick with that wave. The Argentinian flags flying high. Here's your surfer in yellow, Harold Zunino, going right. Looks like the waves are pulsing a little bit, Philip, but with this tide coming in, rights and lefts now opening up for our competitors.
Yeah, we had like an hour like that where waves were a bit slower, but it seems to have picked up, as you're mentioning. And Harold Zunino making the most out of it. Be careful. There,
Look out.
Kicking out almost on the beach there.
He's laughing. His team's fired up for him. That was a great wave. So the Venezuelan team on the beach right now, stoked. Harold Zunino working his way, and out the back was Jose Ferreira. Big backside hooks. So Portuguese surfers right now showing the power, and basically sticking to the backhand, which slower, if it's not broken, no reason to fix it. Keep going left. Keep doing what you're doing, Ferreira.
So we're still waiting on two scores. We saw two incredible waves by Leandro Osuna, a right and a left, and visibly the judges are taking the time to compare that probably with similar waves. For example, Carlos Munoz's wave that had the same sort of power surfing, just to compare the scores, check the waves, see which one is better, and give the right points. That's why sometimes we'll have a little bit of a lag in the scoring, is because the judges have got that replay system. They can ask any wave at any moment and just compare them. Compare me the wave of Carlos Munoz, his best score in his heat, against this wave of this guy in this heat, and they just get them once against the other. As we see there, Team Portugal looking very attentive to what's happening in the water for Jose Ferreira.
Here goes Matt Lewis Hewitt, big backside snap. This is another QS warrior right now, making his way up through the ranks in the World Qualifying Series, joining us down here all the way from New Zealand. So, you talk about some of the distances teams travel to get here. So, New Zealand down to Nicaragua, that's about, what, 2 days traveling?
Yeah, it must be around something like that. They've got a long trip, and also Japan. I mean, they've got a long trip to do for each and every event. So I'm hearing that we've got an interview on the beach with a rider from Venezuela. So we're going to wait for that interview by Shannon Quirk. We're going to head over towards the beach and have those short interviews, as there's no waves on the horizon. So Shannon, listening to you.
I'm here with the Venezuelan team who's rooting on their surfer. Tell me a little bit about how he's doing and how you guys know each other.
Well, they're from another side of the country. I grew up in the island, Margarita Island, but he's from Valencia, which is the mainland. And these kids are just coming up. They're like 20 years old. I'm a little bit older. So it's just great to see them like here with and just being supported by them and me supporting them. It's just been awesome so far. And yeah, it's trying to do our best. The waves are a little inconsistent, but hopefully he gets one more. He just got one good one, so I'm waiting for hopefully one more score.
Cool. And you guys are hoping for more support for surfing in Venezuela, and you think it's growing?
Well, yeah, it was growing for years, like with the past government, but now with Maduro, it's been kind of like a little bit confusing with everything what's going on. So we actually pay for everything to come here. We actually struggle to make it up here. Some of these kids barely have any money now, but it's really good to, see them just make it, and just be here and like make the effort. It's great, yeah.
It's awesome that you came all this way, and that's really what ISA is all about, is that team camaraderie, and we just value that you're here representing your country. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Shannon. That's pretty cool. with or without the full support of the governments of these countries, these guys are gonna come surf, and I love that the Venezuelan team, they're here and they're ready to do some damage. Harold Zunino on his second wave, he's got a 5 right now, so he needs something better than a 4.95. It's a pretty good last wave, so kind of as we expected, Leandro Osuna taking this heat by the horns. He's got a 7-1 and a 5.83 sitting in the lead. Jose Ferreira from Portugal in second. He needs a 6.17 to take that top spot. Matt Lewis Hewitt, he's right in this thing. He needs a 5.12 to get in second place. But here goes the powerhouse, Leandro Osuna from Argentina. He cranks it off the bottom. Nice backside snap in the lip. A little bit mistimed, but he recovers nicely straight back in the open face. Look at this beautiful groomed left-hander, Popoyo. I mean, talk about consistency. The sets, they haven't been coming in as regularly as we've seen earlier this morning, but when these waves do come in, they are just absolutely rippable. It's been sheet glass, just little offshore breeze all day, and all signs are pointing to it staying like that for the rest of the event. So we're very lucky and thankful to be here in Nicaragua at Popoyo. Like you said, Philip, one of the most consistent spots in the world. 300 surf days is what we're throwing out there. And I'll tell you what, there is not that many places in the world that you can literally wake up every day and just think, okay, it's going to be offshore. There's going to be waves. Let's go surf. Nicaragua rules.
Yeah, and as Fernando said there, basically you know that you're going to have nice, good offshore winds. All you need to know is the tide and decide if you want to surf on low tide or high tide. It makes it pretty easy. Thank you, Nicaragua.
Do you want to go right or left? High tide, low tide. Pretty awesome. 7 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Leandro Osuna again holding on to the lead. His last wave, a 7.03. The judges loving the backside power hooks from our surfer from Argentina, Leandro Osuna. And Jose Ferreira, now he needs a 7.36 to take the lead. He's safe in second place, but not that safe because Harold Zunino now has jumped into third, and he needs a 4.95 along with Matt Lewis Hewitt, who's in fourth, but only needing a 5.12 to jump into that second spot. So second, third, and fourth right now just split by a hair. So nobody's safe in those three positions right now.
7 minutes and 15 seconds left. So we've got our defending world champion in first position. Obviously, it takes a bit of pressure when you're coming into the following event. You're the defending gold champion, and you might not connect on your first heat with the wave or something like that, and you sort of don't want a mishap happening on that first heat, and having that gold medal puts a bit of pressure on you.
Well, wanting that, you got the gold medal, so you've done your job as an individual. Now for Leandro Osuna, he's going to try to have to carry his team. Last year they got third place in the 50th anniversary World Surfing Games, which took place in Punta Rocas, Peru. So they have bronze medals right now. Most of the team has returned. Same team to compete here, so they're definitely coming in as favorites. And judging by how Leandro Osuna is surfing right now, he's got to be one of the favorites to win this whole event. So there you have, okay, can one guy carry a team throughout this contest? He's got a crazy good bench of players, you'd say. Santiago Muniz, I mean, that's a world-class surfer right there.
They've got two defending world champions, because Santiago Muniz was the first world champion, if I'm correct, in 2011 for Argentina. And last year, 2014, they got the second world champion with Lele Osuna, and both of them are on the team. So obviously that must give them a boost in confidence.
If you come in here with medals, you're going to want to leave with medals. So the Argentinian team right now looking like one of the teams to beat. You've got a handful of teams that are just stacked to the gills with talent. Portugal, that's another one of them. Vasco Ribeiro and Jose Ferreira, those two guys right there, they could take this thing all the way. And, you think of Venezuela, New Zealand, they have, I think smaller teams than Portugal and Argentina, but deep benches nonetheless. And it's not about how good your best guy does. It's how good you do as a collective, which is going to dictate who walks away with those medals. We have 4 chances for medals: copper, bronze, silver, and gold. So lots of opportunity for these guys to keep gaining points. Even if you lose in the first round, you go through the repechage, you can get right back on top.
Yeah, splitting the peak is black on the left, Jose Ferreira from Portugal. On the right, when Matt Lewis Hewitt from New Zealand, but for now we're following the Portuguese. He's in second position. He's looking for a 7.36. He seems to be wishing for it. He's giving it his best in the water. Very active, fast, nervous surfing there for Jose Ferreira. So he's got a 3.17 and a 6.77. There's still 4 minutes and 30, so maybe work on that 3 points and then try to get that second score increased and to get to that first position. But Leandro Osuna has already got 2 7-point rides, and he seems to be difficult to take out of that first position. There you can see the Portuguese team a bit nervous there, a bit worried, and here he comes Leandro Osuna from Argentina.
Yeah, there we saw a little bit of a situation on the takeoff, but Leandro Osuna unaffected. See him just hacking this right-hander all the way through to the beach, looking back out, and that's a lot of authority in his surfing right there. There you see Harold Zunino paddling back out. Just under 4 minutes to go. Ferreira waiting for scores on his last wave. He brutalized that left-hander, so he's hoping that that will be the score that just solidifies his advancing second spot. He needs quite a bit to get into the lead. He'll need a 7.36. Well, meanwhile, Harold Zunino only needing a 4.95 to knock Ferreira out of that second spot. And Hewitt, he's right in here from New Zealand. He needs a 5.12. So until we see this score from Jose Ferreira, he's not safe. But if he drops a big one, much safer.
Exactly. For now, he's still going towards the second round of the main event. Remember, if you fall off the main event, you go to the repechage round, which is a parallel round that will give 2 last tickets to the big final. So only 2 surfers make it through the whole set of the main event and get their spot in the main final, on the final of the main event. 2 go to the big final, and 2 go to the final of the repechage. So they've got one more heat where they get one chance against the 2 best of the repechage that are very hungry to get into that final too. And those finals of the repechage are usually also pretty intense.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, speaking of intensity, Jose Ferreira, his last wave, a 5.83. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult for a surfer in yellow, Harold Zunino from Venezuela. Now he needs a 7.6. Matt Lewis, Hewitt, and the News needs a 7.77. So pretty big scores needed. And here goes Matt Lewis, Hewitt, and an error and a bumpy face. You saw some backwash coming up the wave, and I think that's kind of a high tide effect here at Popoyo. Something we didn't mention, which that was really the first wave we've seen kind of affected by backwash. So not a if that's your worst worry on a wave, life is pretty good.
Yeah, went fishing there for a bit of seafood on the bottom of the reef. Went head first, you have to be careful, obviously. So they are paddling all towards the north, going to go for that wave. In the lead there is yellow, Harold Zunino from Venezuela. He's in the best position to take that wave. And there they're going to go, fighting for that wave. Jose Ferreira wanting to go left, there he is. Harold Zunino wanting to go right. Finally, Surfer in Black from Portugal gets the better hand. And here he is riding that left as far as he can. He's trying to better that 5.83. There's only 1 minute and 20. I mean, it's going to be difficult for him to take that first position. He's trying to block as best as he can Harold Zunino, obviously.
He did a good job of it right there. I mean, once you get down into the last couple of minutes of the heat and you're sitting in second place, half of your job is to keep the third place surfer off of the waves. And right there was a spot-on performance from Jose Ferreira in second place. And Leandro Osuna pretty much just ran away with this thing from the get-go. He's got a total of 14.13. It's got to be one of the higher heat totals of the day. You see Team Portugal wanting this clock to just go and go, go. All surfers back out in the lineup. 35 seconds to go in Heat 16 here at the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games, live from Popoyo in Nicaragua.
So, last 30 seconds, Harold Zunino gets an interference on that wave. I mean, he was trying to block Jose Ferreira. And well, that
tried a little too hard.
Turned against him there because now he can't get back to that second position. He's in a situation of combination. There goes the countdown. Even if he got a perfect 10 on that wave, he didn't have time to go and get that backup score. So going through in this heat, Leandro Osuna from Argentina, defending gold champion from last year in Punta Rocas, alongside Jose Ferreira from Portugal. That must be a great relief for the Portuguese team that we saw extensively during this heat. Harold Zunino is third, and we've got Matt Lewis Hewitt from New Zealand in white. So I'm getting informed that we're going to have an interview on the beach with some athletes from Team Nicaragua. So take it away, Shannon.
Hey guys, we're down here with a local family who's come all the way just from a few blocks down to watch the ISA. What were you saying about the ISA event really developing the town and what it's done for Popoyo? ¿Cómo es el ambiente aquí? ¿Qué hace el ISA para el Popoyo?
Bueno, el ambiente aquí en Popoyo es más que todo el surf. Lo que es esta zona del sur, aquí, Popoyo, Guazacate, Playa Rosada. Aquí todo el mundo lo que le gusta es el surf, por las olas. Son bastante bravas.
Yeah, so it's done a lot for this area, and it's an intense spot. There's a lot of surf. There's a lot of people coming for surf. And did you go to the opening ceremony? ¿Has visto la ceremonia?
Sí, ayer.
En la calle, ¿y cómo fue? How was asking them how the opening ceremony was yesterday?
Es muy buena. Hubo mucha gente. Lo importante es que nos visitan de varios países y así conocen Nicaragua en todo el mundo.
It's really important that all of those people were down there in the streets because there's so many people from all over the world, and now they're getting to know Nicaragua. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. And thanks for having us. Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. There with some people, local people from Popoyo, and asking a bit the influence of the ISA on a village like Popoyo. And I mean, the answer is eloquent. I mean, basically, the entire industry or tourism of Popoyo is based on surf, and I mean that's a pretty good example of the influence that we have with the ISA in countries such as Nicaragua, Panama, or Costa Rica, which are fine examples of how surf grew.
Well, spreading the stoke of surfing seems to be of financial well-being as well. True that. So there's even some information lately that, Nicaragua is not a immensely rich country. In fact, technically, it's one of the poorest countries in the world. Of course, it's one of the most beautiful countries. There's plenty of food. It's great living here, but financially, they're not as big. But there's some information that says, since the ISA has come here about 3 years ago, in just 3 years, surf tourism has turned into the #1 source of tourism in Nicaragua. So kudos to spreading the stoke of surfing.
Yeah, and yesterday in the opening ceremony, it's the third time that I'm in Nicaragua for an event, and it's the third time that I see the Minister of Tourism. She's there and she's backing these events up. So they're putting the money, where it counts, and they're getting the results on the other side. So very important. We've also got a few numbers there. For example, in Costa Rica, that surf has become 10% of the tourism industry in Costa Rica, which is also a beautiful country. Panama has seen also surfing becoming part of the gross domestic product. And so having ISA events, repeat events, obviously goes creating this surfing conscience. People start to discover surfing, they see what it's all about. Having it webcast in most of the countries also, like in here, we've got Viva Nicaragua, which is a local television, national open channel, and they're showing most of the webcasts, they're showing their own highlights with interviews and shows. And obviously that will show to the people of Nicaragua that don't know about surfing, that gets them involved too, and they get conscious about what's happening on the coast.
Well, I'm going to pull another great quote from our ISA leader, Fernando Aguirre, after this wave by white. This is Sebastian Olarte from Uruguay, really making some quick work on those first sections, but coming unstuck to get a rail there on that flat end section. So, President Fernando Aguirre said, "You can quote me if you want," says, "Ignorance is the true enemy of success." And you know, it's the knowledge and spread of the love of surfing and stoke of surfing, which is a key ingredient to the increased, you know, visitor rate here in Nicaragua. So, you know, surfers are a passionate breed, and they want to go travel to go surf, and they will spend money to do so. And it's a lovely sport. Glad to be a part of it.
So we're waiting on those first waves from Sebastián Olarte. We've also got Juninho Urcia in the water. So he's a great surfer from Peru. He was, I saw him last year at Punta Rocas, obviously. He was on the team. He was also representing Peru in China for the ISA China Cup, and Peru taking the gold medal there on the team standings of the ISA portion of the event. And so we are going to go with an interview on the beach. We've got Mr. Vargas from Uruguay with Shannon Quirk. So take it away, Shannon.
Uruguay, how is the team representing, and are you having fun?
Yeah, sure. The team is going well. We already got 3 of 3 in the second round, so pretty happy about that. Now Sebastián is in the water, so we are making the cheering up for him. And yeah, we plan to make the first hit, you know, and go hit by hit, just focusing into not to fail like in the little details that could change like the results. And yeah, having lots of fun here in Nicaragua.
Awesome. And how have you seen the popularity of surfing develop in your country?
During the past years, it got like, really popular because you used to go in winter, you know, and there was just like a bunch of people out, and now it's even in like really chilly conditions. There's like plenty of guys out there in La Boca de la Barra, for example, like really, really crowded. So yeah, in the summer, now there's like no car that doesn't have a board in the roof. So it's becoming really popular there, and the Unión de Surf de Uruguay is making a really good job, you know. Last year's they made like 7 events per year, so it was like really how do you say, like fue un avance really big, you know. And yeah, this year this new directiva, they made like really good work. They sent us with all the team, you know, to a really nice place 10 days before, so we could train in the waves. So yeah, thanks for that, and really happy about Uruguay and surf going up. You know.
Awesome. Well, that's great to hear the development of the sport. We're all about that at ISA. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Shannon, there with Team Uruguay. And 13 minutes and 30 seconds. So guys have been active in the water. Up until now, Uruguay has taken first position with his 2 waves. He's leading in white, Sebastián Olarte for Uruguay. Juninho Urcia from Peru in red is second. His first wave, 3.27 and a 0.87. He now needs 1.2 if he wants that first position. Pascal Christensen from Switzerland, he's in third position with only 3.33 for his 2 waves. And he needs to advance 1.82. But here comes Sebastián Olarte from Uruguay. Wow, seriously laid back there on that first turn.
Really interesting timing right there, but it worked out really well. Got his board maybe even beyond vertical, I'm not sure, but that was a quite interesting setup there. Did that layback and sort of set him off balance and set him up actually better for the next maneuver. So I'll see what the judges say, but great job of holding on. And here goes Junior Urcia. Very smooth and beautiful surfing, just threw like buckets of spray off that wave. That cutback doesn't get much better. Really, you know, it looks like he's warming up, but he's just surfing excellently, even in his warm-up stage. Just such a beautiful, smooth surfer.
And Juninho Urcia is obviously somebody very special to the ISA. He's a fine example of what is one of the programs that the ISA develops, which is the ISA Individual Scholarship Program. So it supports young surfers under the age of 18 to develop their surfing and education. And in 2014, they awarded 75 surfers between 7 and 18 from 32 countries scholarships between $500 and $1,000 to help them with their surfing. So there we're seeing yellow Pascal Christensen paddling, but Juninho Urcia, he's from a poor family of fishermen in Peru. Not much, prospects in his life, except maybe following the family business. And he gets his first scholarship at the age of 11. So Urcia eventually became Peru's youngest ever open men's national champion in 2011, and he was part of the gold medal Peruvian team at the 2011 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. So he's a great story and an example of those ISA World scholarships. So if you know of a young kid that's really promising, needs just that little extra push to get on the other side of professional surfing, like Juninho Urcia, who's become a professional surfer competing on the ASP World Qualifying Series. You can go to isasurf.org, learn more about the scholarship program, and they must be solicited through the National Federation. So if you know of a young kid who needs that little extra push economically, you can recommend them to the Federation, and then you fill out the application, and then we review them. And until now, we've, on the last 7 years, given almost $250,000, $227,000. We've seen some of the local talents there on the beach.
Well, local talents on the beach and some international talent in the water. Here goes Sebastian Olarte from Uruguay completing his ride there. Only got a 3.6 for his effort on the last wave. Judges not appreciating the disjointed effort, but good job on staying on his board. At least he got a score. He's still in first place until this score of Juninho Urcia drops a 7.33 on that beautiful ride we saw just a moment ago. Goes again.
He's looking into the left, so here he comes, same sort of wave as that one, losing a bit of that balance on the bottom, but manages to straighten up, attack vertically that lip, keeps on advancing, and there we see again those cutbacks, beautifully executed. That previous wave kept on better during that last section, it sort of deflated on that last section, but he's trying to replace that 3.27, and he might have done it on that latest wave.
Well, we also saw Yellow stand up on a decent ride there. He was unable to get into the mid-ranges, but he got a 2.67, and there's a story in itself. I mean, Team Switzerland? Go figure. Fantastic that we have a surfing organization on this planet that has Switzerland in a team. Just goes to show you the attraction and popularity of this wonderful sport, or some people call it a sport, some people call it a lifestyle, kind of a toss-up being an announcer at a surf contest. I prefer to see it as a lifestyle, but I love competing, so it's got really great sports aspects as well, and the ISA is really one of the founding organizations for organized sport of surfing. Way back in 1964, they held their first annual World Championships under the sorry, I have the notes here. Is the IPS. No. This is just a moment. Let me find it for you.
That's IFS. That's right.
International Surfing Federation, I believe. So, all right, well, here goes our surfer from Uruguay, throwing some spray on his backhand there, really trying to keep his board moving. Big off the lip there on the end section, but unable to hold on. So at this point, Sebastian Olarte has a pretty decent lock on second place, although only a 4.99 required by Pascal Christian from Switzerland to take over second place. But I'd say at this time, Juninho Urcia has a lock on first place, just got a 5.0, so he's essentially, these guys need excellent scores to even get close to surpassing Urcia.
2.7, that was his last wave, so not much change there, just replacing a 2.33 by a 2.7, not enough to change the balance and the positions in this heat. First position still for Peru. defending gold medalist on the team standings, Team Peru. If the world champion in the men's division was Lele Usuna, the gold medalist in the women was Mimi Barona, Dominique Barona from Montañita. And in second position was Anali Gomez, the Peruvian from Punta Hermosa, obviously participating in that gold medal on the team standings. Just to go back to what we were saying, it is IFS, that was the original name of the ISA, and then in 1976, with just the same staff, a bit like what ISP did, changing name to WSL, little changes, but in 1976 it officially becomes the ISA. But it was created in 1964. That was on Manly Beach with the first World Championship 51 years ago.
I thought it was in Punta Rocas, Peru, my friend.
That was the second year. The first year was in Australia, where they signed the charter. There was only 5 countries, and right now, as the day of today, we are 95 federations. So 90 countries have been added up since 51 years. Well, 50 if we count. We're still during this year. Yeah, Punta Rocas was... The Peruvians consider that the first real event was Peru because it was more countries.
I'm going to take it as no coincidence that I was born the same year International Surfing Organization was born, so there you have it.
I thought you were born in the 30s. that was a free air.
I need more sunscreen. All right, so back to the action here, and we actually have an interview on the beach.
For your team, es un momento muy bueno para tu equipo, ¿no?
Sí, nos sentimos muy felices de este gran evento en Playa Popoyo. La verdad, todo el equipo estamos surfeando súper bien. Ahora tenemos a uno de nuestros compañeros, Sean Pearson, que yo pienso que la va a matar la ola si le sale. Esperamos tener mucha fe en él y tenemos mucha confianza en este competidor.
So he said that their team's doing really great. Sean's in the water now, and he knows that he's going to just smack the lip and do great. They're excited about the team camaraderie here at Popoyo. And how does it feel to have the entire world looking at Popoyo, tu casa? ¿Cómo es para todo el mundo estar mirando a tu casa?
Bueno, para nosotros es un gran honor, es un gran placer ya, y nos sentimos muy agradecidos con todo esto, ¿entiendes? Y la verdad, aquí en Nicaragua no hay muchos eventos así, pero ya en estos últimos años parece que este deporte se está desarrollando mucho, está creciendo. A las personas ya están los ojos de ellos ya.
That's so cool. The development of the sport, especially here in Rivas and at Popoyo, he's really seen, a few years ago, not as many surfers, and now it's developing. He's grateful, and it's an honor to be here with everyone from the world. So thank you. Muchas gracias. Okay. Ciao. Back to you guys.
So thank you, Shannon. We're back in the booth. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Situation in the water, no change. Peru in red leading this heat, number 17. Second position for white, Sebastián Olarte from Uruguay, needing 8.5. Here comes Junino Urcia. Boom! Look at that spray on that wave. Still advancing, so just one maneuver, but that first maneuver is always the most important for the judges.
Yeah, and Urcia was smart to kick out of that wave. It didn't really offer that much more. Not sure if he was going to really surpass that 5.1. And there's a big off the lip from surfer in white, Olarte. He's working on solidifying his second place. And he's just got to throw away one of those 3.8s or 3.9s that he's got. And with 3 minutes left, let's see if Pascal Christian from Sweden can generate something to give Uruguay a run for their money. A lot of patience comes into play at this point, and waiting for the right wave, the wave that stands up and gives them the most opportunity for scoring points. It's really dropped off. It's dropped off a lot more than I thought. I expected the there's supposedly a new little swell that's supposed to fill in today. Maybe we won't see that till tomorrow morning, but surf has gotten pretty small. Still contestable, as you can see. It still looks pretty fun. I'd go surf that in a heartbeat. So there's a heart beating hard for Sebastián Olarte. He is just trying to throw away
one of those 3.8 threes, trying to get up into the 4 or 5 point range maybe. Not sure if that little wave's going to do it, but pretty sure at this point he's you know, looking to drop that score and just no hope of getting first place. He's going to need a huge score, an 8.5 to get into first place. Not that there's no hope, but given the waves right now, there's not that high scoring waves in the lineup at this high a tide.
1 minute and 30, as you can see there, the surfers from the following heat number 18. Normally we ask them to not mix in the middle of the lineup with the current surfers. As you can see, that instruction has not been very well respected right now, but we're going to see Jason Torres from Costa Rica. He's one of the 2 red surfers there. Oli Gonzalez. So we're going to see that silver medal 2 years ago in Santa Catalina, Panama from the World Surfing Games. He's Panamanian. He almost became the first black Latin American world champion. And last minute there, the South African took the victory. We're also going to see for Nicaragua, Sean Pearson, and for Brazil, Yage Araujo. And also very interesting for Pascal Christen in the water. He's the only guy on the German team who really lives in Germany, because we've got Sven Diego Zaug, he lives in Costa Rica, as well as Michael Zaug, the 2 brothers. They live in Malpais. Stephen Vogel, that we saw earlier on today, lives actually in Australia, where he was born, but with a German passport. The 2 girls on the Swiss team live in San Sebastian, so in Spain, in the Basque Country. And Pascal Christen is the only guy. He's born in Switzerland as a start from Zug, and he lives in the city of Cham. So he's 32 years old, and he's been surfing for 14, and he was 4th at the Swiss Championship. But for now, not managing to pass. We'll see him in the repechage round because he finishes in 3rd place. Leaving to go through Juninho Urcia from Peru in 1st position in red, and white Sebastián Olarte from Uruguay. We will be seeing them in round 2 of the main event. There are the Uruguayan team with Lucas Madrid holding that flag really high and proud.
Well, you know, you're referring to Oli Gonzalez getting the silver medal. You said I think it's a 6-letter word, almost. Almost is for horseshoes and hand grenades, my friend. I talked to Oli yesterday at the awards ceremony. He really, really wants to up his game and try to shoot for that gold medal, but he's got a long way to go. There's a lot of good competition, and let's see what he can do here in the opening rounds in these little slight conditions. Actually, now this high tide has really, really affected the break. So a lot of waiting going on, a lot of jockeying, and you can see the competitors are really in a tight group right there. Probably not more than 10 yards, you know, separating any of the 4 surfers in the water.
Hi, Mike. I'm back.
All right, we got Chris Cote back in the booth with us. Welcome, Chris. How is the vibe out on the beach?
Oh, the vibe is awesome here down at Popoyo. Basically, you have a kind of it's almost a little, you know, inlet, a little K right here. It's a little cove of a beach. And on the sand, you have all the teams lined up from end to end. They're all in their own little tents. Their flags flying. They're giving each other, you know, high fives, psyching each other up. There's 2 of the younger members of the Nicaragua surf team. I'll tell you what, they may look small, but these 2 girls right here absolutely rip.
Super Groms.
Yeah, they are, and they are, as you see, superstars as they walk down the beach. So out in the lineup right now, we do have men's Heat 18, and I think we're in for more ripping, as every heat has shown us there's something for every surf fan around the world. In this heat, Jason Torres from Costa Rica, Ali Gonzalez Mantilla from Panama, Sean Pearson from Nicaragua, and Yage Araujo from Brazil on a split peak right from the get-go. So a little bit of backwash running through the lineup. Mikey, you said it's a little bit less consistent with the high tide, but I think the tide's probably peaked already for the day, so we're going to most likely see the tide kind of laying back a little bit, and hopefully for the last few heats of the day, we're going to see a little bit more consistency, a little bit more of a wedge on the takeoff.
All right. Well, I love the optimism, and you know, according to the Surfline forecast, there is supposed to be a little swell, you know, to hold 2 to 3, maybe 4 foot surf throughout the today, tomorrow, and the next day, and then that's supposed to fill in. Surfline, being the official forecaster of the ISA, is predicting a really, really nice swell towards the end of the week to wrap up competition. So we should see some really, really good waves and some great surfing by then. But in the meantime, you know, I mean, other than the jockeying for position and waves, once you get one, it's a pretty fun ride out there. You saw that jockeying at the first part of this heat. Neither surfer, you saw Ali jump up, go left, and then the other surfer threatened to go left behind him, but ended up going right. They both pretty much canceled each other out. I don't know if it was nerves or what, but really, really low scores on those first attempts there. So what do we got here? This is red.
This is Jason Torres.
Little disappearing act there on the camera, but one good off the lip to start the heat there for Torres. And here goes Ali Gonzalez again, unfortunately taking an interference on his very first wave. That is, I don't know if that's contest jitters or what, but that is definitely going to hurt the young man from Panama. Sean Pearson from Nicaragua not able to generate that score on the end of that wave, and alley-oops himself into deep water.
Well, we saw Noe McGonigal make it through actually winning with an interference, so we'll see what the judges say about that. And yeah, unfortunately for Ali Gonzalez, you know, it was very early with 16 minutes to go. But Sean Pearson, you know, he's from Nicaragua. He is the Nicaragua team rider in the heat right now, so he's definitely got the kind of the home turf advantage, you would think, going in this heat. And he really asserted himself right there as the dominant surfer on the peak. You know, kind of coming from you know, not too much deeper. And you know, there's the peak situation here, and right now we're looking, okay, so who's deeper? And that was your surfer in yellow. And right now on the sand, we've got a little of an update from the beach.
Buenos tardes, I'm here with Juninho Urcia de Peru. He just made it through his heat. How was it to win your heat and move on to the next round?
Yeah, feliz de estar aquí, feliz de pasar el heat. Las condiciones muy difíciles ahora. Pocas olas y pude agarrar una ola buena, que tuve un 7.33, fue mi mejor ola y estuve sólido en el primer lugar.
So he said he got a 7 and it was a little difficult. There weren't so many waves in his heat, but he made it through and he's happy to do that. ¿Y cómo es para estar con tu equipo de Perú? Todo el mundo aquí esperando para vos estar bien en la batería. How is it to be here and have your whole team in Peru cheering for you?
Yeah, estar con mi equipo es un soporte muy fuerte, mucha confianza para el surfer y poder hacerlo mejor en el agua. Y feliz de representar a mi país también.
He's happy to represent his país, his country, and my Spanglish is awesome. And he's just stoked to be here with the support, and it really makes him surf his best. So that's awesome. Muchas gracias y buena suerte. Thank you guys.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Shannon. And yeah, so Peru, you know, they are the reigning champs. Peruvian team, of course, grabbing the gold, the ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games, which took place in Punta Rocas, Peru in 2014. So, you know, don't count Peru out. I'll tell you what, their team is looking tough this year, 2015, here at Popoyo in Nicaragua. So the heat in the water right now with 13 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And just as we thought, Sean Pearson jumps in the lead with a 2.83. Jason Torres from Costa Rica in second. Ali Gonzalez, surfer from Panama, getting that interference. So that just made his job twice as hard. And right now, Yaye Arojo from Brazil, just sitting on a 1. He'll be trying to get going here. And here's your surfer in black. This is Yage from Brazil. Nice little left. He kind of just found this thing out of nowhere. Throws the frontside air reverse. Nicely executed. And he's got to be stoked on that wave. Nobody was even looking in that direction, and Yage picked off a gem.
Up till about 10 seconds ago, I was thinking, well, you know, Ollie's sitting in decent position even with that interference because there's no real scores on the board, and boom! That was a beautifully executed Air 360, looking really springy. There's something in the blood of these Brazilian surfers, man. They just take to the air, and their strike ratio is just huge. They really, this young surfer is gonna put a nice score on the board.
Well, you think of a surfer that kind of cracked the code, Gabriel Medina, and a young guy from Brazil, your first Brazilian, WSL world champion in the men's shortboard division, if you will, and that really just, you thought they were fired up before, surfers from Brazil. Once they got that world title, they are going to do their best to keep that thing in country. And right now, by the looks of what Felipe Toledo is doing, Brazil has a huge shot of retaining that world title on the WSL World Championship Tour, but they're going to have their work cut out for them trying to get the world title here at the ISA World Surfing Games, a team event. You're only as good as your worst place finisher, so you're really going to try to prop up your, maybe you have a couple surf stars on your team and a couple guys maybe just getting into it or, kind of on the fringes of surfing. You're going to want to try to prop them up, and your girls. You need your girls to do well. Every team rider has to at least make a couple heats to put yourself in contention. So, of course, as we get through later on in the week, we'll start to see the leaderboard, and then we'll really kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what it's going to take home the gold for the team here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, there you saw a couple guys scratching for that wave. Yaje Arujo was looking for a backup score. Just that big blast of a maneuver got him a 7.27. He did a couple springy little turns, but that was the meat and potatoes. That was a huge move, and he got a nice score for it. So firmly in first place, surfer in black, our surfer from Brazil, Yaje Arujo.
Yeah, huge score. That 7.27 launches him into the lead. Sean Pearson from Nicaragua now in second place. You see all four competitors, well, at least three of them bunching up. Surfer in white, Ali Gonzalez, maybe a little bit shaken up. Anytime you get an interference right off the get-go, it's really going to throw your game off mentally. We'll see if he can get back in this thing. You see now all four surfers trying to get in position. We're going to have another four-way paddle battle, it looks like. It's going to be Sean Pearson from Nicaragua. Again, just asserting his domination of this lineup, opting to go right, holding off his surfer in red. So a great choice here from Sean Pearson. And he is maximizing the right and left and really just the potential of these waves, putting himself in the perfect position on the takeoff.
Yeah, well, it's a shame nobody got that left. Peak there on the outside, and here's our surfer in black just going to town on that right-hander. Really beautiful snap on that opening section. Smooth style, really kind of a, following Junino Ursurcia, just a beautiful goofy foot surf style and really electric snaps. So this kid's a name you're going to be hearing a lot more of during this event, and I'm sure into the future.
Well, it's cool. When Sean Pearson took off on the previous wave, I heard car horns going off, you heard bells ringing, you heard the whole beach going nuts. The fans down here at Popoyo in Nicaragua, they're just stoked to have this event in their backyard. But once a hometown local favorite stands up and takes off, the beach just goes wild. So that was really cool to see. And there you see, you make do. The flagpoles are made out of driftwood. Why not? It's a beach party. It's an international surf event of epic proportions. 27 countries coming here to Nicaragua to compete. Only one team will walk away with the gold medals and the glory of being the champion nation.
All right, well, there's the international signal of aloha. It is the shaka. I can't tell you how many countries are flashing the shaka. Sort of a surf thing. I mean, definitely born in Hawaii, but surfers all over the world know how to say hello with the aloha spirit, and it's always a shaka.
I like that pretty much any country you go to, you throw a shaka, someone's going to know what you mean. And it is definitely the surfer signature. So here you see a little right-left split peak Going right, Jason Torres from Costa Rica. Costa Rican team has been looking strong, nice, powerful backhand surfing from Torres. Another hook, beautiful looking left-hander building up through this inside section. The lefts right now have seemed to come alive a little bit, so it's kind of like taking turns, right, left, right, left. As you see on your screen right there, looks like your surfer in red maybe having a look at his board. There's a lot of boils and stuff coming up. As the tide kind of changes, the lineup can get a little dicey with boys. Here's a replay of the right.
All right, here's Ali Gonzalez doing a nice tail slide. Man, this heat's got some great surfing in it. Just unfortunate there, we got an interference from Ali. So really, with the level of surfing I see in first, second, and third place, it's going to be a humongous task for the surfer in Panama to get into advancing position with an interference, because generally speaking, it can be done, but you need 2 huge scores, and you also need the other surfers to just have mediocre scores. And what I'm seeing here is our surfer from Brazil already has 2 average or above average scores, and yellow, Sean Pearson, just put down an all-important 5.83. So, and then, you know, Jason Torres just tore the lights out of that left. Even after you couldn't see him on camera, he did a couple more maneuvers in the shore break. So, got the cheering squad on the beach. There's Team Guatemala, Team Nicaragua. And a paddle for our Nicaraguan surfer once again. This is Sean Pearson. Nice little fade off the bottom turn there. Beautiful snap off the top. Definitely going to town on that. Looking to up his ante. He knows, he can hear what's going on. The level of surfing has stepped up.
Yeah, when the crowd gets behind you, it really kind of fuels your fire. With 6 minutes to go, Brazilian surfer Yage Araujo in the lead. Sean Pearson from right here in Nicaragua in second. Torres, his last wave of 4.67, so he jumps into the third spot. Ali Gonzalez in fourth. So with an interference, let's say you surf the perfect heat, you get 2 perfect 10s. That's only going to count as 15 because your second score is basically cut in half. So that's the best you can do is 15 points. And if you're already looking right now, Yage from Brazil, his point total is 13.34. So you're going to need 2 huge scores if you're going to attempt to advance out of this heat with an interference. And, you know, Ali is kind of one of the big stories that we've been following coming into this. A great result last year. And the good thing about the ISA World Surfing Games is he's down right now, but he's not out. He's got the opportunity to surf his way through repechage heats to get back into that, even all the way to the finals. I mean, we could possibly see someone, a winner here this year, surfing through the repechage. And, you know, with some of the big names that we've seen going down, you can bet the repechage heats are going to be equally as gnarly as these main event heats.
Yeah, I mean, timed surfing, in essence, anytime you put a clock on it, is a challenge. So whether you're in the repechage with a bunch of good surfers or in the main rounds with a bunch of good surfers, you're always up against the clock and nature. So, you know, it really is a feat to win one of these contests, and just all the different elements that have to come together, heat after heat after heat, round after round, whether you're in the repechage or not. It takes a lot of, you know, strategy. I mean, that's what sports is. There's pure talent and strategy. And you know, definitely if you're watching from anywhere around the world, if you're watching your countrymen and women here and you see them not advance, if they get second or third or fourth, don't stop watching. They've got another chance because you know, there's quite a few champions that have come from the repechage rounds.
Yeah, well, in this team format, you got to quote Fleetwood Mac. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow, okay? If your team member, you know, the country that you're rooting for has lost, again, can't stress enough, second chances can be huge for these guys going into the repechage. Tomorrow, we've got the ladies, and the ladies could be the difference makers for their teams. They have less surfers, but I tell you what, a huge result on the women's side of things is going to be just that much better for your team as far as points-wise go. Every surfer on your team basically has the chance to accumulate points towards the team total. So the further all these surfers get, you know, eventually till the very end, the more points they're going to get for their team. So, you know, last year we saw Leandro Osuna winning the event. His team got second place. So it doesn't dictate what's going to happen, but the surfer who wins it's a team collective result at the end of the day.
Yeah, really brings a whole new flair to watching the surfing competitions too, because you're no longer just picking one fan. I mean, you might have a favorite surfer, men and women, but you're also going to be picking your favorite team. You know, your favorite surfer might be from Germany, but your favorite team might be from Nicaragua.
There you go.
So you know that's it's sort of opens up the field for the spectator.
2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Brazil in the lead right now with Yage Araujo and Sean Pearson from Nicaragua in second. Torres now in third. Needs a 6.46. So a pretty sizable score. And Ali Gonzalez, he's in fourth. He needs something huge, a 9.8, which is possible. If he gets a perfect wave, surfs it up to its utmost potential, it's possible. We haven't seen anything in that 9.8 range yet. We've seen 8.8s. We've seen some high 7s, some 8-point rides. So the judges are ready. I mean, they'll throw it out there if they deem it worthy. But you know, you really got to put the judges to the test and show them that you put everything into that wave.
Yeah, with the time counting down now, the key element here is, will Sean Pearson from Nicaragua or Jason Torres from Costa Rica score something over 7 or 8? If they get into the that kind of score at this point, already sitting with, high 4s and 5s, it's going to be literally impossible for Ali to make up that ground with only one wave.
1.5 to go. Kind of a lull, a little bit quiet in the lineup right now. This is a long minute and 15 seconds for the guys in first and second place, that's for sure. Yage Araujo from Brazil, Pearson from Nicaragua. So maybe one more opportunity with a minute to go. The flags are flying. So as it stands right now, Brazil and Nicaragua will be getting that ever important advancement spots in first and second, with Torres and Gonzalez in third and fourth. We got 50 seconds to go, Mike. As we've seen, anything can happen in the last minute of these heats. So don't write the results in stone just yet.
Well, it's looking a little bit sparse. There seems to be a couple of bumps. You can see the surfers now sort of charging outwards. Ali has to take all the big risks here. Let's see if he can even scoop this wave away from the other surfers. He's making a bid for it. You know, there's only 21 seconds, so it's sort of make and break for, well, I guess our clock's a little bit different from a little delay in the action there.
But your hands have to leave the rails before the horn sounds, so it's up to the judges to deem if Jason Torres did just that. I don't think he thinks he did, but great surfing on this right-hander. He just needed that about 5 seconds earlier, and he possibly could have got the score. He needed a big whip on the inside. So Jason Torres ending nicely, but was it in time?
Not a whole lot of waves ridden that heat, but, you know, a lot of good surfing. We're going to, be excited to see all of those guys surf in the upcoming rounds, whether they're in the repechage or not. So looks like final results there with Brazil and home team Nicaragua getting through the main rounds.
That's right. Well, in Heat 19, Chile, Guatemala, and you see El Salvador and Puerto Rico, Guillermo Sat, Ricardo Luque, Gefe Lima, and Porfino Miranda. And I'm joined by Philip Muller. 20-minute heats, top 2 advance. Bottom 2 will be sent to the repechage round. Of course, that's not where you want to be, because that's where things get nuts. That's where it's their last chance. And I'll tell you what, those repechage heats are going to be equally as contested, if not more. You're talking about putting 4 wounded animals in a cage. And I'll tell you what, that's when things get ugly.
Exactly. So there we can see the Nicaraguayan being received by the team. No, that's the Brazilian Yage Araujo. We're going to get an interview of him soon also, winner of that previous heat. And so, as you were saying, we're already in heat number 19. A Chilean a Puerto Rican, a Guatemalan, and a Salvadorian.
Love the lineup. Very excited to watch this. So a little bit slow in that last heat, but as we wait for these guys to get involved, we'll be right on the beach with Shannon Quirk.
Here with Iage Araújo from Itacaré, Brazil. Congratulations on the heat. How are you feeling?
Thanks. Estou muito feliz de ter passado a bateria ali. Tava um pouco demorada as ondas, eu esperei bastante e arrisquei tudo que eu sabia ali nas duas ondas que eu peguei. Então estou muito feliz e vamos para o próximo. Bora Brasil!
He said it was a little hard, but he did get the 2 waves he needed, and now it's on to the next one. Let's go, Brazil. Tell me about that air you completed sobre el aéreo, como completou, e fala sobre ele.
Eu vi que ninguém estava tentando, porque o vento aqui não é muito bom, então eu tentei logo na primeira onda para soltar o pé e acabou dando certo, eu fiz minha maior nota ali nessa onda, daí eu depois só foi finalizar a bateria bem.
So he went off the lip, and because of the offshore winds, he was able to stick it. It was his best wave, and everything went right. Congratulations and parabéns.
Thanks.
All right, back to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Shannon. So we saw some action going on, and not the action that your surfer in black wanted to see. It looks like Porfirio Miranda from El Salvador may have gotten mixed up with Guillermo Sat from Chile. So starting it off with 17 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We'll see if the judges throw out interference. Only a couple of those called today, and of course with the peak, priority system here, you're gonna see that with rights and lefts, and basically you're very trusting if you don't look over your shoulder and make sure that the surfer behind you isn't splitting the peak with you. That's was a dagger to Oliver in the last heat, your surfer from Panama, who we definitely had high hopes for, but started his heat off the interference, and that basically threw his game way off. So we'll see what happens with Porfirio Miranda.
Lots of people on the beach, as you can see. Tide is still going up there, pushing people back. You can see the Chilean team in the back cheering on Guillermo Sat. He is the 4 times national champion of Chile. He's on his way to getting a 5th title, and in Panama, he lost in the final of the repechage, that extremely intense heat just before going into that grand final. Guillermo Sat finished with the 5th position 2 years ago. And so he's going to want also some more like Oli Camarena. So lots of people want that gold medal, obviously. And look at it, paddling all into position. And it's yellow, Jeffrey Lima from Guatemala, who takes the best out of those 3 surfers.
Yeah, so Lima coming around this section. See these rights kind of holding up. You really got to get to work early once you first stand up on these waves, because you really have a compact wave to work with. You see with this high tide, it's pushing, it's breaking a lot closer to the beach. And here goes Ricardo Luque from Puerto Rico, so not much for Ricardo. All surfers riding waves, judges kind of having to catch up right now. And talk a little bit about the ISA judging format. It's the basic format that we see around the world. Speed, power, flow, controlled radical maneuvers, mixing it up on the waves, and just surfing with confidence, and really surfing with just some flair, exciting the judges, exciting the fans. That's what we want to see, and that's what's going to throw those big scores. We've seen a couple of airs, Philip, that have been really impressive. And to my memory right now, Carlos Munoz so far with the air of the day. But think of the power turns we've seen. This is really a wave that suits a powerful surfer.
Yeah, Carlos Munoz has also got those power moves. We've seen Lele Osuna, also a very strong surfer there. A fine example of power surfing. And several other guys. Really the level is going up, and it's pretty high starting in this first round. So the judges are looking all that very attentively. One of the last criteria, obviously, is trying to make it in the critical part of the wave. So let's see the replay of there. We saw red and black, and there's Guillermo Sat. He'd never looked back, seeing the Porfirio Miranda from Salvador. So the scores are not coming in. I guess there's a lot of discussion up there, getting those scores, the replays, and defining what's going to happen.
Well, it's a testament to how important every heat is, every wave. Has ramifications towards the end result, which is hopefully a gold medal for your country. So the judges definitely taking their time and trying to figure out what's best for not only the scores but also the few interferences that we've seen so far. They've been fair, they've been spot on with those calls, and that shows me that the ISA judging training program is really working out, because our judges we have on hand right now, they're on par with the world's best in any event. So everything so far to me has been spot on score-wise and interference call-wise.
Exactly, and well, I myself passed the judges course, and I can say it's really very informative. And even, I passed the judging course not to be a judge, but I organized the national Chilean circuit for stand-up paddle and longboard. And sometimes, a judge doesn't arrive at the tower, and can you sit down? No, I'm not certified. And so I did that as a producer, and it's interesting. I even recommend surfers to do it. Sometimes surfers do not know what the judges are looking for, and as we said before, Mike said it, quoting Fernando Aguirre, is that knowledge is power, and the more you know what the judges are looking for, then you can deliver, and that will make probably easier going through your heat. So isasurf.org, you'll get all the information about the judging course. Also, if you want to become a certified surf instructor, certain countries ask it to be able to open a surf school. That's also interesting. We've got the scholarships there, nearly $250,000 given out in scholarships to 250 kids nearly. All around the world from 32 countries over the last 7 years. So a lot going on. Thank you to all of you who are chiming in and listening to this transmission when we see the two sisters, 9 years on the left, 11 years old on the right, and they're the two girls surfing for Nicaragua. But we also want to hear your voice, and you can do that through Twitter, Instagram. We've got the account at ISA Surfing, if you're not following us. And there are lots of people are using the official hashtag ISA Worlds, such as Simon Salazar. We saw him doing interviews there saying, wow, the best team is the Nicaragua Popoyo chicken. He's eating chicken there probably next door. And also from Chile, Lorena Fica Flores. She's the national champion in the girls in Chile, saying, imperdible, está buenísimo, con todo apoyar Chile. Un abrazo para ti, Lorena. Gracias por seguir. So just if you want to make heard your voice there, Racing Campeón from Argentina, saying that the guys from Argentina are winning all their heats, and just that little clap emoticon. And they're splitting the peak, yellow and black.
Yeah, Porfirio Miranda, unfortunately, on the wrong side of an interference, but he's trying to battle back. So, basically you see he's got the skill, but unfortunately an error in paddling, and kind of took off on the wrong side of Guillermo Sat. On your screen, Ricardo Luque from Puerto Rico. So a nicely ridden wave. But basically what happened for Porfirio Miranda, he took off, he was actually on the inside of Guillermo Sat, and as they did the bottom turn, they kind of switched, which made it look like Porfirio, was in the right, but, if you watch that replay closely, Guillermo Sat was on the inside on the takeoff, and so that's why the judges deemed Porfirio Miranda with the interference.
So this is the replay of that split peak between Porfirio Miranda with that interference and Jeffrey Lima taking off on the right. Lots of speed for that surfer from Guatemala in yellow. They're very nervous surfing, trying to get as many maneuvers onto that wave. That nice little snap. Another one crossing the board there, showing a bit of fin. So good wave there for Jeffrey Lima. He's actually looking for a 0.94 to advance. But there, Guillermo Sat, we haven't seen what he did on his wave. We're going to see if we can get the replay of that. He only needed 0.94, but that was before Guillermo Sat's wave. So we're going to wait for a complete situation to be able to give it completely when we're arriving mid-heat with 10 minutes left to go. And let's see the replay probably of Guillermo Sat. What did he do on that wave taking towards the left? So
the situation changes up a little bit, but I think it's going to change again immediately with the judges deliberating, catching up. So it's the same the judging format you see on the World Championship Tour as well as here in the ISA World Surfing Games. Guillermo Sat. So he took off a nice wrapping cutback out the back, follows it up to the mid-way section. So pretty decent cutbacks, nice, good, clean turns, not a lot of variation in those turns. I think it's going to be a mid-range score. It'll be a great backup for him. He's sitting on that 3. So Guillermo Sat backing it up. Now it's time for him to open up. You're not going to get through with 2 3s, but a 7 and a 3, that could be the difference maker. So Guillermo Sat will make his way back out there, and then you see jumps into the lead. His last wave coming through at a 5.33. So kind of a high mid-range score. And this shows you how tight this heat is. A 5.33 gets you from 4th to 1st. So one wave being all the difference that Guillermo Sat from Chile needed.
There we've got a full view of the lineup. And as you can see, a wave is coming in. 3 surfers in position. Yellow from Guatemala is further down the line. He's just surfed. We're waiting. That's the score, 5.33 for Guillermo Sat from Chile in red. And that's enough to take him from 4th position straight up to the 1st position. So he's now in the lead with 8.33 total score. Leaving from Puerto Rico, Ricardo Luque in white in 2nd position. He's now looking for a 4.34 if he wants that 1st position. And Jeffrey Lima is slowly arriving there together with the 3 surfers at the top of the lineup. He needs to advance 2.24 if he wants to take over the Puerto Rican surfer. And there we see some of the surfers getting ready for the following heat number 20. We've got 24 heats, so coming slowly to the end of this interesting and intense first day of competition with great level of competition. Really, the surfers have been going at it all day, and the wave hasn't, it's been pumping all day. It's been very consistent. Just 1 hour at the maximum high tide where it just sort of mellowed out, but still very rippable and fun. And I'm very excited about Thursday. Thursday we're getting that swell that's going to pull overhead plus. And so imagine those 2 girls, 9 and 11 years old, how they're going to look on those waves.
Double overhead.
At least.
So we're seeing, in the lineup, like you said, it's very consistent. Anytime you see multiple high 5s, 6s, and 7s being dropped in a heat, you know that the call to run, has been made well. And basically, we've been running all day and haven't skipped a beat. There's been a couple heats, that have been slower than others, but for the most part, every heat has had 3 or 4 waves ridden by our surfers. There you see a paddle battle right here in the lineup. That's Ricardo from Puerto Rico and Lima. No, and it ends up being surfer in black, Portillo Miranda, who just throws it all out there, and as he needs to, but unfortunately goes down. So Lima, he'll make his way back over to the left. And here you see with 6.5 minutes to go, these guys are surfing like there's 30 seconds to go, battling.
Yeah, so first round and already pretty intense. Be careful with those interference, as you know. Here comes Guillermo Sat on the left. Didn't manage to land that thing after attacking the lip there, just getting a bit too slanted on the landing. His nickname in Chile is La Ria, which is the squirrel.
The squirrel.
That's the name of Guillermo Sat. Here comes Jeffrey Lima from Guatemala, looking for that 2.24. Shouldn't be a too high score. With 6 minutes left, very possible. So Ricardo Luque from Puerto Rico needs to be careful now and step up his game and try to change that wave of 2.27 that is keeping him a bit back.
Yeah, there's a difference between having good wave selection and just finding yourself in the right spot at the right time. These guys are probably developing at this point with hanging out on the beach, with being with their teams, their coaches, something to line up with. Okay, line up with this tent pole or line up with this tree, and that's the best part of the wave to take off on for the left or the right. So you kind of see these guys picking their spots in the lineup. But with 4 surfers out in the water and no 4-man priority, it really comes down to paddle battles sometimes. And, I kind of like watching it because it shows you who wants it the most. And, we've mentioned it time and time again. This event is not for the big prize purse. There's no money to the winner. It's all glory. It's all medals. It's all for, pride of country. So it's pretty cool to see these guys putting in this much effort with, no big check dangling for them at the end of the day.
Adding to the fact that for most of these surfers, even the sponsors are not helping them. You want to go there, there's no money in it. And like we saw in an interview of the Venezuelan team, they have to pay all of it themselves. So it's even, a bigger of a sacrifice is that you're going, you're not get any money, but some teams have to pay everything themselves just to defend the honor of the flag and the country. So, it's important for the people to try to get those world titles, or to get a high position, try to get in the top 10 or top 20, depending on your level. And already less than 5 minutes left. There in the middle facing us is Santiago Di Pace from Argentina, Mar del Plata. He's the coach for the Argentinian team. Going to try to get that gold medal. A fine big wave rider. He's often in Chile, he's running Punta de Lobos, Arica to El Buey. a big person, a great friend also, Santiago Di Pace, and he was already the team manager last year that gave the gold medal to Leandro Osuna, and it was his first year on the job, so that's a pretty good result as a coach. He's a certified ISA coach, so that proves his talent, and also that getting the right tools give results at the end at the other side.
Guillermo Sat ripping this wave, and you can tell that Guillermo definitely has the most experience in a heat of all four of these surfers. He's just kind of putting himself right in the right spot. He's making the right choices with the waves he's riding, and he's definitely kind of controlling the lineup, and he's kind of doing it quietly. You know, he's not really battling like we're seeing Lima and Locke and even Porfilo battling it out, and Guillermo's just kind of quietly, you know, putting himself right in the perfect spot. So there you see Porfilo Miranda from El Salvador, just a little bit of a judgment error. You know, he was maybe thinking turn,
then tube, and then got confused.
Didn't make the correct decision. Here goes Lima. Nice big open face turn, gets hung up just a little bit, but a good right-hander to work with. Thing wedging up on the inside. Got to get back on the open face. One more opportunity for a big turn. Throws the tail. Comes around again. So Lima, couple nice turns. A little bit flat on the face, but finishes nicely right on the sand. So just leaving it all on the field right there. That's what you call surfing to the sand. We like it. We like that effort. And you can tell he wants it.
Exactly. So 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A short message coming from Venezuela. A friend of mine, Eli Valero. Dice saludos desde Venezuela, escuchando la transmisión, saludos. So, hey, big hello to Eli Valero, usually accompanies the Venezuelan team. So we're going to see a replay there of that wave of Ricardo Luque. We didn't see it before. We were probably following Guillermo Sat, and following, preceding Jeffrey Lima on that ride. Here comes that last section, like seeming to go for the air, finally just going with that small re-entry just to finish that wave. Ricardo Luque, he needs 4.34, but we're waiting for that score of the last wave of red, Guillermo Sat from Chile. He should be replacing that wave of 3 points. And so we're not sure if Ricardo Luque will go through. There we see Team New Zealand, Team Australia, right next to Team Mexico. It's like the world lined up for you. So, ISA Spirit on the beach, very important. 1 minute and 40. So that last wave from Guillermo Sat, 7-point ride. So that will cement his first place in this heat. He's now got 12.33. Last wave of white, Ricardo Luque from Puerto Rico, 5.83. So that goes towards his total score, replacing a 2.27. But he needs a 6.51, so he still needs more than what he needed before if he wants that first position, but at least he's further apart from Jeffrey Lima from Guatemala in yellow, and basically that's what you want to do. Is maybe not so important to get that first position, but just build your score and get out of reach of that third position so that in the last minute that doesn't change and then just send you on to the repechage round.
All right, where you see the Puerto Rican flags flying right now as it stands. Puerto Rican surfer Ricardo Luque is in second place, and basically he is sitting right next to Jeffrey Lima, and Jeffrey right now is kind of in the danger man situation. He needs a big score, but he's capable. We've seen what he's kind of got in his repertoire of tricks. There's Team Mexico.
There they are.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás, Team Mexico, down here?
Éjale, wey. We were in Mexico like 2 weeks ago, finishing the first event of the 2015 ISA World Series with the World Sup and Paddleboard. But here comes Guillermo Sat, this time on the left. You know Chile is the land of lefts. So usually the goofy footers in Chile are really good.
Really stoked to be.
Yeah, and the regular surfers are a bit more bummed. But there goes the countdown. So this is the end of heat number 19. We're going to see a replay there of that latest wave. So there we go, with the four surfers there in the water. They're going to come out. And here is the replay. As we saw, Guillermo Sat, he went away on that 7-point ride, and we were seeing what Jeffrey Lima did on the right during the same moment.
Yeah, not much on that last wave. So Heat 19 is in the books unofficially right now. Chile and Puerto Rico team members will be advancing. And, you know, again, Guillermo Sat, he's been a standout in the junior ranks, climbing up through the QS ranks. So definitely, you know, he had all the heat ability behind him right there. Well, coming up next, a super heat from Argentina, Santiago Muniz; from Venezuela, Carlos Perez; Zen Wallace from New Zealand; and Nathaniel Curran from USA. So some big names coming up, and definitely some underdogs coming into this next heat. And there you see the team building activities, which we like to see. So we're underway. Heat 20, Chris Cote here with Philippe Muller.
Yeah,
for
do you
the
want to
time
break?
being.
So, heat number 20, as we saw there, Santiago Muniz, he is the world champion in the World Surfing Games. He was the first Argentinian to do so in 2011. And then last year, Leandro Osuna was the second one to get that. And as we see, Guillermo Sat being accompanied by Carlos Gallardo, who's the director of the webcast, getting him into the interview booth there. So this heat is already underway, even if the time hasn't started. For everybody joining us recently, anywhere you are in the world, we want to welcome you to Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are at the world-class break of Playa Popoyo for the heat number 20. But first, we're going to go to the interview at the beach of the winner of that previous heat, Guillermo Sat La Ardilla de Chile with Shannon Kirk. Let's see that.
Hola, we're down here with Guillermo, who just won his heat, and you are have a very proud team behind you. How's the support?
Yeah, the team was stronger, so I made my heat first, and so happy to make my heat now. The whole team made their heat, so yeah, happy.
That's awesome. That's great. And how are you enjoying the waves here? Tell me a little bit about the board you picked for Popoyo.
My board is 5'9", super brand. It's a, ¿cómo se dice ancho? It's a little bit wide because the weight is a little bit mushy, but yeah, it's working good.
Awesome. And ¿quién está contigo en el equipo?
Manuel Selman, Camilo Hernández, el Rabala, el Kines Surf, Panchoel, la Arenita, y la Jessica y el Banana.
Awesome. And you guys have a special chant, un grito especial.
Bueno, quiero mandar el grito de Chile y mandarle saludos a toda la gente que nos está apoyando de Chile.
¡Vamos, Chile! ¡Atención, chileno corazón! ¡CHI! ¡Chile! ¡Le, le! ¡Chi, chi, chi! ¡Le, le, le! ¡Viva Chile!
I like
All right,
it.
back to you guys.
Chilean team fired up. Heat 20, 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Philippe Muller. As we've just heard, the Chilean team feeling very confident. All their team members have been making their heats, and that's basically what you want, a chain reaction of advancement. It's going to give you your best opportunity, keeping surfers in the event for as long as possible. I mean, it's a simple equation. The farther all your team members get, the better the chance you have to get the gold at the end of the day. And that's basically what everyone's surfing for now. It's pride of country. And you see, this is one of the only events where you'll have 27 different flags flying on the beach, which makes it a special event, something very different than we see in general surfing competition.
That's right. There we can see surfer in black, Nathaniel Curran from USA, part of that dream team. It seems like when they send the basketball team at the Olympic Games, they just send the dream team. There he is on the left in red, Santiago Muniz from Argentina, former world champion in 2011. He was crowned in Playa Venao in Panama, very close from here. In women, it was Canel Boulard from France who won the world title that year, and Tony Silvagni, when longboard was still in the World Surfing Games. Since last year, they've separated also the longboard, and now we've only got open division here. Junior went onto their own event, and so longboard, we saw the first event of the World Championship that was in Peru in Huanchaco.
I think it's a great idea to separate these sports, you know, kind of picking waves that suit the boards that these guys are riding, be them bodyboards, longboards, stand-up paddleboards, you know, and shortboards as we're seeing right here. This wave, ideal for high-performance shortboard surfing. You know, if you watched a bodyboard event out here, it would pretty much defeat the purpose because there's a lot of just on-the-face turns. We want to see bodyboarders on slab waves. We want to see them pulling in. And, you know, it's really cool that the ISA has decided to kind of segment the competitions, you know, you give longboarders a chance to really excel in the waves that suit longboarding, you know, long point break waves, and giving these guys the opportunity to ride the nose and, you know, surf logs the way they should be surfed. So it was a great idea to kind of separate the events. And, you know, I think for the viewers as well, you know, now you know, okay, I know there's a bodyboarding competition coming up. I'm very excited for that. I'm going to put that on my calendar. You know, I'm going to watch that, okay? So it's the same thing. You don't know, you know, let's say you're a bodyboarder and you don't really care about shortboarding. You want to see bodyboarding. It's kind of like in the Olympics, you know, I love ping pong, but it's really hard to find the ping pong in the Olympics, you know? So I think it's a great idea to separate them into individual competitions, because for the fans, you get your full dose of the sport that you want to see. You know, at the end of the year, of course, you can see all the video wrap-ups on the ISA website, but as far as watching it live, you know, I think it's obviously just the best call to separate the sports.
Yeah. Also, it was due in big part because of the increasing popularity of the sport. It was just becoming unbearable. The quantity of competitors in juniors, in open, in longboard, it was just growing, because obviously ISA is trying to spread the stoke of surfing throughout the world. And they're doing such a great job that the numbers are just increasing, you know.
Doing too
almost
good of a job.
Too good of a job, but we're not complaining. But juniors, I mean, even juniors on its own, 300 kids on 2 podiums during 7 days is becoming too tight, almost, you know. So having that alongside open, longboard and bodyboard, and imagine if they had to include SOP in that, we'd have to be a month, you know, a complete month doing an event, and it would just be impossible.
This is Nathaniel Curran on his backhand. He has been a standout on every tour the world has to offer. Strong backhand abilities. He's got a beautiful frontside carve. You know, Nathaniel Curran comes from a just incredible surfing family. He's from up in Ventura and Oxnard area. And right behind him in red, Santiago Muniz. So just back foot slipping off, but somehow pulls it back underneath him and stands back up. And here goes Carlos Perez. So the Venezuelan team, again, coming strong. It's good to see Carlos getting out there, getting in the mix. Definitely not intimidated, you know, by the star power of Nathaniel Curran or Santiago Muniz. But look at Zen Wallace, just kind of quietly dropping that 4.33 and taking the early lead. Surfer from New Zealand.
That's right. So only one score until now, 4.33. The judges are taking the time. Obviously, this is a pretty high-level heat compared to certain others. I mean, it's going to be difficult. You need to get through in first position, the best surfer in the heat. And well, Nathaniel Curran, I mean, he's won the US Open of surfing at Huntington Beach. So that's impressive to have in your curriculum, because the level,
huge. Yeah, it's huge.
the level is incredible over there. But I mean, Santiago Muniz was the world champion in 2011, and everyone here, I mean, Zen Wallace too, he's got experience on these ISA events. It's not his first event. And Carlos Perez, if I'm not wrong, I think it's not his first event too for Venezuela. And here comes Zen Wallace from New Zealand as we see the first scores coming in. So he's got a 4.33. This will be a second score. Going good until now, while Santiago Muniz and Nathaniel Curran get the exact same score, 6 points for each. So they're in first position, tied for now, and it's the second wave that's going to set them apart and define who's first and who's second.
You know, one thing you can look for both Santiago and Nathaniel Curran is consistency. You know, these guys don't have bad heats. So for them to drop early sixes, I mean, that is going to be really difficult for Zen and Carlos to kind of climb out of that already hefty lead when you know they're going to back it up with something equal, if not better, to those opening scores. They're that good. I mean, they do not fall. It's very rare to see Santiago Muniz or Nathaniel Curran make a mistake. They've been doing it for that long, and you know, they basically were born into jerseys, and they still wear them when given the opportunity. So it's going to be an exciting heat finish for sure.
That's it, running on the beach in slow motion.
There's nothing wrong with that. So on the sand right now, it's still hovering at around 80 degrees. The water is around the same. Yeah. So it's just absolutely perfect here in Nicaragua on the beach.
Last year, I mean, last year was the first time an ISA event it was the SOP, was separated in two. So we had one venue for the racing that was on the lake in Granada, and one venue was La Boquita, which is further up north from here, 3 hours, for the surf part. But when you stepped off the boat in the lake at the end of the race, I was transmitting from the boat and stepped into the water. It seemed you stepped in coffee. It was like almost boiling. I mean, yeah, it's odd, and it's bothering. I mean, for people who are not used to it. But on that lake, it was just out of this world.
Yeah, well, thankfully, been welcomed to Popoyo, and the fans from all over the world, and it's just really fun to see everybody. You know, they're all, of course, cheering for themselves, cheering for their own team, but you know, you see the camaraderie right there. I mean, that was a perfect example. And you know, Leandro Osuna said it. This is just a great place to see old friends and make new friends from around the world. And I'll tell you what, being a traveling professional surfer, or you know, when you're trying to get around the world, having friends in places like this, and you know, in places like Morocco, in places like Hawaii, all over the world, having at least one friend in one of those countries can be the difference between an okay trip and a great trip. You know, and that's where these world surfing games kind of are a great, basically, networking zone. You know, that's not the kind of networking you want to do right off the takeoff, but I don't think that Zen Wallace was really interfered with. Of course, that'll be left up to the judges. He didn't try to sell it right there. He's currently in the lead, so when you do hold the lead, be careful.
So we're going to go to the beach with an interview of Shane Holmes, who got a bronze medal, 3rd place last year with Simon Salazar on the beach. So we're going to check that out and get more of the vibe on the beach. So they're still getting ready there with Shane Holmes. We should be getting that interview anytime soon. For now, New Zealand is in 1st position. Santiago Muniz is 2nd. Nathaniel Curran is 2nd too. They've still got only that score of 6 points, so no real definition on 2nd or 3rd. And Carlos Perez is 4th for now. They're paddling, trying to find the position, still preparing the interview. So
Some
waiting on
movement
that.
out the back. A paddle between Santiago and Nathaniel Curran. Nathaniel's backing off. Santiago's having a look. Does not go. So the high tide, you know, just condensing this lineup, making it a little bit backwashy on some of the takeoffs. But with that backwash, if you can kind of negotiate around it, you're going to get a nice, good open face to work with. You see out the back another set coming through. Man, I love this wave. Look at it, it just does not stop. It just keeps coming. Gotta love the consistency of Popoyo here in Nicaragua. And Nathaniel Curran getting involved, going left, splitting the peak with Santiago. We're gonna follow Nathaniel deep backside bottom turn. The foundation of all good surfing starts with the bottom turn, wraps it back around into the white water, not affected by the backwash, rides out clean, pulls out, but meanwhile, out the back, Zen Wallace. Bigger set wave, up and down. Crucial mistake for Zen, although he's holding on to the lead. We did have rides from Santiago as well as Nathaniel Curran, so the judges now will be watching replays. They will be trying to figure out the exact scores because the difference between Nathaniel Curran and Santiago Muniz right now is going to be huge.
Yeah, so we're going to see the difference there. They split the peak. And so we're going to wait on those scores. We're still getting messages. I mean, some people know us and manage to get the messages through any means of communication. I'll get some message from SOS Surf en Chile, who says, muy buena transmisión, saludos Philip Muller, abrazos a todos los competidores y aguanta SOS Surf. Big hello there to the people of SOS Surf in Chile following us. In Venezuela, also getting messages there from Eli Valero, who says, I'm watching you on a giant screen with the Chromecast, and I can see it in HD total.
Nice.
Gracias, Eli.
Well, thanks to our production team. I mean, this is not an easy location. We're basically in the jungle, so it's pretty awesome that we're able to broadcast in HD from Popoyo. So thank you again to our production team. We're watching a replay of Santiago Muniz, and you're basically getting the judge's eye view of what they're looking at. So Santiago representing Quicksilver in Argentina, and that was a pretty good surfed wave for Santiago, and you might be seeing a little pulse here. Another set coming through. You see all three surfers getting involved in a little bit of a paddle battle. Who's it going to be?
It seems like Wallace was in the best position, going a bit further there, but finally he had to desist also. And as you say, this doesn't stop. If you were planning to rest 2 minutes during your heat, you're out of luck, mate.
Yeah, a lot of waves ridden in these last couple of heats. So out the back, Nathaniel Curran currently sitting in third, tied with Santiago Muniz. So I guess they're both in second place. We'll see what the judges say on those last two waves. So Nathaniel goes left, nothing doing. Carlos Perez went right, leaving Santiago and Zen Wallace, your current leader, out the back.
There's Team Venezuela. On the right is Carlos Goncalves, one great surfer. He's a great tube rider. I mean, I've seen him in Arica at the Gringo. You know that wave, that slab, which is an impressive wave. But I mean, you need to know what you're doing there to get in and out and avoid that reef.
Yeah, that's basically the South American pipeline.
That's how they call it, but it's weird. I mean, it's really close to the rock. It's got less water.
Scary.
It's a scary wave. I've taken water shots there, and you've got really a keyhole as a channel to go in, and you're going right in front of those waves, head on, and it's really difficult wave. Here comes Carlos Perez paddling, but it's getting difficult. It seems this offshore wind will also push you back behind the wave, so you need that little extra paddle to get into it.
Oh, both surfers splitting the peak, but both going down.
Splitting the wipeouts.
Yeah, they split the reverse doggy door right there. Both guys just kind of free falling into oblivion. So all four surfers right now have kind of been caught out of position. They've been lured into the inside, by these smaller waves coming through. And Santiago Muniz is kind of making do with what is handed to him. So he's up and out. But these guys just having a little bit of trouble getting in position. You see kind of some frantic paddling when the sets do come. So, again, it shows you that nobody's taking this lightly, even though they all know in the back of their minds that there is a repecharge. They will have a second event. Nobody wants to go there. They want to just advance straight through.
At least not in first round.
Is scary.
Yeah, falling there in the first round, I mean, that takes a hit on you. You really have to push yourself from then on, and that you've got no place for mistake. If you use that mistake in the first round, then you've got no other choice for what comes for the rest of the event. Finally, we've got the scores in for Santiago Muniz and Nathaniel Curran. They're not tied anymore in second position. The best wave of that second exchange was for the Argentinian in red, Santiago Muniz, 5.6. So he takes first position for now with 11.6 total score. And Nathaniel Curran just following right behind with a 5-point ride. He's got 11 and he needs 5.61 now if he wants to beat Santiago Muniz for that first spot. Zen Wallace falls to third from first position. He now needs 6.6 if he wants to advance, and only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. That's one of the difficult situations when you're leading most of the heat, and then in the last 2 or 3 minutes they get you in third or fourth position, needing a pretty high score, and then they seem lost in the lineup for some of them.
Yeah, dropping from first to third definitely is a motivational killer. And especially when you have that momentum of just getting wave after wave. Now we've seen Zen Wallace, he's fallen on his last 2 waves. So, it gets to be about momentum and about, kind of just getting in the zone, kind of getting in the cycle. And that can happen when you're paddling. You start getting good waves on your paddle back out. Other times you can just find yourself paddling in circles, just lost in the lineup. So we'll see how this shakes out with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So Zen Wallace holding Carlos Perez off this wave. Nice opening turn. So I like this guy's style. He's one of the taller competitors that we've seen on the day, but just definitely uses that lankiness to kind of just fluidly carve through these waves. So we'll see. The judges now again have their work. All surfers up and riding.
Yeah, that's going to be lots of work for them up there, and lots of work for the replay person who has to get all these waves and then get them to the judges. And here comes behind, that's black, Nathaniel Curran. He really likes the right, the left hander for now, even if it's on his backside, but really strong surfing there from Nathaniel Curran. There, going back to the white water, waiting for the wave to build up a bit, try to get one last maneuver. There's only 1 minute left, so very little to do. He knows that if he goes back, he's probably going out with that wave and let it be and just hope that Zen Wallace doesn't get over 6.67.
Yeah, when you come to the beach with basically under a minute to go, all you can do is stand and watch and just kind of try to will your competition to fall or take off on a closeout. So 57 seconds to go here in Heat 20. We've got 4 more heats after this, a total of 24 heats on the day. So a long day of surfing, but we've got 27 nations that all want to get those gold medals. So we're going to continue on throughout the rest of the week. Tomorrow we're going to get our first look at the ladies. The women's division is going to be hotly contested, and I'm very excited to see what the women have to offer.
Exactly. So it's not confirmed yet. Usually, more or less in these last heats of the day, Marcos Bucão, who is the technical director from Brazil, since for nearly 15 or 20 years for the ISA, has been working. At the end of the day, will give us the update on what should be coming. But I mean, it usually follows a pattern. So I guess tomorrow, because the women are half the quantity of men, so the first round for the women would only be 12 series. It would be logical to start with that tomorrow and probably do the second round of the Open for the men, 12 each more, and have just another day of 24 each.
Well, I like it, and I'm very excited to see what tomorrow has to offer with 4 heats to go. But we're not through on the day just quite yet. We've got another crazy good heat coming through. So heat 21, Shane Holmes, Travis Southworth, and Mark Boyd. So a Scottish surfer. We haven't seen a surfer from Scotland since the early part of the morning. So excited to see what our Scot, Mark Boyd, has to offer. And then we have Travis Southworth from Mexico and Shane Holmes from Australia.
We should do the commentary and for this whole heat with a Scottish accent. So this is the end of the heat. We're going to wait for the beginning of heat number 21. For now, the judges are visibly watching the replays. Those are the surfers coming out. And they're the names of the surfers that are coming in heat 21. For now, Chris Cote will head out of the booth and we get our world champion. We've got our very own world champion in the booth, Mike Latronic. In this side of the world, we call him Miguel Electrónico.
All right. Looks like the action in the water continues to light up. The dropping tide is affording a few more waves out there. Looks like the dry spell may be over, or at least abated a bit. So got some stoked Argentinians on the beach. And here we go. That's the sound of the horn for heat number 21.
So here comes Mark Boyd from Scotland. So we only saw one Scot early in the morning, as Chris said, and here comes the second Scot surfer there, going for the laid back, but maybe a bit too far back, and finally falls off for his first wave. Travis Southworth, we saw his brother Dylan Southworth in the water this morning, as we see the Argentinian team going to receive Santiago Muniz as he comes out of the water. And we've got Shane Holmes from Australia. Shane Holmes was the bronze medal, 3rd place last year in Peru. We were commentating there at Punta Rocas. That was an incredible event. And I remember fondly about Mohamed Rama, first participation for Dubai, only practice in a wave pool, and his first international contest is 3 meters macking Punta Rocas at a world event. Incredible guy.
Mo Rama, the real Rick Kane. All right, well, here is Travis Southworth from Mexico, getting a couple of cutties in on that wave. See if this inside section has a little bit better of a wall now that the tide's dropping out, but not much there on the end. Couple good little cutbacks there to start. And yeah, you mentioned Shane Holmes making bronze medal. Powerful surfer from Australia. Good to see him back in the water and here at Popoyo, Nicaragua for the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games, Philippe.
Exactly. We want to thank also everybody who makes this event possible, because without you we wouldn't be here. Obviously the presenting sponsors such as Claro and the bank here, La FIS. Also the support of La Alcaldía de Rivas, La Alcaldía de Tola, the Cámara Nacional de Turismo de Nicaragua, that's the National Tourism Office, and also El Consejo Superior de la Empresa Privada, which deals with all the private businesses. Also, we want to thank our media partners, Surfline, Surfers Magazine, Pasión Extrema, and Fox Sports Latin America. Also, Surfers Village, Waves Brazil, Gravedad Zero, and Via de Escape, who are producing this fine webcast for everyone. And from the comments we're getting through web, WhatsApp, Facebook, whatever, you're watching it in HD fine at home, and so that's a pleasure to listen also. Thank you for those comments.
Yeah, I mean, watching a surf contest on the web is a real mixture of nature versus technology, or nature with technology. And here's a little technology called a surfboard working with nature. And that was a pretty good slash by Travis Southworth, going again to the inside left where it again dies out there on the inside. But
You know, I mentioned that it looks like there's more waves than there was midday. That super high tide seemed to really cause some havoc in the ranks. It's such a hard feat when you're in a heat with 4 people. There's no priority system in place, so essentially the surfer in the best part of the wave, in the peak of the wave, if you can jockey there, you can get it no matter whether you just got the wave before or not. So those lulls that were happening earlier, hopefully they're not going to show up here towards the last heats of the day, and we can see these surfers get it on without having to worry about so much jockeying.
Jockeying for position right now, it seems red. Shane Holmes, he got the first wave, only a 2-point ride. Still pretty low scores at the beginning of the heat. 3 minutes and a half have gone by. First wave for Travis Southworth from Mexico, 3.5. We're waiting on his second score. Mark Boyd, there in yellow on the screen for Scotland, 1.2. He needs to higher those score. And here comes the second wave for Travis Southworth from Mexico in white, 4.17. So he's firmly in the lead. Shane Holmes in red there, you need 5.67 already if you want that first position. And there the 3 surfers getting together in the lineup. So Travis Southworth, the brother of Dylan Southworth from Sayulita, and Patricia, she's the mother of them too, and she always comes as the team manager. So we're going to an interview on the beach, and we'll be right back in the booth.
Okay, we are here with Santiago Muniz, the last heat winner. We got you a little bit out of camera, but thank you very much for showing us that amazing surfer. Santiago, muchísimas gracias de verdad. Cuéntanos un poco lo que fue este hit, un poco lento, a little bit slow hit, but a really great one for you.
Sí, la verdad que tengo que agradecer primeramente a Dios que me pudo ayudar en un hit muy difícil, con muy pocas olas. La marea subió bastante, entonces las series tardan un poco más, pero nada, contento que salió todo bien.
Okay, Santiago, tell us about who's watching you at home. ¿Quién te ve de la casa?
Todos, mi familia, mi mamá, papá, mis abuelos, con los perros, con las cruces, todos están ahí siempre haciendo una energía muy positiva. Todos mis amigos de Argentina y que yo vivo en Brasil, de Brasil también me están mirando, hinchando por mí, así que me siento con doble hinchada.
Oh, sweet. Back at home, his dad, his mom, his dog, everyone is watching the contest. So thank you very much for showing us your surfing, and tell us about, you want to repeat that time in Panama. Nos quiere repetir un poco de Panamá, que es la ola, the wave a little bit the same as Panama, so it's a little bit more comfortable for you.
Sí, yo me siento un poco más confiante, justamente como dijiste vos, que la ola es bien parecida con Panamá. Una ola a fondo de arena, con un poco de piedra, una ola que tiene una derecha y una izquierda bastante perfecta. Así que nada, si Dios quiere se puede repetir el hecho que hice en 2011 y ahora en 2015.
Okay, thank you very much. And he says like it's in a super similar wave, so he wants to repeat what he did down in Panama. So we wish you really good waves in the next heat. So back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Simon. They're interviewing a 2011 gold medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games that was in Playa Vinao, Panama. But for now, Mark Boyd from Scotland on his second wave there.
Yeah, well, we saw a couple of good waves during that interview. On screen, you got to see Travis Southworth just light up a left-hander, one of the bigger waves ridden in a while. And he's going to get a good score. Judges deliberating on that. But it was Shane Holmes who absolutely went to town on a small to medium wave, just ripped it to pieces, got himself a 6.60, showing some of that flair and power, Aiken to the whole Australian team. So good ride there for Holmes, and I expect Southworth to rival, if not surpass that wave. You saw those deep bottom turns and good slashes. A little bit of a different style change there. I mean, Holmes and Southworth, so interesting to see how the judges handle that. But even Mark Boyd at the end there getting another ride. So quite a bit more action as this tide drops out. If it's not getting bigger, it's definitely causing more of the waves to break. The shallower conditions will create a opportunity for smaller waves to actually break top to bottom. So that's a good thing.
12 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat with only 3 surfers. In the following heats, if you want to prepare yourselves, you can check all the heat sheets on the official website, www.isawsg.com. So we've got the schedules there for the following days. You can also see who's representing each team. You've got the team rosters with information about each rider. Some of them have got small videos. And so in the following heat number 22, we're going to see Adrián Dapelo from Ecuador, Yuki Nakashio from Japan, Rex Calderon from Nicaragua, y José Francisco from Brazil. So once again, very international series coming up. That will be in 12 minutes with heat number 22. After that, 2 heats more before the end of the day. And tomorrow we're going to see the first appearance from all the ladies that we've been seeing on the beach supporting the men. Tomorrow the roles are going to be inverted. Men on the beach supporting the women in the water. And you're going to see the level is really getting high with those women. And as we said earlier before, out of the 17 women on the WCT, all of them have gone through the ISA contest, 12 of them getting medals, 7 of them being gold medals. So any woman that you see on the WCT has been through these ISA events, most of them winning the gold medals, like Stephanie Gilmore and all these other girls, Laura and Eva, mention anyone, and they've all been here.
Yeah, Tatiana Weston Webb is another one. So looks like scores came in for Mexico's last wave. Mr. Southwort gained himself a 6.6 as well. So as I said, it was going to rival Shane Holmes's wave, and it tied. So both surfers sitting, with a pretty good score in their line, and with 10 minutes 45 seconds, this heat's only really just half over. So lots more to go here. We have Mark Boyd from Scotland trying to match wits with the Aussie and man from Mexico. Nice little turn off the top, but really not a good wave choice in that one at all. It just pittered out, so he's really going to have to up his game both in performance and wave choice if he wants to avoid the rapid charge rounds. And now we've got some action on the outside, splitting the peak. Which way will the camera take us? We're going to go with the Aussie. Big backside hack, beautiful off the top slash there. Little check turn there to keep things going, cut back into the foam. All the heavy lifting was done on those 2 outside sections. Massive amounts of power. I think that that might even eclipse or surpass the 6-point range now. I'm going to leave that to the judges, but Philip, what's your call?
At least I can tell for sure he's going to replace that 2-point ride. This was his first wave. He needs a 4.18, so he's going to take first place from Travis Southworth. Here he comes, Travis Southworth. That's the replay of his latest wave. And Mark Boyd, his last wave, that got into his total, 1.9. But he's very far behind. Right now he needs a 5.18 to take that second position. And we're still waiting on that score from Shane Holmes and that score from Travis Southworth. So situation is going to change for the Scotsman there in yellow right next to the Mexican.
You know, I'd like to blink my eyes and see that ride by Shane Holmes again, but my memory serves me correct. Those were 2 of the more powerful backside turns I've seen all day. I think he's going to get a score, and he rivals the top score of the day. We've had 3 top scores today, all 8.83. Has there been a higher score?
No. So we've seen Sebastián Correa with a 8.83. Then we saw Leandro Osuna, defending gold medalist, with a 8.83, and Shane Holmes also wanted in that very elite club of having the highest score of the day, 8.83. So let's see if somebody maybe in these next 3 heats manages to surpass that and just gets the first position. We've got in that last heat of the day. That's going to be interesting. Because of the seeding, USA was not in the previous editions, so they haven't got a seeding. So basically USA is one of the last teams, and Damien Hobgood is going to close the day, so he might have a good shot at getting over that 8.83. We'll have to see what happens.
Interesting trivia with Damien Hobgood. He's actually got a really good chance of eclipsing those scores, because previous to Kelly Slater's 20-point score, I think it was in Fiji several years ago, Damien Hobgood held the highest point total score in a heat in the ASP at the time. So, uniquely enough, they're both East Coast surfers, so there must be something in the drinking water in Florida, but...
it's the oranges from Florida.
Yeah,
do something.
sun-kissed for sure. So, all right, better looking wave here for Mark Boyd. Why don't you take this one, Philip?
Here comes the Scot So advancing on that wave, as you can see, doesn't have the power moves that we can see with Shane Olmos, but still giving his best, representing Scotland. They're doing long cutbacks, trying to keep on advancing on that wave. He needs right now to advance. He's in combination. He needs a he needs a 7.34. So 7.34 if he wants to advance in second position is going to be difficult with the level he's showing right now. I mean, the two other surfers in this heat are in another league in some way.
You know, a lot of the theme discussed about the spirit of this contest was always for the love of surfing. And I was just reflecting on, you know, Damien Hobgood, what a sport to come off the tour and join the American team here. And, you know, it's such a high level of competition, in both here in the ISA and the WCT. But, you know, there's no money in this event. And Damien Hobgood has been a pro surfer for so long. So you know it's for the love of his country, the love of his sport. And I flashed. It's also because he knows there are great waves in Nicaragua. And that, my friend, is actually some of the decision factors when you want to go to an event. Yeah, I want to go to an event. The first event I ever went to in the ISA was Punta Rocas in El Salvador, and I heard these tales of this mile-long right-hand point break, and I'm like, yeah, who doesn't want to travel with the ISA to these beautiful locations around the world? Here in Nicaragua, it is becoming world famous for classic, beautiful waves. It's offshore, 300 to 364 days a year, and there's waves practically 300 days a year.
Why 364? Yeah, we just leave Christmas off, no? No waves for Christmas. But I mean, we saw Damien Hobgood yesterday at the opening ceremony. He was the flag bearer for the States, and he was stoked. He was stoked to be there. He had a gleaming smile. And I had the chance to see him in Chile because he participated on the Big Wave Tour for the WSL. And the first stop of this year was already run just the day before the Big Wave Awards. And Damien Hobgood was there, as well as Josh Kerr, two guys who came off the tour to go on the Big Wave event. And I had the chance to talk a bit with him, and I said, we're going to see each other in Nicaragua. And he said, no, I'm stoked to be going. The level is going to be incredible, and I've heard so much about it. I want to be a part of it. So it's been a long time coming.
You know, another factor is, well, I'll get to that when we come back from this interview, but we're going to go down to the beach with the last heat winner.
Okay, back to the beach here. I'm with the Australian team. It's Hayden Blair and Dylan Halo. Pew pew. So it's way different than when you surf out there. So tell us about maybe you set some strategy to Shane.
Well, it's definitely changed with the tide pushed in, and Shane's making it look really good at the moment. It's pretty slow at the moment with the tide. Apparently there's some swell on the way, so it should be good in the next few days. So hopefully it kicks in.
Yeah, that's true. So tell us about your connection about this competition and what you didn't want the gold medal last year. What do you feel about this year? You feel like a little bit like maybe more motivated about it?
Yeah, there's heaps of drive. Obviously Australia and its sporting connection, you know, everyone wants to go well, and we're definitely a proud nation, and we come here and we've got each other's backs. We're all supporting each other, and yeah, it means heaps. So we're all striving to get that #1 spot for sure.
Okay, sweet. How do you feel about representing Australia than surfing nation?
Mate, so proud, really proud to represent Australia. It's an honour, and we're going to do our best to win this thing. We're definitely going to do our best to win this thing, definitely.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, dude. Back to you in the booth.
You got to admire the Australian spirit. These people are so competitive when it comes to almost every sport, but really surfing, they do never want to lose. And, you know, it shows. They're the most winning team in ISA history, probably in surfing history in general. And as we see our boy Shane Holmes from Australia paddling this wave, we're going to get a first-hand glimpse of how powerful they can be. A little overpowered on that one. But my point was with Damien Hobgood, we're talking about his stoked to be here. I live in Hawaii, and I compare it to an outer island flight. I mean, it's probably 2.5, 3.5 hours to get to Nicaragua from Florida. And, you know, that's a hop, skip, and a jump when you're hanging out and oh, here's Scott really upped his game here on this wave. So surfer from Scotland's doing a little better to sort of narrow the margin. Is definitely his best ride. But you know, the thought of, you know, Florida's not world renowned for giant waves at any time, but you know the swell's pumping down on this side of the border, hop, skip, and a jump, 3 hours away, got to come down to Nicaragua.
Yeah, so a lot of people have done the trip here, and there's 2 minutes left in this heat. For now, we're going to wait for that last score of Mark Boyd. As you said, that was probably his best wave. We're going to see the score, but he needs 7.77, so he's going to be still pretty far off from that score. But I mean, he's still got it in him, and showing that, you know, I'm still going to fight it until the end, and I think that's important for the spirit. And then start preparing for what will come in the repechage, because with 1 minute and 30, I see it very difficult, except a massive surprise from the Scotsman, to change this heat around.
Well, he got himself back in the game with that. He got a 4.67, and unless Travis Southworth can up his game on this wave, he's really, with 1 minute 15 seconds left, he's got a chance. So really, Yellow's stepped on the gas, closing the distance. And what do you think? I'm not sure that wave of Travis Southworth is going to make a difference in his scoreline.
He needs to get 8.83, the same. They would go both in first position, and he'd be the fourth to get that score, or get it over. But for now, I think it's pretty safe from Mark Boyd getting that 6.54 now, because his last score was a 4.67, getting it a bit better.
You underestimate the driving power of the Scottish people.
That's right.
These people are like related to Vikings, dude.
Braveheart.
Right.
Remember that.
He's charging right now.
Look at that little girl. She's, is it, well, there she's against the light, but it's probably with the one of 9 years old there, holding the flag for Nicaragua. We're going to see her tomorrow. There's her sister on the right, 11 years old, and they're getting prepared in the water. There's Rex Calderon coming for Nicaragua. He will be the last representative for Nicaragua. And while I'm outside on my breaks, it's impressive how when a Nicaraguan is in the water, everybody is watching and everybody is cheering on. There we hear the buzzer, so that's the end of this heat number 21. We've got 3 more heats left. We're going to pass to heat 22 in a few moments with 4 competitors, not 3 like this one. Ecuador, Japan, Nicaragua, and Brazil will be represented. Then heat number 3, and we'll finish the last heat of the day there, seeing what Damien Hopgood is going to do on this incredible reef break of Popoyo. So for everybody joining us right now, we want to welcome you to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are the world-class break of Playa Popoyo. As you can see on your screen, we are in heat number 22. And in the water, there you've got the names. For Ecuador is Adrián Dapelo. We've got in white Yuki Nakashio from Japan. Yellow will be Rex Calderon from Nicaragua, the local. And in black for Brazil, Jose Francisco. But for now, Japan taking the opening shots in this heat number 22.
Look at Yuki wind it up. You know, not a whole lot of wall on that wave, but you got to appreciate the compression he got off that first turn. So not going to be a score he's likely to want to keep, but you can see the enthusiasm in our young surfer from Japan. Welcoming back to the booth, Chris Cote, out from the beaches. What do we see? What do we know? What do we have out there, Chris Cote?
Well, I just did a lap. Checked in with some of the teams, met some friends from the Mexican national team, hung out with Team USA. They got Damien Hopgood coming up the last heat of the day. So they're all down there talking to their coach, Ryan Simmons, talking about boards, talking about lefts versus rights. So, you know, just kind of talking strategy. And, you know, it's hard to coach a guy like Damien Hopgood, who's one of the best surfers in the world, but you know, you can always use a little input of as far as what board to ride, and you know, like I said, which waves, and basically they're all just studying the conditions, and they've been changing a little bit, Mike. I mean, we've seen the consistency really perking up here at the end of the day. A lot more waves coming in, and you know, it's really become now a wave selection event. As with that many waves coming through, it's really about the ones you choose.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to disagree with that, but I do think that there is still a bit of jockeying to consider
Definitely.
here. I mean, there's not, it's not like there's 8 waves in each set and they're all, over 4 feet. There's still only a few waves that would markedly be different than the others, but there's definitely, as you said, a lot more waves, a lot more choices. You can see these little waves, even this little one on the inside. I mean, that's not going to be a great scoring potential, but if you needed a 3-point ride or whatever to get through the heat, you have it. There it is.
Interview. Hey, I'm here with Shane Holmes, the last heat winner, the Australian guy. We had it before to interview, but I knew it that I'm going to have this after the heat. So how do you feel about your heat out there? It was kind of slow, but you get the best waves.
Yeah, I knew if you just got the sets, and you just had to wait. If you got the right one, you definitely get the score you needed.
How do you feel about being here and representing Australia, the surfing nation?
Oh, this place is unreal. Like, you got warm water, good waves, and it's offshore every day. What more can you ask for, really?
That's true. It's a little paradise, actually. Hey, man, thank you very much, and see you in the next hits. Do you want to say something back at home?
I just like to say hey to everyone who got up if they're not working, and my girlfriend at home, and yeah, cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Always psyched. Congratulations, Team Australia, another surfer through. But in the lineup right now, surfer in black, that's Jose Francisco from Brazil. So to reset this heat, Jose Francisco, he's in second place. His first wave at 2.73 behind Yuki Nagashio, who's got a 3.83. But man, Jose just ripped that thing all the way to the beach. A couple great turns out the back. In red, Adrian De Palo from Ecuador and Rex Calderon from right here in Nicaragua. So far the Nicaraguan contingent been looking good. Pearson in his previous heat just demoralizing the crowd out there and just really taking the pick of waves, and it showed in his result moving through. So Chris Cote here with Mike Latronic. Mike, you've competed in numerous ISA events, and just from a broad kind of overview, what is the difference between the ISA World Surfing Games and, say, your average WSL event or WQS event?
Well, I think any athlete, once they put the mindset of competition in their brain and the horn goes off, there's a natural instinct and a set of criteria and strategy that you're going to apply to win. Everyone wants to win. One of the great things about the ISA is that in every single round you have a repecharge. If you're in the open rounds, you can go to town. If you lose, you have another chance to go to town and continue advancing. So that's the one major difference, is the ISA doesn't want people traveling all over the world to these events and get eliminated right away. You have a second chance at it, and it's proven that a lot of the top champions in the juniors and the masters and the open games, every single ISA event, a lot of the winners are coming from the repecharge rounds. So it is a real proven system, and that was a nice slash off the top. Sorry, this surfing's caught my eye, and here's our young Japanese surfer, Yuki Nashio, backing up his first ride. And here goes Team Nicaragua in yellow. That is Rex Calderon, looking real electric.
Yeah, he's just working his way through the inside, really aggressive surfing. And like this style, he's just pushing it on every turn. Right behind him, Jose Francisco up and down. So another difference here, Mike, is surfing for the love of country. Basically, that's a lot of guys will say in the WQS, and rightfully so. Look, you got to make money to live the dream of being a professional surfer traveling the world. There's no money in this event. It's all for love and pride and waving that flag and making your countrymen proud.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, how stoked. We got to talk to Damien Hopgood yesterday at the awards banquet, at the opening ceremonies, and he was just stoked to be here. And there is a surfer who has won a lot more money than most people on this beach, but he is surfing for the love, the passion of the sport, and the love of his country, and the camaraderie of his team. And really, that is the foundation of what the ISA is trying to perpetuate, the stoke of surfing. Sure, it'd be great if everyone could walk home with a pile of cash, but that's not what it's about here. Everyone knows it, but you still see a troupe of world-class competition. So the spirit and the stoke and the perpetuation of that stoke is alive and well.
Well, you know, this World Championship event is made possible by, of course, Nicaragua Unica Original. You know, we're presented by Claro and La Fice. And Nicaragua, the government, is just fully behind us in what we're doing here. Of course, you know, tourism playing a huge part in the growth of Nicaragua as a country. You know, socioeconomically speaking, you know, the percentages of tourists coming down to Nicaragua after, you know, years of this place kind of, you know, being ignored by a majority of tourisms. And, you know, now you kind of have the first big waves coming in the last 5 to 10 years, and they're surfers. So it's one of the first examples of surf economics really, you know, coming into play and just being proven that, you know, opening up your beaches and your waves and taking care of surfers when they come down, that can be a huge change for the economics of a country like Nicaragua.
Yeah, and you know, there was a lot of stoke, a lot of aloha here in the streets during the opening ceremonies here on the beach. Seems like the people are super friendly, super stoked to, you know, have these kind of participants in their neighborhood. I mean, you know, it used to be surfers were thought of as a rugged group of, you know, rebels. And really, we're as close to nature as you can get any sports people. You know, we're in the ocean. We care about the ocean. Most of us care about the ocean. We're seeking the energy that's derived naturally from the planet. We're not trying to. I mean, yeah, we have fiberglass surfboards, and you know, some of them are wooden, and all kinds of people working on more environmental products for surfing. But ultimately, you don't really need electricity to do it. You don't need to, you know, power it up with a bunch of gasoline. This is a sport. This is a lifestyle that happens naturally. And, you know, I don't know any other sport that commiserates with the power of nature and the forces of gravity like surfing. Perhaps maybe snowboarding, but close. I think we've got a beach interview with Team Nicaragua coming up.
I believe so. Simon is on the beach with our home team. While the home team is gathering around Simon Salazar as we watch the ocean right now, taking a bit of a break, 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Your leader, Adrian Di Pello from Ecuador with a 6.67 and a 5.5. We'll be right back after this interview with Simon Salazar.
Okay, we're back in the beach right now with the Nicaragua team. We having a thing right here. We're having a birthday boy, Sean. Congratulations. Chicos, ¿qué tal les ha parecido todo? Tell us about, how do you feel about to be the host about this huge camp? Cuéntanos un poco de ser el host de este evento. Cuéntanos un poco de eso.
Es grandioso esta gran oportunidad que ha venido a Nicaragua una vez más. Es increíble, pero Nicaragua tiene nivel de surf y lo estamos demostrando con los chicos aquí. Yo soy parte del equipo, igual corro muy bien surf.
Okay, that was Juber Martinez. He's one of the team. He's super stoked about to receive once again one of the ISA events, and thank you very much for that words. And this is the birthday boy, Sean Person. Congratulations. I don't want to tell you how many years this guy have, but his ribs, we know it. How do you feel about being representing Nicaragua today?
Oh, we feel great. It's great to represent this country. The waves are always good. It's good to have an event here. The wave of Popoyo is perfect for a contest. Perfect little A-frame, mini lower style. And we're here. Hopefully we can get a medal.
Sweet. Do you hear this guy? Maybe he get a medal. Thank you very much. And back to you in the booth, guys. Woo!
Right on. Thank you, Simon, the Nicaraguan team. They mean business. You know, it's it used to be, I would say probably 5, maybe 10 years ago, you know, a lot of the teams would come through the ISA World Games and it'd be kind of, oh, that's cute. You know, that's cool. They got a couple guys on the team. But now you're seeing teams really become world superpowers. Nicaragua coming strong with their team, and they're definitely in the medal hunt. I know it's very early in competition, and we've got a lot of surfing to come, but you're starting to see the teams that are really serious about the competition down here and really serious about making a name for themselves as well as their team.
Yeah, well, the first event I came to was nearly 8 years ago. I have a production company back home in Hawaii, and I sent my crew about 10 years ago.
And we started following these games, I think, to France and Portugal, and then all of a sudden it was like pretty much 5 or 6 South American countries in a row. And I got to come to Ecuador for the junior event. I think it was in 2004, somewhere around there. Quote me if I'm wrong. But the gist is I saw Fernando's vision. I mean, they're really seeding the foundation of surfing, and he brought up a great analogy at the webcaster meeting last night. He says, you can look at a beautiful home, and no matter how beautiful it is on the outside, it's nothing without the proper foundation underneath. And that's what the ISA really tries to do, is create a foundation for surfing and bring new people to surfing all over the world. Yeah, of course in Australia there's going to be new surfers every day. In Hawaii there's going to be new surfers every day. In California, South Africa, these surfing countries that have had 50 to 100 years of history with it. Whereas in Nicaragua, I don't think there was a surfer 100 years ago or 50 years ago. If they did, they went to another country and tried it first and then brought it home. But emerging countries in surfing, started with, Peru's always kind of been a powerhouse, but they sort of set the stage for the South American, Central American resurgence, after Brazil. Brazil's always been a powerhouse, but it was Peru, then Ecuador, and then, here's Jose Francisco from Brazil, a country filled with top surfers. And I always thought, these South American countries have just as much coastline as Brazil. Where is it? And here we are about 5-10 years later, and I'm starting to see it. Teams like Ecuador, Nicaragua, Uruguay, Argentina, really taking out some of the big names on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's great to see the growth of the sport. We see your surfer in white, Yuki Nakashio, young surfer from Japan, up and down. Japanese contingent, probably one of the younger teams, kind of on an overall view. You see headed back up. That's our ace on the beach reporter, I believe, Shannon Quirk.
Well, she's going to get a bird's eye view of the surf conditions, gathering intel for insight, doing her job.
I like it. 5 minutes and 54 seconds to go. Ecuador in the lead. Adam DePello, Japan, currently holding that second place spot with Yuki Nakashio. Jose Francisco, we're waiting for a score from him. He ripped his last wave. And in fourth place, Rex Calderon, your Nicaraguan surf team member, back out in the mix. And you can bet he's had his fair share of sessions out here at Popoyo. When this place really starts to fire, it is experts only. Judging from some of the photos I've seen, this place gets nuts when it's double and triple overhead, and it holds big waves, Mike.
All right, here goes Team Japan. This is Yuki Nakashiro. Doing some good work there on that wave. That opening turn was pretty solid. Kind of looks like he's still in third gear, though. This is a competition. I'd love to see him step it up. I like his style. He's definitely going to get a decent score. I think he's going to replace that 3.83. But with only under 5 minutes left, what do you think? I think it's time to jump on the gas pedal.
Yeah, you do not want to find yourself in those rapid charge heats early. These things get deadly. They're like dungeons. You got to battle your way out. But Jose Francisco's last wave comes in at a 7.73, jumping him into second place. Meanwhile, Rex Calderon, he's eyeing this insider, paddling hard. Pulls back, does not take it. Probably a good choice right there. That wave not offering much. 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Ecuador holding on to a firm grasp of the lead. But right behind him, Jose Francisco only needing a 4.44. Meanwhile, Yuki from Japan needs something in the near excellent range, a 7.4, and Rex Calderon needs an 8.19 to get in the advancing position. So it's a pretty tall ask for your surfer from Japan as well as Nicaragua, but anything's possible.
All right, well, we got some seriousness here on the beach, warm-up exercises. Probably a good plan. Surfing takes a big toll on your body, and smart to get a warm-up. And here goes our surfer from Brazil, trying to improve on a 4.33. A little bit late to that lip, but kudos for making that thing. He was really critical section there. And now with the tide being low enough, at least they're getting an end section there on those lefts. So
Little frustration kick out right there.
Yeah, he was a little late, a little bit mistiming the whole wave. He knew that was a really high scoring potential. I think he's going to beat out his 4.33, but you know he wanted to put something bigger on the board.
No doubt. Well, Jose Francisco needs a 4.44 to take the lead. He's safe in second place right now with Yuki in white and Rex in yellow. Japan and Nicaragua both needing pretty solid scores to get through this with under 3 minutes to go. Heat 23 coming up next. We have Ecuador, Japan, Germany, and El Salvador. So it's going to be our first look at a couple of these surfers coming up. Thomas Lang, surfer from Germany, and he's been competing in the ISA for a long time. And he's taking the role of father. He's got a young child with him. I believe his son is 3 years old and hanging out around the beach. And, you know, he's kind of one of those guys that basically traveled the world and figured out that his favorite place, Costa Rica. And he actually is kind of the trainer, mentor for another German surfer who made a huge move this morning, Leon Glatzer. So there'll be another good heat coming up next. 2 minutes to go. Brazil and Ecuador holding on to the top two spots.
Well,
Time is winding down.
Well, Jose Francisco, even though he mistimed that wave a little bit, he put up some critical maneuvers, got himself a 6.77. So match that with that 7.73, and voila, you're in first place, buddy.
Critical maneuvers. I like that terminology. Mike Laytronic, if you have ever been to Hawaii or seen Hawaii on your television, there's a good chance that Mike Laytronic was either the host or the producer. This guy's been a television personality for as long as I can remember, and bringing surfing into the living rooms of millions throughout his impressive production career. And then you talk about your surfing accolades. I mean, I think of Sunset Beach, I think of Pipeline, I think of all the places that you rip. And congratulations on your... Where do you keep your gold medal, by the way? Are you wearing it right now? Is it under your shirt?
It's in my back pocket, buddy. No, it's actually hanging up on an old NSSA Masters trophy.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
You're stacking them up.
I won the Masters a zillion years ago. You know, I'm in the Masters, so I'm that old. But yeah, it's a little bit of a tussle going on out there right now. But looks like Adrian De Pello wants to keep his second place spot there. Definitely surfing with some angst there. He's definitely surfing with some excitement and determination. So that's good. We want to see that. We want to see these people put out their very best.
Now we're going to wind down heat number 22. That brings us towards the end of our day. 2 more heats to go, but don't go anywhere. Surfing superstars coming up in this next heat, representing Ecuador, Jonathan Zambranco. Masataka Nakagawa from Japan, Thomas Lang from Germany, and Israel Arinabar from El Salvador. And here's a replay of the last exchange, and this will count. This is Yuki Nakashio. He needed a 7.5. Mike, put your judging hat on. Did he get it?
Well, he needed a 7.5 before the last wave of Adrian De Pello. So I think De Pello rivaled his 5.5. He may need more than a 7. And, you know, he's doing some good work, but I just don't think it's there.
All right. Well, we'll see. Unofficially, it looks like Jose Francisco and Adrian De Pello will advance. And there's the flags of Nicaragua flying. And again, Nicaraguan surf fans, don't fret. Rex Calderon will have another chance in the repechage. And there's your heat in the water. Round 1, heat 23. The open men's division here in the 2015 World Surfing Games. Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador, Thomas Lang from Germany, Masataka Nakagawa from Japan, and Israel Arinabar from El Salvador. Chris Cote joined by Philippe Mollard. Philippe, you've just taken a lap of the contest scene. What's the afternoon vibe like? Is it happy hour in the competitor tent yet?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, it also happens that when it's the end of the day, I mean, some teams have got their 4 riders through and do not want to stay for the 2 last heats of the day. They want to get out of the, the traffic going out from here. There's only one dirt road going out. And so there's less people, you know. I mean, it's been a warm day, and as we've been mentioning all day, I mean, people will stay longer than in a professional event when you're eliminated. So once all your riders have gone through, okay, guys, let's go home, let's go and discuss what's happened today, and let's prepare for tomorrow.
Well, we do have the winner of that last heat from Ecuador on the beach. Simon Salazar is with our winner of heat number 22. Yeah, there you saw some fired up surfers. Team Ecuador on the beach right here. Like you said, they are helping each other, you know, with moral support, some coaching, and hey, it can definitely, you know, be just what you needed, just that little extra push to get you through to the end of the day here. Looks like the waves have been improving. I think the tide had already maxed out, so tide will be dropping a little bit, and I think we're going to see some good waves in these last two heats, and a couple stars coming up. In the last heat of the day, Damian Hobgood from the USA will come. But right now, we have Simon Salazar on the beach with your surfer from Ecuador.
Okay, we are here with Adrian Dapelo. He's a good friend of mine from Ecuador. You did an awesome build out there. You got that really good left hands. Hey, I want to know, how do you feel about being here and represent Ecuador? En español, quiero que me digas qué se siente estar aquí representando a Ecuador.
Bueno, es el máximo de los orgullos que puede tener un surfista de su país. Venir a este campeonato con tan buenos surfers, con profesionales de altísimo nivel. Uno está siempre contento, ¿no? Con el mayor de los orgullos y siempre con humildad. Intentar dar lo mejor para el país, intentar sacar un buen puesto.
That's a good, really good words. He said he's super stoked about being here, and it's an honor to being part of this team, and he's one of the best ones. So thank you very much, Adrián. And you want to say something back home? ¿Quieres decir algo a la casa?
Les mando un saludo a todos los ecuatorianos que nos están siguiendo. Quiero que se queden tranquilos. Nosotros vamos a dar lo mejor que tenemos. Estamos súper fuertes, súper unidos. Gracias.
Okay, thank you very much. And he's just saying, hey, take it slow because we came here for a purpose. It's a gold medal. So hold on, and dude, we wish you a really nice race in the next heat. Back to you in the booth. Ew.
Yeah, right on. Thank you, Simon. And yeah, Team Ecuador, man. They've come in hot, and they're serious. They want to go home. You know, they've hosted a numerous ISA events. So Ecuador, you know, basically taking what they've learned through those events and kind of applying it to their own team, now traveling here to Nicaragua to compete. So it's cool to see kind of the mark left by the ISA and the countries that they've gone to. You look at Peru, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, so the ISA really made a big impact there. I mean, that's really one of the places where competitive surfing actually started way back in the day. So, you know, these countries that are coming up, having the ISA come through can be a real, you know, kick in the pants for them.
Some people even, you know, ascertain that surfing was invented in Peru and not exactly in some Pacific islands. And it's very discussable. And I mean, I've been speaking with Mono Barrientos, the beach announcer. He's got a master's in history. So he's very knowledgeable about that. And the distinction is that Peru would do it not for diversion. It's basically the fishermen, they had to cross the breaks on the boats, and so they would surf back to get the fish quicker. They were the first to do it, but Hawaiians were the first to do it for fun, for diversion, as a sport. So, you know, did Peru or Hawaii saw the birth of surfing? I guess it's a case of it all got
depends where you are in the world.
Came together all over the place to get where we are today. You know, at these world events all over the world.
Well, you know, there aren't a lot of sports where it is truly a worldwide, even landlocked countries. You know, they fall in love with surfing. We see that with Denmark. We see that with Germany and Sweden. We see countries that are coming up just loving surfing, and it's really cool that you know, we get to see that kind of unfolding in front of our eyes.
Yeah, for example, one of the last countries to have joined the ISA organization as being part of one of the member federation, I think it was number 93, was Nepal. Nepal is landlocked, as you know, in the mountains there, and basically it's for SUP, you know, stand-up paddle. But right now we're going to an interview on the beach, and we'll be right back for this heat.
Okay, right now with one of the local power, Rex Calderon. You did an awesome job. That you almost get it, Rex. Aquí poder local, casi lo logras, casi. Cuéntanos cómo fue ese sentimiento de estar en tu casa. Tell us about how do you feel about being home and competing against all the best of the world.
Bueno, para mí fue el mejor sentimiento que puedo sentir, un campeonato mundial. Isa, aquí en mi patio, Playa Popoyo. Yo soy de San Juan del Sur, pero vengo mucho aquí. Y bueno, las olas están muy buenas, tienen muy buena forma, pero lastimosamente no logré pasar mi hit, pero me siento muy feliz por estar aquí participando y mañana voy a tratar de dar lo mejor de mí en el repechaje y seguir adelante. Dios primero.
Okay, he's super happy about being here, but he actually doesn't live here in Popoyo. He lives in San Juan del Sur, but it's his home though. It's Nicaragua. We are in Nicaragua, and he's representing the flag, the colors of his nation. Rex, ¿quieres decirle algo a la gente que te está viendo en la transmisión?
Muchos saludos a toda la gente que me está mirando aquí, a todos los que nos están apoyando y bueno, con mucha fe en Dios voy a darle mucho, posiblemente me voy a recuperar en la ronda del repechaje y voy a dar algo mejor de mí.
Ok, Rex, muchísimas gracias y nos vemos en el próximo hit. And he said, back to home, thank you very much for everyone watching and see you in the next hit, bro. Back to you in the booth.
Right on. Gotta love that. At the end of Simon's interviews, he's got us stoked all day. So a multicultural webcasting team as well as surf team in the water right now. 4 guys from 4 different countries. Ecuador, Japan, Germany, and El Salvador being represented in this particular heat. This is heat 23, second to last heat of the day. We've gone through 24 heats today, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. Got to thank our production crew for just, a flawless HD stream all day from Popoyo, literally at the end of the road, through the jungle, over the hills, through the woods, the end of the road. And, there's a snack stand here, a restaurant, and surfers have been coming here for a long time. But the idea that you could actually broadcast an HD signal from out of here is pretty spectacular. And you see the lucky fans that are here on the beach. That's the best place to be, but being at home watching it with all these different angles and listening to the sweet sounds of Simon Muller in your ears is pretty special as well. Philippe Muller, Simon's on the beach. Yeah, it's been a long day of ripping.
I'm going to pull your hair if you call me Simon once more. 12 minutes and 20 seconds, and we're getting interesting magazines there, like Surf Nica, Nicaragua Surf Guide there, and it's incredible, the quantity of spots at Nicaragua. Imagine the consistency, but it isn't even that it's just got 2 or 3 spots. It's all over the place. I mean, there, right next to us, we're in Popoyo. If you go further up, you've got Playa Guasacate, which is close to the hotel we're staying at. You've got Playa Jiquiliste, which is where we did 2 years ago the juniors, right next to Rancho Santana, one of the most famous resorts in Nicaragua. You've got Playa Escondida. You've got Playa Colorado, which is a well-known world-class surf break. You've got Playa Amarillo, Playa Manzanillo, and all that is like in more or less a distance of 50 kilometers. And you've got all these world-class surf breaks, and that keep pumping like here in Popoyo, and it's going to be like this all week and for almost all year.
Well, there's really something for every level of surfer in Nicaragua. You have crazy slab waves. You have, rippable kind of peak breaks like this. You see Thomas Lang from Germany right here just ripping this little left-hander. Another tall, lanky surfer. Loves that big layback snap. Pulls that one back under his feet. So Thomas Lang, I actually met this guy about, probably 20 years ago down in Venezuela. And I keep seeing him around the world. I've seen him in Tahiti, and now I'm seeing him in Nicaragua. And Philip, that just kind of tells me, what these guys from landlocked countries do to get that love for surfing going. They travel, man. They just stay out there. I'm sure they go back and visit every once in a while, but they live on the road. And now Thomas Lang, he lives down in Costa Rica, and his surfing has just kept improving since the first time I met him.
I should probably try one day just to represent Belgium.
Yeah.
Just for the heck of it.
You're in, man. 28 teams. Let's make this thing grow. That's what Fernando would want.
Getting me on the Belgian surf team, I'm sure. 10 minutes and 20 seconds. So let's see the situation also after these interviews and talking about Nicaragua. First position for the moment goes to the country of El Salvador, and it's typical. You're just about to say the position, and it just changed as you're reading them. That last wave of the German, Thomas Lang, 3.73, gets him in first position, and it changes again. So Salvador back in first position. Jonathan Sembrano from Ecuador in red is second now. Thomas Lang fell to third position after all these scores coming in. And Masataka Nakagawa from Japan is fourth. Remember, we are in the main event, so you've still got place for one mistake. If you're eliminated in third or fourth position right now, you're not eliminated from the competition. You go down to the repechage round. And we'll be seeing these guys for another chance in the repechage round with all the pressure it implies of not being able to make a mistake. And there goes Japan.
Masataka Nakagawa. I've seen this kid competing around the globe in all kinds of waves. Right there, unfortunately, picking the wrong wave. 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go. So, Philip, you've had the most experience of anyone on this webcast with these ISA events. You're watching Thomas Lang right here, just working his way through the inside. As we watch this first day kind of unfold in front of us, a lot of teams have had the whole team advancing through in either first or second place. What does that mean towards the end? In your experience through the ISA at World Games, what does that mean towards the end? Does it really kind of stake the claim, or does it all shake out throughout the week?
Well, as you know, sports, you depend on the waves, on the set. It depends also a bit on your luck. Well, Mother Ocean sends you a wave when you need it, when there's 2 minutes left and you need a big score. But generally, statistically, if you get all your surfers through the first round, just by statistics, that means it's going to be more difficult to get all of them out in 2 eliminations. If they're going through, it means they've got a certain level, and you're one of the strong nations. So statistically, also, it works on your confidence. Having all of them going through, you're not worried about maybe the 2 that are in repechage, they're going to affect our team points, and you've got that on your mind. It just makes everybody, more relaxed and just entering more confident into the event, knowing that everybody's going through. And obviously that makes the team so much stronger.
Well, and, while we all would love to be surfing out here in these tropical conditions, it does take it out of you, surfing multiple heats and hot days, and really just trying as hard as you can. And if you surf less heats, you're just going to be fresher for that next heat. And if you have to surf your way through 10 repechage heats, you're definitely going to be left with not a lot of gas in the tank. Right there, Jonathan Zambrano going down, and he just dropped into third place. Seems like every time we talk about the placings, they change. Now Thomas Lang, again, jumps into second place. This is what we like to see. Seesaw battles, these are kind of slugfests. And it's still a really tight heat. I mean, any surfer right now has the potential to make it through with 7.5 minutes to go.
Because look at these scores, and I mean, you at home can also check it out, where we see Masataka Nakagawa trying to get out of that 4th spot. But the 3 first positions have got only less than a decimal point of difference. The 3 guys are on 0.09 of difference between them. So this is really a tight heat, and this is why we're seeing so many changes, because they're getting same score waves, all in the 4 points, more or less the waves that they're keeping in the total score. And look at it. I mean, this can change at any moment for the rest of the heat, and I think we're going to see more of this seesawing.
Yeah, I like it.
Between them.
6 minutes, 45 seconds to go. El Salvador in the lead right now with Germany in second. And that's a phrase that you would only hear at the Olympics or the Pan Am Games. So, the ISA World Surfing Games, bringing the countries together. 27 countries in this particular event. Only one will be crowned and take home the gold medals. And, luckily for us, we have a guy with gold medal experience on our commentary team, Mike Latronic, and he described the medal to me as just beautiful, brilliant. He wears it around the house when he's home.
It's on him, but he doesn't tell us.
I mean, it's a big deal. So, if I won one, I'd wear it all the time. And we have Leandro Osuna, who also is a world champion. He's in this event. He blazed his way through his first heat. So, the teams that I'm looking at right now: Argentina. Portugal is looking really good. Peru, Team USA. I mean, kind of some of the names that you would figure, but also some of those names that have really kind of started to come up through the ranks.
One nation that surprised me a bit, that have sort of under-delivered, usually they're a big, big nation of surfing, is Brazil. They've been a bit absent. I mean, we've seen them come and go, and I think most of the riders are in the repechage, even having one Brazilian surfer being on the heat and not being in the water. So we'll try to find out what happened there with Team Brazil, because we're used to having Team Brazil really strong on any discipline in the ISA events.
Well, Brazil has 20 guys on the WSL World Tour, so they're all making their way to Fiji right now. But yeah, I mean, you look at these teams and the way they're built. I was talking to Ryan Simmons from Team USA, and he basically strategized, and with all the companies back at home, with the surfers that he kind of had at his disposal, and luckily for him, you look at a guy like Damien Hobgood, Ben Bourgeois, and also Nathaniel Curran. Those are three surfers that don't compete full time. They basically do selected events. Ian Crane, he's a WQS warrior. He's always competing. But those three guys, they've done it all before. World tour. They've been around the world a million times again. So to have them and have the vets, they're coming in as top picks in any event that they would surf. I mean, any of those guys on the USA team right now could enter a QS 10,000 and make a solid run towards the finals. So Team USA definitely has the name power, but look at Team Portugal with Vasco Ribeiro. I mean, he ripped his last heat to pieces, and he's backed up by Jose Ferreira. And you look at those two guys together, and they could be a 1-2 punch that takes Portugal all the way to the end.
And you mustn't forget the Latin American nations. I mean, the defending gold medal champion is Peru.
That's right.
So don't discard them right now. They really have got a strong team. They've got almost the same identical team. Look at Argentina getting 2 gold medalists, and it's not it's more or less the southern hemisphere version of how do Kelly Slater and guys like the Hobgoods come out of Florida, and you're getting these great surfers from Argentina. And I mean, in Chile, the most well-known spot in Argentina is Mar del Plata, a sea of money, of silver. And in Chile, they call it, a bit Mar del Plata, the sea of flat, because there's no waves hardly any time. We've got most of the Argentinian surfers just crossing the Andes to come and surf in Chile, and that's where they get the level and to international events like these. But for now, we're seeing there Jonathan Zambrano El Chila from Ecuador, and he's destroying that wave. He had a good run on that wave, and he's just trying to consolidate his first position. Now the scores have been opened up a little bit, and Jonathan Zambrano came out of that really tight bracket in the 8 points, and now he's further up with 10 points. And here we see Israel Arenivar, and he needs 5.55, which isn't that much really in the big picture, but 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And they're all taking turns. There's waves on offer for everyone, and here comes Japan.
Man, it looks absolutely rippable out here. Waves getting better and better as we get towards the end of the day. This is Masataka Nakagawa, and he's going to the layback. So 2 surfers in this heat, loving that big forehand layback snap. We saw Thomas Lang from Germany going to the layback as a way to garner some points. It just looks cool. It feels really good on your forehand to just lay into a turn like that. So 2 minutes to go. And like you said, Philip, Jonathan Zambran and Israel Anivar, Ecuador and El Salvador. Well, there we go again. Thomas Lang, his last wave, a 6.03. So the judges loving the approach of the lanky, ripping, rubber bandy surfer from Germany by way of Costa Rica, Thomas Lang.
Yeah, so that mustn't be a good news for Israel Arenivar. He was in second position, trying to take over the Ecuadorian El Chila Zambrano, but didn't manage it. And now that last score from the German, I mean, also a big surprise. I mean, a German beat me in my world surfing contest. But that's how things happen, and obviously training in Costa Rica, the 2 brothers from Germany. But now Israel Arenivar, he needs that 5.5, and there's only 1 minute, and he's just been announced by the beach announcer. And obviously that's the type of situation you don't want. You are second, then some guy comes from third and pushes you in that third position, and you've got 1 minute to find the score, and look what's on the horizon.
Well, I feel like Israel may have been focusing too much on Jonathan, and he disregarded Thomas Lang, and Thomas just got a little bomb right out of his sight. He didn't even know what was happening, and next thing he knows, he hears over the loudspeaker that Thomas Lang gets a 6.03, opens it up even more. But still, look how tight this heat is, Philip. I mean, we're talking only a 5.55 in the third place needs to get back up into that position, and then you see number 1 and 2, they're just divided by mere tenths of a point.
Yeah, winning by 0.06, Thomas Lang over Jonathan Zambrano. Here he comes. Nice backhand hack on the wave there, coming back down with the white water, waiting for an open face, getting back to the power source. He's going to wait for that to stand up, and there he goes. Nice maneuver on the top of the wave, combines it with another one. He keeps on advancing I can check through the window there. He's almost getting down to the beach. He knows that the heat is over. Probably the best solution, just ride it out.
Come on in. Well, we're waiting for that last score. Heat number 23 is over. 20 minutes gone for our surfers in the lineup. As it stands right now, Thomas Lang from Germany in the first place position with Jonathan Zamran from Ecuador in second. Waiting for a score for your surfer in red. Israel Alenibar in third and Masataki Nakagawa in fourth. So Thomas Lang with that last wave drops to second place. Damage done by Jonathan Zamran taking the lead, but Thomas still advancing in the second place spot.
So we're going to start right now, more or less, what will be the last heat of this round one and this first day of competition. It's been an intense day, very exciting action, lots of level in the water. And waves on offer all day has been incredible. Thank you, Nicaragua, for getting this on offer. We want also to thank everybody who's been following this webcast. For people who've been joining us just recently, we're going to see the last heat, and you're lucky. You're going to see Damien Hopgood just closing this first day of competition. And for all you guys just joining, we want to welcome you to Nicaragua for the Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. And we are the world-class break of Playa Popoyo here in the center of Nicaragua. We are in heat number 24, last one of round one. 48 competitors is the field. And so in this heat, we've got 4 competitors. In red for Australia, Callan Harrison. In white, Raul Medina from Mexico. Yellow, Alin Harper, one Scot to finish the day. And in black, Damien Hopgood from the United States. So this is going to be an interesting heat. I guess we're going to see a pretty tight fight there between the Australian and USA, but like I said before, do not discard these smaller nations. Sometimes you don't know the guys and they just surprise you in the water.
Well, I mean, that's what we've kind of been noticing, that a lot of these guys with a flag next to their name that you wouldn't think of as being a surfing superpower, they've been living in Costa Rica for the last 10 years, so they've been surfing waves just like this. So it's all about where you've been training, where you've been surfing, and that's what's going to dictate, how you do. And if I'm Damien Hopgood in this heat, obviously he's got all the accolades in the world. He's a legend in the sport already at such a young age. But, we saw Ben Bourgeois in one of the first heats of the day. We thought, okay, Benny B's a lock to make it out of this. He got third place. So nobody's safe. I mean, it doesn't matter what flag is next to your competition. Nobody's safe out here at Popoyo in Nicaragua.
Exactly. So be careful there, the big nations, because you might be upset there by some of these smaller nations, and that can happen at any time. And as you were mentioning, I mean, Ben Bourgeois, he was a junior world champion. He's also one of the guys who's got a gold medal somewhere at home and probably wears it as Mike, our friend, all day at home. He's a cool guy, Ben Bourgeois, but that third position was a surprise. Probably he was the most surprised there. So let's see what happens with Damien Hopgood. On the paper, he should come out first, but, you're never sure.
Well, with the waves like we've seen, definitely it's about picking the gems, and it's about making the most of what the wave offers you. I think Damien's a smart enough surfer to where he knows what a good wave is going to look like out here, so he's going to be picking off good ones. But, you look at Raul Medina from Mexico, and, I don't know much about Raul Medina. I don't know where he trains. I don't know where he surfs. He could be surfing a wave every day that's just like this. So as we kind of dig into our little research here that we've painstakingly put together, Raul Medina. Give us a little update on Raul, Philip.
Well, I'm very sorry, but some guys get late to the registration and stuff like that. And even if you check on the team standings, sometimes they've got on the team standings more info than what we got in the morning. But I mean, if you're going to come to an ISA event, please make the maximum possible to try to answer before arriving at the event site these simple questions that end up with us at the webcast, that also end up on the ISAWSG.com website, where you can check every guy and know when you click on a face, like I can see Chris doing next to me, you're going to break the iPad. I mean, when it doesn't appear more info, I mean, as somebody who didn't fill out the form, and then, I mean, it's a bit of a shame, because you come to these world events, we want to talk about you, and then we're lacking the info. So
well, how we can get to know you a little bit better is if you keep winning heats, because then you'll be interviewed after the heat, and we'll get to know more and more about you. There's Callan Harrison. So now we know Callan Harrison. He is a regular footer from Australia. He's a big guy, powerful surfer. So we'll see what he can do if he gets back out there. Here's our first look. Damien Hopgood, the silky smooth style. That wave just kind of closing out in front of him. So, not very good wave selection right there for Damien Hobgood, but thing looked pretty good on the takeoff, just kind of ran away from him.
When you're saying Callan Harrison is, one of the big guys, I think most of the Australian guys in general,
big team.
They come big surfers, There are some of the supporters. I mean, also there's lots of people, there's lots of expats in Nicaragua, people that have, they want to escape from the cold or whatever and come and live here and maybe live their pension and whatever. And a lot of people have come here just to support the teams. They're just happy and stoked to see all these people come by and having a surf event at one of these classic surf destinations in the world. And there we saw one on the screen. There's lots of people that are just there coming and visiting and
I'll tell you what,
checking it out.
This is my first time here, and only after a couple of days, I could definitely see relocating down to Nicaragua. You're talking about 300 days of surf offshore every day? Yes, please. I'll take it.
Here comes Damien Hobgood. Let's see his second try. 2.33 for that first wave. As you see, didn't do much. And this one either. So Team America there, they need to step their game up. So 15 minutes and 30 seconds. That 2.33 is enough for Damien Hobgood to take first position. That first wave from Callan Harrison, only 1 point. We saw the second wave. That was a lot better. He should take first position. But for now, we're going to go with an interview of the German surfer of last heat.
Hi everyone, I'm here at the beach with one of the German team members. He just made through the last heat in the first position. So, hello man, how do you feel about being here and representing Germany that is not like a surfing nation, but you're still here representing your country?
I feel really, really good about it. And actually there's quite a lot of surfing right now in Germany. There's people surfing the North Sea, all my buddies from Sylt. Yeah, buddies. And no, they travel a lot. The Germans love it. They love to travel. They love to surf. There's a few really good ones. We had Marlon Lipke once on the WCT, first German one who made it there. Yeah, now we have Leon, who's probably going to get there one day. So, yeah.
So, where you were like training for this competition?
Oh, yeah, I have it easy. I live in Costa Rica and Playa Hermosa, so we have all year round we have waves and and we have good waves.
Okay, and for last, you want to say something in German to tell all the German people something?
Ja, viele Grüße nach Deutschland an die Jungs von Brandenburger und Mama und Papa, vielen Dank für alles.
Ok, ahora en español para la gente de Costa Rica.
Ok, pura vida, sí, feliz de estar aquí junto con los ticos que tienen un nivel muy alto, son grandes amigos y ojalá que uno de ellos gana o León.
Okay, thank you very much and wish you a really good wave in the next year. Sí. Back to you guys in the booth.
So there you go, another citizen of the world speaking in English.
I always say
you. Message to his parents in German. And then the message for his, country of adoption in Costa Rica in Spanish. They're covering 3 languages in 5 minutes.
He's just a cool guy. He was cool to me 20 years ago, and he's cool to me today. Thomas Lang, a surf ambassador, and it's cool. He's proud of the German surfers that have made strides, and I think with each event that we see, thankfully the ISA World Surfing Games is every year, so we can build momentum. The Olympics is every 4 years, and so obviously the names are going to change a lot, in those sports that we love. So with going year after year after year, I mean, who knows? Marlon Lipke could be at home watching this right now, going, I should be there. I should be representing Germany. And, when guys go back to their home countries, these surfers from Japan, if there's a superstar there and they're going, dude, where were you? We needed you. We could have won. We needed one more result. So hopefully the momentum builds. And, we see that Team USA, they didn't bring the superstars over the last couple of years, but you see every year with Ryan Simmons as their coach building that team. I mean, they have a star-studded team right here this year. And it's going to be exciting to see what they can do throughout this entire event.
But because I know also one part of the backstory of that, if that's for the United States, they say that the kids, the juniors, are the future of surfing. I mean, most of our riders are on the World Professional Tour. And as such, we dedicate most of the efforts at the juniors. And it's also thanks to the great work of the new Director General, Liam Ferguson. He really insisted on the sub, on the open, on the juniors. We need the top guys. and he reached out to the, to the American Federation of the States, Surf USA and stuff like that, or Hawaii also, saying, guys, you need to be there. It's part of surfing, you're part of that history. And big up and congratulations to him. For example, this team from United States, I think in big part is a legacy of this new Director General.
Yeah, I agree. Liam Ferguson is definitely, made strides already with his short time at the ISA, just kind of bringing in people. And, he brought me in, and not that I'm a big asset to this entire
Yes,
thing,
you
but,
are.
I'm just excited. And it with every year that this thing runs, it just gains more and more exposure. We used to cover it in Transworld Surf magazine, so you just see more and more. And I love the fact that these guys aren't here for a paycheck. They're here for love of country. You can't say it enough.
And also another great example is last month when we had the SUP and paddleboard event in Sayulita. That was the 4th edition, and as we see Damien Hobgood there ripping that wave, but it was the first year we got a Hawaiian team. And we know that Hawaiian SUP and race are some of the best in the world, and they didn't come, and Liam Ferguson once again reached out and said, Hawaii, you need to be there. So we had Connor Baxter, Zane Schweitzer, and Mo Freitas, and they got pretty high and taking a lot of the medals in the race and also in the surf.
Wow, well, we're just seeing Raul Medina. You talk about emerging nations. Obviously, Mexico has been surfed and has been producing great surfers for a long time, but the current crop of guys coming out of Mexico is insane. That wave from Raul Medina is going to go up into the X. Just destroyed that thing from beginning to end. And if you want to take a look at kind of Mexican surfing and where it is now, there's a new film that just released called Gone, and I just watched the premiere 3 days ago, and definitely made me want to pack my bags and head to Mexico. There's some incredible waves and incredible surfing. Dylan Southworth had some waves in there, and Raul Medina showing right there that, don't discount the Mexican national team. They've been fairly quiet throughout, this early round. A couple guys have advanced, a couple have gone into that repecharge round, but I'll tell you what, they may be quiet, but they're serious when it comes to competition.
Exactly. So 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and yeah, Mexico, what an incredible spot. I mean, these are two different spots, because Mexico was Sayulita, and it's a surfing village, but so you surf all day and you party all night. Basically, that's the game. It's very similar to Montañita, if you've already been in Ecuador, which are surfing, partying villages. And in Nicaragua, it's a little bit more barren. There's not so much, over here, and you're more relaxed. But there, I mean, you're better off resting, because the waves are of consequence, and it's every day on.
Here's Damien Hobgood with 8 minutes and 55 seconds to go. That's the signature Hobgood style. I mean, one of the smoothest surfers ever. And as far as goofy foots go, you got to put him up there in the top 5 ever. Probably him and his brother share one of those spots up there with Aki, Jerry Lopez. So as a goofy footer myself, it's really fun to watch Damien Hobgood surf, because I can dream, one day I will surf like Damien Hobgood if I keep practicing.
Yeah. So here's a bigger set coming in. Having to duck dive that one. At least it's not like Chile. You won't get any ice cream headache there. Duck diving that wave. There's Australian team. You can see Philippa Anderson also. She's dangerous in the water, Philippa Anderson. She got in the final last year. They've got Cody Klein. She was there 2 years ago, because last year it was Philippa and Jessica Grimwood who were here, ending up in the final. Cody Klein also has already been in finals. So Australia, lots of experience also, and obviously one of the major surfing powers in the world, and always getting good results. Last year they got the silver medal on the team standings, just behind Peru, and I think the difference in points was really minimal. Really, they couldn't really work out who had won. They really had to wait the official announcement.
That's great. I mean, that's the most fun part about it. I mean, probably not if you're on one of the teams, but as far as being a spectator, just being a fan watching, I mean, that's what you want to see. The last day going down to the wire, people upstairs with calculators just double and triple checking, tabulating points. I mean, that's what we love about the ISA World Surfing Games is you don't know. I mean, unless there's some team that's just dominated from the get-go.
Well, it's easy to calculate, yeah.
Yeah, but, when you see kind of teams coming down to the wire, that's what makes it so exciting, and, that's what makes those medals that much more memorable. Peru's come here with a chip on their shoulder, wanting to return back to Peru as a champion.
Yeah, they've already got that gold medal. They'd love to do, 2 consecutive
You know what's
ones.
better than 1 gold medal?
But they won the gold medal also at the ISA China Cup, which is also the same format, but only with 8 countries. But they took first position over the 7 other countries, which are the top countries from the World Surfing Games, So 6 minutes and 40 seconds. We've got a few scores coming in there. So 6.5, that was a couple of waves ago for Damien Hopgood. His last wave, 5.67, that goes into his total. So he's in the lead with 12.17. As you were saying, be careful with the Mexicans. They've got the level. And he's following right behind. He's got 10.06. His best wave is higher than Damien Hopgood's. And he now needs 5.44. With 6 minutes, he can find that anywhere. Callan Harrison is a bit more complicated because only to advance he needs 7.83, but knowing that Raul Medina's got that very low 3.33, so that might be very difficult. And for Allen Harper from Scotland there, if he wants to advance, he needs a 8.23. That's going to be difficult. His highest score up until now is a 1.83. But as you can see, the spirit of the Scots is not going down. They're very happy to be here. It's probably warmer, no, than, than Scotland right now. Even if it's the summer there.
I was kind of throwing the Spirit Award to Costa Rica early, but I tell you what, Scotland's team, they've been on the beach all day, and if you know anything about Scottish skin, it burns easy. So hopefully they've applied a lot of sunblock. I mean, this is obviously a tropical paradise, but you will burn. And I'm looking at you, Philip. And
yeah, my British jeans.
Where's sunblock when you come to Nicaragua?
A lot.
Well, speaking of Scotland, here's Allen Harper, and he's got a nice little right-hander to work with. See him, big guy, powerful surfer, and I'll tell you what, he showed up to the Parade of Nations wearing a kilt, and he made that thing look tough.
They should surf with the kilt.
That would be cool.
Here comes Callan Harrison looking into that wave, finally desisting, turning back, and as we can hear in the booth, we can hear that little beeping sound that announced 5 minutes left up here in the tower. So we're already with the yellow flag. This is the last heat of the day. This is the first day of these Nicaragua Única Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are starting the year 51 of the history of the ISA. We've already had more than half a century. And there I can see that you're getting info on Allen Harper. What do we know about him?
That's right. Well, Allen Harper, so his favorite surf break is Thurso East in Scotland, and he placed first place in the Granite Reef Open, represents Scotland at the World Games here. So, his hobby listed right there, surfing. But I'll tell you what, he's one of those guys when things get hairy. Thurso is a wave known for being really gnarly. It's cold. There's a lot of water moving. There's nothing friendly about Thurso when it's on, and he'll be out there charging. So we're stoked to have Allen Harper here. He's 29 years old. So he's got a lot of years left to compete here in the ISA World Surfing Games. What are the divisions that were split for? When you start doing the Masters?
The Masters, when you're to 35 years old, that's the first category. That's Masters. Over 40 years old is Grandmaster. Over 45, as our friend Miguel Electronico, Mike Lachonic, he's the world champion, defending world champion. He will be doing that in Canaries later this year in November. That's over 45, and then you get Gran Kauna, that's over 50. So that's the 4 divisions that you get at the Masters event.
Man, and think about all the talent in that age bracket that you just mentioned. I mean, Tom Curran, Sonny Garcia, Aki, some of our favorite surfers.
We could have epic eats on these things if we got, And also one thing, because I know this is your first ISA event, but the Masters event is probably the most fun to be at. The kids are very focused on the juniors, with their coaches, and they're a bit cocky, and the Open is really serious business and stuff like that. But Masters is like, we're going to have fun,
Well,
it's
and
that we've got so much to prove, we want to compete, but we're going to have fun.
These are guys that have had rivalries and stories and friendships lasting 40 years. I mean, that's what makes it so fun. I mean, you see Aki and Tom Curran in a heat, and they're laughing and having fun, but they want to beat each other so bad. So I can't wait for the Masters event. And if you want to hear more, the ISA competition's coming up. There's a couple great ones in California, so mark your calendars now. There's some epic ISA events. But I tell you what, we got a lot of surfing left. 2015 ISA World Surfing Games up and ready now. Callan Harrison, he's down but up. Still going on this right-hander.
Here he goes, mate. The Scot going down there. So he's in 4th position. He needs that 7.83 if he wants to advance. If he wants 3rd, he only needs 2.11, but that wouldn't change anything really. He would still go to the repechage. Speaking of the Masters, we've got Lane Beachley, the 7-time world champion. She's there, Kalani Robb. But for now, a quick interview.
Okay, I'm here at the beach with Ollie. He's one of the Scotland's riders, and I just want to ask you about if you fulfill all the expectations that you have to this contest.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all pretty proud guys in Scotland, so we would like to have won through at least one heat, but I think we've all done ourselves pretty proud. We're surfing against guys that are used to warm water, and we're used to wearing big wetsuits, and it's quite difficult.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so we make some excuses, and we keep smiling.
No way, it's not an excuse. Actually, it's way different to surf without a wetsuit.
Yes, yeah.
So how do you get here? How is about like the Scotland Surfing Federation and the supporters to get the team here to Nicaragua?
Yeah, it's a lot of hard work from a lot of the executive guys for organising the national competition initially. We've got the Scottish Surfing Federation who put a lot of work in, so yeah, it's excellent that we can come and fly the flag for Scotland here, and we're loving the warm water and the people here and the sunshine. It's all good. We're getting through the sun cream though. Lots of sun.
Yeah, that's true. It's an awesome that you have to here, and if you want to say something bad at home, you're allowed that.
Oh yeah, just hi to everyone at home, all the lads at work, and all my family and my 2 kids. And yeah, all the Scottish supporters that put money into the crowdfunder to get us here. So, cheers guys. We're doing our best.
Okay, thank you very much, and see you in the next heat, bro. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Gotta love the Scottish team, man. Go for the underdogs, and their surfer just got 3rd place right there. Not bad.
On top of the Australian. Silver medal last year on the team standings, an Australian, and the Scot going over him. Imagine how happy he must be, even if he's in the repechage. So can you translate that to English for us?
Well, basically, he's just saying it takes a lot of hard work from the administration in Scotland to get them here, and then of course the traveling from Scotland to here. You know, if you kind of think about kind of the warm water surfers having to put on a wetsuit and that being kind of a hard thing to do, but hey, it's a bit different surfing in trunks if you've never done it before. Like I'm sure some of these guys from Scotland. But I tell you what, that's a wrap on the day, Philip. What a great way to end it. You know, a little bit of an upset within that heat right there. Really fun to watch. So the first day of competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games is done. So 24 heats. Philip, give us your overview of the day. As we look out in the lineup, we're going to have some surfers getting out there for a free surf. Philip, give me your overview on the day. You know, obviously, first day of competition. Nobody loses. We do have surfers going to the repechage, but that pretty much showed me the teams that I'm going to keep my eye on that are the favorites right now for medals.
I mean, what an exciting day. What incredible level, and 24 heats. We've been running for 8 hours and a half. There's been no shortages of wave in any heat. There were no wave-staffed heats, and it's been incredible. And I mean, the level, as we've been mentioning all day, is going up. During the following days, we're going to have that extra swell. We're probably going to see that small bump tomorrow mark itself more compared to what we saw in the morning. But then Thursday, the waves are going to get incredible. We're going to have more or less the best surfers left out of this field of 48 surfers and 24 girls. So it's going to be very interesting. But as a first day, I mean, it's the best that we could have done. It's been incredible, and we've got already that first round on the wraps, and we've got 146 heats to do the whole event, and we've already done 6 of it, and we've got 7 days, so we're doing fine.
I'm stoked.
So we're going to go to the beach with an interview with the guy from Australia. From what I understand, that would be Harrison. So we're going to get the opinions of the Australians about this day. They may be not as happy as they would have planned on being. So let's go to the beach with Simon.
Okay, I'm here with Colin. He's one of the Australian surfers, and he actually just came here to support the Australian team. But tell us about that issue.
I was on the way over here with my girlfriend. She's surfing the women's, and one of the boys hurt their leg a couple of days prior to getting over here, and they couldn't organise any flights for any of the boys to get over. So I was here with the board. So that's about it. I got a call up just because I had a board here, and I literally went down when they signed up. I did registered, and I registered with them.
Okay, that's cool. And how do you feel about representing Australia, that surfing nation?
I love representing him, but I just don't feel like I should have been here just because I just literally just come roll today and ended up doing this, which is pretty amazing. Like, it'll never happen to me again in my life. So I was happy to be here.
That's awesome. And do you want to say something to someone back at home?
I'll just say hey to my family and friends that might be watching this online somewhere because I don't know, I didn't expect to be here, but here I am.
Mom, I'm representing Australia. Thank you very much, and back to you guys in the booth.
Well, you know, I did really well.
Actually,
I want to be on the Claro Post show.
you can.
So here we are, out of the booth, far away from the air conditioning, under the beautiful Nicaraguan sun. And here we've got the setup of this incredible place at Popoyo Reef. It's been an incredible first day of surfing. No, this is not the surfer from Liechtenstein. This is Chris Cote, who's been doing the webcast with us. Incredible job. And give us your impressions. It's your first ISA event. I've done, I think, 12 already with this one. So how has this been on your first day? You that have done really a great number of professional events.
Well, I mean, for me to come into this event, I had expectations to see a lot of different surfers from all over the world, and I expected kind of a certain level. And from what I've seen today, the level is way above my expectations. Some of the teams that I just expected to show up, kind of have fun out here surfing, they've come and meaning business. And so, to see some of these teams from kind of some underdog nations come and just attack the lineup here at Popoyo, it makes me proud not only just to be a surfer and to see that these guys are coming here and they're so proud of where they come from that it gets me excited. And I've been watching these heats all day, and I mean, the thing that I'm walking away with most is it just makes me want to surf because, I feel the support from all the teams down here. I feel the stoke level on the beach, and, the fact that these guys are out there battling, it just kind of, everything's falling into place. I know this is my only first year here, but I think it's going to be the best year ever for the ISA World Surfing Games, so I'm stoked and lucky to be here.
Exactly, Chris. So it's been an incredible first day. Thank you, everybody, for following us live. Tomorrow, we'll be having both languages for the webcast. So it's been a pleasure sharing with you on the English webcast today. Tomorrow I'm going with my friends on the Spanish webcast. We've seen Simon, we've got Andres Mascaro from Colombia, from Venezuela, and tomorrow you will be doing the English webcast on your own. So and we'll be going through with these ISA World Surfing Games 2015 live from Popoyo. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Do not forget the official website, isawsg.com. You will find all the still images, the best moment. We've got Nelly in the water taking incredible water shots. If you want to see that on the website, you can see the highlights of yesterday's opening ceremony. And later tonight, once they've got it finished and edited, it's going to take a bit of time. We're whipping them already behind. We'll be uploading the highlights of what's been down today because there's been incredible action in the water. So for now, we're going to say bye-bye. Thank you very much to all of you. And see you tomorrow. We'll be starting at 8 o'clock sharp. You!
That's all I can say.
You!